All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of the quarterfinals in Taiko World Cup. We've just had an absolute spectacular banger between the Netherlands and New Zealand. If you haven't seen that, go watch it a little later, because right now, New Zealand's next opponent is going to be between Australia and France. I am a commentator, Beat43210, returning once again to commentate this match. Alongside with me is none other than Over the Hedge. Wait, 15, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing alright. Just off the plane, landed in England. I've got myself set up with the microphone though, can't stop casting. Yeah, this looks interesting enough. Australia, probably one of the strongest teams in the lower bracket right now, just kind of getting caught off guard by a really strong Malaysia in the round of 16, with the only upset in the winner's bracket of that round. France, though, I believe have been here 2 weeks now? Yeah, because they, I think, lost round of 32 to Finland, right, in one of the matches of that week?
Yep. And then they won the round of 20, well, the round of 16 with, oh god, who was their opponent? It would have been some silly number, like 29th seed or 30th.
Yeah. Well, either way, both teams are here now. Both are 1-1 so far in this tournament. One of them is going to be going home 1-2 though. And the rolls have already come in. It appears that Australia have lost the roll, France have won it. Didn't catch the numbers. Australia are going to ban Nomad 3, the speed pick. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Oh no, I read in the wrong order. It seems Australia picked first. France banning EHR 2, and I just didn't see that.
Nah, you're good, you're good.
And Nomad 3. Okay, I'm tripping over my own words. France banned Hard Rock 2, Australia banned Nomad 3. Australia to pick. Wait, is that right? Yes.
I guess we're going straight to the tiebreaker. You know, we can just skip to the end of the match, please.
Alright, so we've got dead air.
Yeah.
10 Fs from now, maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's like the one skit from, like, oh, what movie was it? I think it was the OG Fantastic Four, not the reboot that they've done recently. The running shtick is that the wedding keeps getting cut to the end. But
I see.
It was a running gag that happened at the opening and the end of the movie. So, good times. Anyways, kicking off for Team Australia, Nomad 1, Virtual Futural. Right. Gotta love this.
Yeah, our most original for this week, I believe. You know, the only one outside the tiebreaker slot, that is. This pick makes a lot of sense. It's essentially, it is a hard mechanics map, one of the hardest in the pool, and Australia have a lot more raw mechanics than France. Although France aren't exactly slouches in that either. They have Yanni FR, who is like top 30 global, Renchi, who can probably play everything in this pool, and Nathan, who I've been told is just very good in general. I don't know much about his skill set though. So France probably not going to be slouches on this, but it makes sense from Australia.
Yep. So, looks like on the Australian side, we have Jay Rango, and the third player, I believe, is Necromancy. I believe Necromancy's coming in. At least that's what the inside scoop I get from my good old friend.
Ah, because you are from this country, I remember.
The horror. Nope, I lied. I actually hate you all. It's actually Hungry Turtle, what can I tell you?
This makes sense, yeah. Hungry Turtle has been a beast so far in this tournament. Really surprised me with his performance. I thought, well, he's high rank, but I've not really seen him do well in a tournament, so you can't be that good, right? No, I ate crow. I was wrong. This guy's a beast. I think he placed like top 15 in like overall qualifiers performance.
Oh yeah.
This is probably a similar pull in difficulty to that. Maybe a little harder, but he can handle hard maps. This lineup makes sense. Probably Australia's just best 3 Nomad players.
Yep, that's totally fair. Oh. Alright, looks like France is up 1,000,000 points to start with. This is absolutely unbelievable. Nathan's going for the highest score in the entire... That's disappointing.
Oh, and Nathan has missed pretty early. But early days still. A lot of time for that to swing back. If any team manages a triple FC on this, I will be, especially now that both teams have missed, I'll be very surprised. Yeah, really hard map to be consistent on. It's kind of gone from the consistency slot to the everything slot. I feel that's an unusual miss though from Renchi, really out of character. But it's still close. A little bit less so now, with that extra miss from Nethan.
Yeah, Ranchi.
Friends.
Definitely picking up some struggles in the easier sections. But so is Australia. Hungry Turtle dropping the full combo as well. So, who knows? This is going to be a little bit close.
Oh, Jai with
and France is
a break as well. Oh boy, this being Australia's first pick. Slightly worrying scenes right now as they're already down by a team. They're just behind a team they're overwhelmingly favored against just looking at the seeding alone.
Yeah, 100%.
Rango's missing, so no FCs. Wait, no, sorry, one FC remaining. It's gonna be on Yanni of all people. I felt like he hit 220 BPM, too fast to single tab, way too slow to ult, but is he? Okay, no, I think he is actually alternating.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's gonna be single tabbing this. Oh yeah, here we go.
So yeah, it's a little bit tough for Australia right now. They are struggling quite a bit, but so has France. Yanni is the only player that's been finding some very good consistency. Still on that full combo.
Brutal 1-6 coming in is going to get Rango, and it's somehow going to get nobody else. I find that to be the hardest part of the map by far. Hungry Turtle picks up another miss coming out of the slow section, but here we go into some more streams. Just kidding. More chill section. I don't even know if you could call that slowdown a chill section. It's pretty tricky.
And France looking to take the lead with a command, well, not an overwhelming start, but definitely a welcomed advantage. But Yanni has just dropped the FC on the spinner, of all notes.
Yeah, I think it was right before it, but not a good time.
Yeah. Going to give Australia a chance to try and pull back a little bit here. After uncharacteristically struggling quite a bit on this chart.
Yeah.
But Ranch, here comes a very long stream here.
All players hovering low 99. Oh, Renchi gets locked up. And suddenly it's a 10k lead for the Australians. Honestly, that's kind of feels like a lucky break for Australia. Renchi is the last player in most rooms that I'd expect to be doing something like that, but all kinds of places in this map can get you, and that is still quite a strong score spread from Australia, but France at seed 19, averaging 940k on that, is pretty impressive. That is one of the tougher maps in the pool, especially when you consider their maybe star player is their bottom scorer by a lot. This could be more interesting than maybe the seeds indicate, if this is any sign.
The seeds? You mean more interesting than the channel points? We just saw last match where yeah, we just
someone
saw
got
last
700k
match where we saw a massive upset where the 97% of the points was backing Netherlands, and then they lost. And I can tell you guys officially now, it is 99% to Australia. So France is a 123 to 1 underdog, according to stream chat. So you thought that there was drama with that last matchup. If Australia struggles a bit in this, there's going to be even bigger turmoil.
Well, in the odds, okay, I like those odds because in the words of quite a few US players, keep gambling. Always keep gambling.
What?
Just as long as it's with channel points and nothing real, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just a little fun mini game to
There's
flex
so many
your
things I
friends
want to
that,
say here, but I can't say any of them. Very sad. But what we will be saying is, yeah, you know exactly where I was going with that one. Nomad 6, Zukwat, Speed Tech, very exciting. Definitely, in the words of Nathan, worst song, but best map.
What? I think this song's great. Jai seems to like it. Mentioned up that he quite, we're picking all the best songs today, are we? I think he's right.
100%.
I've heard mixed things about like every song. It's like music taste might be this thing that subjective or something. I don't know. Either way, coming into Nomad 6 here, this is the speed tag pick. You see 163 BPM. It's essentially light and kind of training wheelsy 326 BPM. That still is a form of 326 BPM though, which is very, very fast. You gotta have your burst speed ready or you will get caught out by a lot of things.
Alright, well, here we go.
Everyone fine on the intro.
Yeah, in fact, we still have 5 full combos and double S's on the board. That's not going to last very long.
Some of them could last. Jais is gone, and naturally Renchi and Nethan are also gone. Okay. Rango, though, going to find an early break. Yanni is going to trade it. So it's close coming into the first Gi here. Not much of the real content of the map has happened yet. Jeez, I'm really tripping over my words today, but we're into Gi 1.
Yeah, going into the first Gi time. Rango with an absolute major drop down to 93%. And that's going to give France a very healthy advantage. 80,000 points and rapidly climbing.
Yeah, all of a sudden this is looking like an extremely strong pick for France, who are still sitting on 2 FCs, one of them in the mid-99s from Renchi. Looking to show that, hey, that Nomad 1, that was an aberration, that was a fluke, as the kids would say. So this is how good I am, really. Putting on a show.
And France is on the winning path here, winning quite convincingly, and Australia is going to be very disappointed when they see this. Yep. I can smell the disappointment from here. But what is not disappointing, actually, are the full combos that we see from everybody else. Ranchi, Jay, Richie, and Nathan on those FCs, but Nathan drops it.
Right, 3 left. Only 1 on Renchi, but it's the Rango difference. He's really been struggling on this. Yanni, the earlier miss for France, but he's still on 99. Okay, man, we can't catch a break this map. But someone who can seem to catch a break is Ranchi after map 1 playing a bit disappointing by his standards. Turns it around, gets the 99 FC, 2 on the side of Australia, but again, you need 3 solid players to win maps in TWC, and that was just an unfortunate one for Rango. You see his 100 count, and you see the potential, but the misses just came flooding in.
So, definitely a good score for France. And now Australia is up next. Where are Australia going to? If we follow the ethos of picking good songs, they're going to at some point pick Nomad 4. At some point they're going to do it.
I mean, you were going to be judged for anything you say there, but...
No.
It's Sonos original. I can't exactly say, oh no. It is pretty cool, I would say. But that's if it gets picked. I could see it. But instead, Australia going to pick Hard Rock 1, skip and stab.
Oh yeah, unlike last match, hidden players rejoice. Both hiddens are available in this matchup, so all the disappointed hidden players. Oh well, you never know. All those disappointed hidden players are very desperate to see some hidden action, and we may get that later. Not just yet. We do have Hard Rock 1 first, skip and step.
Yep, so this is a pretty significant step up from round to 16's Hard Rock 1, which admittedly was one of the easiest maps in the pool. I'm not biased, I didn't max score the match or anything. That's not why I'm calling it easy. It actually was one of the easiest maps in the pool. Like, unironically it was. But it's taken, you could say, a skip and a step in difficulty this week. And no, it's pretty tough. Just some really tricky bursts. And the SV is also a lot higher than last week. Last week it was kind of very accessible to non-EHR players, this week not so much.
Yeah, 100%. And if you are not up to the task, you are going to get burnt. So let's see who is going to unlock that second point on this side.
Yep, pick mix sense enough from Australia, as long as Rango's good at this. I don't honestly know much about this player, but I know Hungry Turtle is just good, and I know Richie is very, very strong on Hard Rock, but so is Ranchi. I don't know about Yanni and Nathan, though.
Yeah.
The
And
thing
not
is,
just
these are
that.
just the things I know, right? They could
Yeah,
all be great.
Not only that, but over the years, people sometimes they go in and out of form as well. So you don't know sometimes how players turn out until when they actually make it to the matches that start to count.
Yep.
So let's have a look here. Australia off to a good start, up 21,000 points. Trying to figure out, yeah, that's just all off accuracy.
Yep, 6 FCs. Everyone hitting the first couple bits of 1/6 out of a stream there. And coming into the hard part of this map now, and it's going to last for a decent bit.
Nathan struggling there, but Hungry Turtle's going to be the first player to pick up the drop.
Yep.
And that's going to help out France a little bit. Keep things even.
Still behind Australia for now, but the lead has definitely shrunk a decent bit for that miss, but it's going to be traded away later on by Ranchi. And suddenly it's looking pretty dominant for Australia.
Yeah, Ranchi picked up
nobody.
a huge amount of 100s there. And Australia gets to a 55,000 lead. Who is leading the charge there? I think that's Richie.
Oh, yeah.
Richie and Rango are locking in after the last map.
Yeah, no surprise Richie's great at this, but Rango keeping all the way up with him. Honestly, the hardest part of the map is already behind us. This is not exactly free this last quarter, but it's kind of just much more simple to understand bursts. And the lead is so big, it's kind of wrapped up already.
100%. And it looks like Australia's going to comfortably take this point. And it's just off the back of a just generally better accuracy on the board.
Yeah.
That's all it was. Rango getting disappointed with a miss at the end there. But still, very good score. Only one miss, 26 100s. Not too much to complain there. And we see 3 full combos on the table.
Yeah, I mean, that was entirely an accuracy gap. If you look at, I mean, Rango's score with a miss still very comfortably beat the 2 FCs on the side of France. Just because they all had 100 counts in the 60s, Rango and Richie were both in the mid-20s. Hungry Turtle's still ahead on the 100 count front. Even though, you know, he found that break earlier in the map. He's going to keep him keeping up.
Ranchi electing no mod 2 for France. Makes sense. Tech was Australia's big downfall in no mod 6. So try to follow it up with the slower Tech pick in the pool. Good idea, good idea. Let's see how it works out. BB Diba.
Yep, we are continuing with the theme of songs that are just so cool and awesome, and I couldn't tell you how much I just enjoy playing this map.
I thought you had a pronunciation joke that was coming about that.
No. It's basically swing, but spicy. Kind of like Valdez, but I'd say less technical and just faster. More about the transitions between 1/6 and 1/4 at kind of different lengths of 1/6 burst, rather than, you know, having so many different snaps like Valdez did that are pretty hard to discern from each other. So it's kind of like a reworked and definitely harder Valdez, but it's still so much fun.
100%, so...
Guy coming back in for Richie.
Let's see how France handles this.
Looks like France are kind of dead set on this one lineup of Renchi, Neth, and Yanni. Makes sense. They're the 3 highest skill cap players on this France team by far. I wasn't sure about Nathan, bit of an unknown to me personally, but clearly he can play this bull. Just off the HR1 FC. It's not exactly one of the easiest maps in the pool or anything. So, safe to say he can play. And Renchi and Yanni, I think we know all about already. So France do have 3 players that can hang, which might make things very, very interesting here. Maybe not 99-1 pick'em's kind of interesting.
Yep.
Like would have thought.
Who would have thought? I mean, look, you know, we've already seen one massive upset in the predictions. If we see another, life imitates art, just like in other places in the world. So it'd be absolute chaos for the competition. But France, they will not go down as easily as people think. So let's see how much tension can France bring to the table.
Yeah, keeping it real close so far. Basically no difference between the two teams. I think it's 1-100. 0-9.
Alright, well. Good start for everybody.
Yeah, few 100s in Australia's favor, but that could vanish just with an act drop, let alone a break. A break would do so much more than just flip the lead, and it's gonna come from Hungry Turtle. It's not insurmountable for France, though, still. It's only about 78k. It's gonna climb with that extra combo score that Hungry Turtle is missing, but it's not... That doesn't necessarily mean the map is over, and there's still a lot left to go, and it's all tricky.
100%. And not just that, Hungry Turtle had a very good recovery as well, so France is not really that far ahead. So Yanni is actually single tapping quite a bit as well, so it may take Yanni to note lock somewhere in the final KI time, and this could very easily swing back in the Australian side.
I think even at 1/6 of this BPM, which is like single tapping 460 BPM, I think he single taps cats, but not dons, because his cat hand is stronger, and by stronger I mean it can single tap 460 BPM. His don hand can't. Very unfortunate. I'm sure I would hit it if I couldn't single tap 460 BPM. But well, it's working. Coming into the outro, France with 3 FCs.
France is not going down.
Jeez, that is a ridiculous spread. 2.97 plays 2.95 is unbelievable, and I think, if not for that miss by Hungry Turtle early on, Australia actually would have won that by a single 100. France had 7, 11, and 4 for 22 in total. Australia had 7, 6, and 8 for 21, but the 2 misses make all the difference. Yeah, that's unbelievable. Ooh. This map is hard to hack.
Some very crazy scores, you know, and if these are the scores that we're seeing down here in the losers bracket, you can only imagine what they're going to look like when we start looking at some of the winner bracket matches that will be happening. First of which is actually right after this, I think.
It's weird, because I could see winners bracket teams losing to Australia's score, but Australia lost to, again, seed 19, France? Like, it's interesting. There are lower bracket teams that would scare some of these guys in winners bracket. You saw it last week in the round of 16.
Mm-hmm. But I do like Australia keeping the aesthetics on the board, keeping in line with picking maps from the left side of the board, going with green mammals.
Oh gosh, yeah, because France have picked Nomads 6 and 2, so they're on the right side only.
Yep.
And they're on the correct sides of the screen. It all makes sense.
And the bands too. The bands fall correctly as well, so all is good in the world.
Yep, so we've got green mammals here. This is the easier of the 2 free mod picks. It's not a complete pushover, but it's very HDHRable. I would honestly not be surprised if we see at least 11 mods out of a possible 12 here.
Oh, we see a new player from France. Gunham getting in.
Coming in for nothing.
Coming in for a big of a shock.
Yeah, finally a player change from France. Franchi and Yanni FR standing strong as usual, but Nathan gonna get a little break here. Sometimes you need one. Perma lobbying is hard.
It really is. It really is.
Alright, Hungry Turtle, Richie, and Jai gonna come into this one for the Australia side. Are they gonna 6-mod? No, it's gonna be 5-on-5. Renshi and Yanni's Hidden Hard Rocks versus Hungry Turtle and Jai. Gundam on Hidden versus Richie on Hard Rock. It's perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Very nice. Even correct on the screen setup too. This is perfect.
Oh yeah. Both the 1-mods on the bottom left.
Oh, that's fine. That can be forgiven.
No, that's perfect. Because they're both there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's symmetry. Well, I guess it's not really symmetry, but... Oh,
yeah,
Ranchi gonna find
not
an early tank.
Yeah, not symmetry for Ranchi. Ranchi finding a bunch of red misses. And
yeah.
Good start for Australia.
Yeah, the other French player is still holding strong, and if you if you look at Yanni's screen, he is single tapping, this time 390 BPM. This is a fun fair attraction, but the thing is he makes the fun fair attraction actually work. Look at the accuracy. He's actually hitting this clean too.
So what I'm hearing is Yanni is making it fun.
He's having a good time.
Yeah. Although a couple of greens slipping through and Gunhim picking up a miss there as well. He may be having Yanni may be having fun.
This one's 6. Real tricky. Jai missing coming into that part, but his axe still amazing. Hungry Turtle still holding in the mid 90 at FC. Richie still holding strong with Hard Rock. And even though Yanni's FCing, it's just the depth here on Australia. They've got 3 very good scores, and Renshi has been subject to these frustrating misses.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Australia to take it home. 2 full combos on the Australian side. Yanni still also has the full combo, but 2 full combos are better than 1. And with the speed up at the end, it's not going to catch out any of the players. And it looks like Australia's going to take that 3rd point.
Yeah, both teams looking strong as can be on their picks right now. Jai, the only thing between Australia and a 3-way FC. It's not often the Jai slips up more than his teammates just because he's so good, but this time it is actually his team carrying him for just 1 map. I'm sure he's glad. So long he was kind of just the best player in Australia by so far that it probably got a little lonely at the top, but now he has got backup.
And you know what? With that backup comes some extra firepower. And that is keeping Australia in this match for now. But where does France look to now?
Yeah, the 2 very similar picks of Nomads 2 and 6 are now off the board. So maybe I was gonna say maybe DT1 because it's kind of the techier DT, and they have just picked tech so far. But DT2 is also sensical.
They can't pick double time 1. Come on, you know this. They can only pick maps on the right.
Okay, yeah. No, I get you.
See, you understand the drill. Yeah.
Alright, well, I mean, we've got enough maps unbanned on both sides for this to work. I'm sure that the 2 teams have picked up on this little thing that they're running and are going to take it all the way to a tiebreaker. Anyway, DT2 is almost the bigger ACK DT pick of the 2, just because it's not that mechanically challenging, unless you're like a single tap player and 240 is your limit or something, which, I wonder who that could be. It wouldn't be me, never. But, yeah, this is about 260, 257, and it's 2 minutes of normal map. It's got a couple denser parts, but it's pretty simple. It's definitely the simplest map in the pool. It's just normal 260 with high OD.
So, let's see how these players fare on a more standard map set.
Yeah, something tells me they're going to fare pretty well. These guys seem good at the game today. Just a lot of them. Gundam actually going to be coming in, or staying in? It looks like. Did pretty good on FM1, so maybe riding the hot hand here. I am a little surprised Nathan doesn't come back for another one of the still more mechanical picks of the pool, but maybe Gundam surprises us. Can France keep this no-break streak going against Hungry Turtle, Rango, and Jai? Nothing in it so far through the intro. Couple 100s by both teams.
No, wait, there's a 26-point difference. Wait, why is it, like, going down that slowly? That was a little odd.
I think probably a little V2 quirk where two different players hit one 100 on one team and then one hit two 100s. The second 100 you hit doesn't deduct as much score as the first, right? Because like otherwise a full 100 score would be like negative $500,000 and that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Who wants to go down to negative numbers? Ugh. Positive numbers is
want to
hard
win your
deal
match.
with.
It seems like both these teams want to win though. This is looking pretty steady on not that simple of a, not that easy of a map. I suppose it's simple, but that's about the only way you could call it easy. Look at this, the density you're really picking up here.
I mean,
Nobody
look,
cares.
everybody is still holding on to their original starting combo, so
yeah, six-way FC into the second half.
Yeah, not only is it six-way FC, it is only 6,000 points.
Smack drops from France, gonna flip the lead over to Australia, and suddenly this is looking like trouble, but it's some really close trouble. It's trouble for both teams. As the team scores past 2-0, we come into probably about the last quarter of the map here. Oh,
and Hungry Turtle with the drop, and Yanni trades it back. Wow.
Breaks look like similar size, but France distinctly winning that exchange. Maybe some extra 100s from Hungry Turtle, but it's closing fast.
It is enough to catch him.
Just the little 100s coming in from France.
Oh, but here we go. It is down to the last 10 seconds.
But Rango misses!
Oh no, that's going to be enough for France to take it back.
As they get above 3-0, you know there is seconds left.
Yeah.
No mistakes, and France take this. No mistakes there are. 5,000 score difference, 5,446. And it's just the 2 FCs to 1 advantage from France there. With Renchi topping the lobby by 100 over Jai.
That is incredibly close.
Point. I don't think people were expecting this. France have come to play today.
Yep. Once again, there's the one meme I can hear the script writer walking into the room in the ear. He says, "Sir, I'm afraid that there's a second crisis. a second Pickham's crisis has hit the World Cup scene as France is 3-3 against Australia right now." Australia's ruined the aesthetic. They've gone hidden too.
Well, sometimes, you have to prioritize winning.
So, it is a very sketchy situation that is developing for Australia. It is...
Yeah, it's tricky.
Expected to be a little further away than this. Like, at least when New Zealand managed to clutch up against Netherlands managed to pull it back from a 4-1 deficit, but Australia and France hasn't really been able to pull away from each other too much. So it's like, especially when they're wider seeded, like 8 against 19. It's a bit odd. But hey, at least no one went 250k on the predictions this time. I mean, there's only so many times we can throw that out there.
Alright. Coming into... I'm not going to attempt to... No sharp major 7? I don't know enough music terminology to pronounce this name. Rhythm Gamer does not know music, exposed as fraud. But here we go, coming into Rise's map. Hidden 2.
Going to Hidden 2.
Rise's map. Alright.
It's new, mate. I swear.
Close
right?
enough. Alright,
close enough.
Here we go. 250.
Gotta put that Australian flair in it.
Jai! What has happened? Immediate massive break and suddenly a 10k lead for France on Australia's pick. This is trouble.
Nah, reverse choke, reverse choke.
Gundam staying in. I've just noticed. Maybe they're just taking turns for their third player. Nathan just charging up the Spirit Bomb for the next few maps, but it looks like Gundam might be the Spirit Bomb here. Although the lead has swapped back over to Australia now just due to act drops from Yanni, who's sitting at 97, with his team at 99. And he's gonna find a break. Spans the lead, but...
Hungry Turtle.
Ooh.
As Yanni is falling apart, Hungry Turtle is hungry for that double S.
Ooh,
looking
incredibly
good. And Australia is just going to continue to pull away here as outside the early slip up from Jay.
Map very genuinely might be too slow for Yanni, which is a weird thing to be saying about 250 BPM, but that's just how quick this guy is with it. Maybe too quick for his own good in this case.
Single tapping has limits.
Oh, he's not single tapping 500.
100%. So
nobody is.
Wow,
into the last third.
This is the most dominant map that we've seen.
Yeah, it is Australia's pick, so it makes sense that they're the team doing very, very, very well on it. I don't know what happened to Jai at the start there, but his team backing him all the way up. Richie, really not known for his hidden. Maybe will be by the end of this one, and obviously Hungry Turtle destroying this, topping the lobby by a lot if things continue.
Ranchi's trying so hard. Ranchi's trying to take that top lobby spot from Hungry Turtle, and it's just not happening. It is just not happening.
But nowhere near enough, and that's still an amazing team score from Australia.
Yeah.
Again, it's like almost unusual to be able to think the words Jai got carried on that, because he's normally the one just deadlifting anyone that needs it on hidden, but Richie and Hungry Turtle have got his back. He's the lowest score on his team on the mod that he just cut his teeth on. Ranchi's FC, not enough to see a France here, as Australia just put up a team score that's probably going to be top few for the week. Really solid.
Yeah. Well, Australia's may have comfortably taken that pick, but it's only given them a breather for now as France looks to the dwindling maps in the pool. And what do you got left? You have Gimmick, Nomad 5, Hidden 1. They're not going Hidden 1. I don't think they will. And
picking Hidden 1 into Jai is always a little risky, but it's a 3v3 tournament. I could see it. Yeah, he says my brain tried to single tap the 500 BPM. He tried to single tap a 5-plit at 250. That doesn't tend to work.
Hey, look, give it 3 years. Give it like 3 years or 5 years. We'll be in our 30s or something, and we'll watch some some kid single tap 500 like it's nothing. It's just gonna happen. It's just a matter of when. So
it'll just still be in.
It will work.
He'll be in his 50s one day. Just single tapping like 650 BPM streams. You know Alethea? Yeah, he'll be DTing that with 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Alright, and it is going to be Nomad 4, so France sticking to their side even when Australia ceased to honor it. Sticking to the right side of the pick board.
Okay.
Would you download a bird? Personally, I would.
You wouldn't download a TV, would you?
I wouldn't steal a car.
Yes, that is the correct response.
I remember seeing those ads. I remember seeing those ads, like actually on DVDs when I was like 8, and thinking, "Gosh, I guess I wouldn't. Yep. I guess I wouldn't pirate."
Yep.
Dang.
I guess you wouldn't. I can't believe he's done it.
They're pretty convincing. I've gotta say they're pretty convincing, but nowadays I'm reckless. I would download a bird, yes sir.
Yep. Well, let's see if France can download a point with Nomad 4 to Gimmick map in the pool. Necromancy stepping in AC.
Ooh.
Also, is that how you say it? Or is it just Ace?
I don't actually know. I say a C. But I don't know how to pronounce his username. I should probably know this because I've casted matches with him before.
No, this is just
way.
another day, another struggle of the commentators.
Yep, the online username thing where, how do you pronounce this? Don't know. Anyway, Jai, Richie, Necro coming in against a C, Renchi, Yanni. So now the third player has swapped again for France. Just seems to be happening every few maps. Just the rotation of strong player 3s. Will it continue with a C, and will it be strong enough? 2 first no 100s from Australia.
It's just Necromancy warming up.
Sometimes you need to, even for a match. All the SS is gone for Australia, just by the very intro. Renchi, the last one standing. Not very far into the map yet even, but this map is very hard to hack. The song it's just not conducive to high hack, which isn't really a critique of the song so much as it is just like, damn, this map is hard. That's really what that boils down to. It's also slow. 157 BPM doesn't tend to be most taiko players' wheelhouse because it's too slow. This is like what Yanni has with 250, but for most people. For normal people.
Yep.
You're too used to faster maps. Really close right now, only a couple hundreds in it.
Yeah, it's an incredibly good start by everybody, actually. Everyone's about 99% or higher, with our best players being currently Jay and Ranchi, both tying at 99.7.
Ranchi does lose that tie the instant you're talking about it, as usual.
Yep. Gotta love it, gotta love it.
Lose the battle, win the war. The war just got evened out a bit. Oh, I think it might have just gotten swung. Basically a double break there from France, gonna make a crazy score difference. But it's not over. Yeah, there are infinite chokeable spots in this map. A C is gonna get caught by one of them though. Just another 5+1 unit. Just 3 14 BPM bursts in the middle of your reading map. Just in case you've got the eyes but not the fingers. You need both for TWC.
Mm-hmm. You can't have one without the other. It's like pepperoni on pizza. You can't have one without the other. And it is this vibe that it's carrying Australia to their 5th point. As you still see
on the Triple FC.
Triple FC on their side. It's looking quite good, their preparation for this week.
Looks like the Australian anonymous taiko player group has been caught in the act of downloading a bird as Richie finally finds a break.
And it is a little devastating.
About is the Triple FC lost. It is still a 30k score difference, and this outro, while chokeable, I don't think it's 30k score chokeable. Yanni is going to find a break, but yeah, I think this is pretty much locked up for Australia here. Unless something absolutely ridiculous happens. Yeah, okay, now we're into 50 seconds.
No, we're good.
They're good. So that is finally a break point, and it's going to take Australia to match point. 5-3.
Yeah,
and
so
it looks like we have 3 convicted bird downloaders in the room.
Yep. So it seems that France tried to open the file, and it turned out that it was a virus. It was called Breakpoint, and it has moved over to Australia's PC with that.
They got caught red-handed.
Caught red-handed with that 5th point. They are now sitting at match point with the plan to try and advance to the 2nd stage of the quarterfinals.
Yep. Jai, Necromancy, and Renchi with some pretty epic FCs on a really tricky map to be consistent on. All 3 of them managing, and ooh, okay. Jai goes back to the left side of the board and picks DT1, City Cook. God, even the bands were on the correct sides. This is... If only they hadn't picked Hidden 2. If only they picked Hidden 1 instead, you know.
Wait, we didn't see this last...
Really no tactics would be involved.
We didn't see this last match, so... Yeah, this is the double time 1. Tech double time, I would imagine, as it usually is.
Yeah, City Cook, really tricky map to hack. Lots of 1-8. Decent amount of 1/6 as well, but I feel like most of the hack difficulty is concentrated in those 1-8 bursts that are, you know, essentially just a little bit of 375 triples in your map. Gotta be able to burst it.
100%.
Gundam gonna be coming in for a C. And Necromancy staying in, saying this map single-handedly saved TWC.
Damn.
Damn,
That's
he's a big fan.
That's a bold statement to make. Oh, well, when you need a cook to make for the entire city worth of people, you gotta make a really big map to cook up. And that is what Double Time 1 brings, at least in the eyes of Necromancy. So...
It is nice, I like it. But very, very, very tricky to get high hack on. No Jai for this one. Does surprise me a little. But when the players are Richie, Necro, and Hungry Turtle, it's like, okay, fair. Could easily see 3 FCs from that side. Or we could see a miss on this first Dawn-only quad. Let's see. Everyone hitting it. Not exactly like it's that hard, but the intro of this is very chokeable. I wouldn't have been too shocked if it happened to someone. And there we go.
It was a
The
little
hardest part
close.
is over. Oh, France with a slight lead. Oh, no, Australia with a slight lead. It's really hard to call this.
Yeah,
The one
it's
start coming in.
It is the early days, and if it's similar to what we saw with Double Time 2, I expect both of these teams to be playing this map pretty well. So, it will be a while before we start seeing some misses start flying in. Until then,
Right.
Gundam's going to
Gundam
be the
breaking.
first one. Yep.
Right on the
First
way
break.
into Ki 1. And suddenly it's looking pretty solid for Australia, even though a lot of map remains, not even done the first half yet. It's just such a big gap that it's kind of hard to say. Australia's ACK was quite low a bit into the map, but they've recovered. Richie does find a break, but kind of seems like Australia's still gaining score, breaking even a worse here.
Yeah.
Gundam finding another miss. That could spell the end here of France's TWC run.
Yeah, it's just that Gundam is getting caught out as a player that is underperforming relative to the Australians, and it's resulting in a steady lead for Australia as they look to wrap up the back half of this match with some dominance. But Necromancy,
Ooh, Necro breaks.
right on cue,
This is closing in
wants
a
to-
bit, and there's map left.
wants to play a little bit
could
of
get
drama.
interesting. The 2
And-
FCs on France, keeping them alive at least right now. Richie breaks. Necro
And
breaks
France is
again.
back in it.
Suddenly, there's life with a 10th of the map to go. It looks like France can... Oh, Gundam misses, but it's instant treated by Necro. Hungry Turtle doing his best, but Ranchi and Yanni just too strong between the two of them.
Yep.
And they've done
Wow.
enough. It looks like France have taken a break point and we're one map away from that which shall not be named. I'm not going to be the one to jinx it.
No, I jinxed him. What
That's
can I
a-
tell you?
That's a
What did I
great
tell-
score from Renchi. 1089
that
on
is-
that is kind of ridiculous. This map is very hard to high score.
That is
FCing it is one
unfortunate.
thing, but doing it with high AC.
Wow. So that is unfortunate for Australia. And now France has to decide how to survive this next pick.
All right. Now, France have only a couple maps left.
No, they're not going
Which
to pick
ones?
Hidden One. No way.
Richie and Jai are asking for a hidden one. And Youngin has been asking for a hidden one. And Hungry Turtle is asking for a hidden one. Alright, so the maps remaining are No Mod 5, Hidden 1, and Free Mod 2, the anti-mod. So the stream map, the slow hidden, or the
Nah,
anti-mod free mod.
They're gonna go boring. No Mod 5.
Go on, No Mod 5. Single tap No Mod 5! You know, there's a 39-second stream in No Mod 5. In fact, there are two of them. Single tapping 410 for 40 seconds? I don't think so. Oh!
Free Mod 2.
Oh! Oh, you don't want us to pick this? I guess we will. And it's gonna be BPM. I wonder anyone will HDHR this. It's extremely tough to 2-mod.
Wow. Wow. France, France trolling. They were baiting Australia with like, oh yeah, we're gonna pick No Mod 5. Sorry, we're gonna pick Hidden 1.
Oh,
Yeah,
Hidden
no.
One, you say? Very interesting idea. Let me think about it. No.
No.
Alright. GTM coming in. Hero K's anti-mod monster of this pull. This one's tough. Lots and lots of stuff to break on here for either mod. Some very slow sections, some very fast streams. With the HDHR, the slow sections might be a lot easier than hidden only, but then the hard sections just get nasty. You kind of have to know what you're going into to even stand a chance at hitting them. Doesn't matter how good your reading is.
So let's see. Oh, France is missing people. Wait, what?
I think it might just be that they don't have, 6 players in the lobby. It might be like Australia's missing a person. It sure looks like France's sensical roster is here. Ranchi, Neth, and Yanni. This seems good enough. Well, will it be good enough to force the tiebreaker?
Wow.
This sounds so nasty.
This is a big point in the match, so we'll see. For those who don't know, 3mod 2, very gimmick heavy, so mods are not going to be as attractive as we saw with 3mod 1. Players can pick whatever they like in terms of mod combinations. So if you can handle the extra pressure and the extra difficulty, you can score some big points for your team. You could also drown on it too.
Oh yeah, you could. There are probably people that have 1.09s and 900Ks on their locals, both set after learning the streams.
Yep.
One really high SV stream at about 650 combo, and a set of cut streams in the last quarter of the map are the real hard bits for HR. I don't really know where the hidden difficulty is because I don't play that mod.
Well, let's have a look.
There is a really tricky finisher section as well, which might catch out some KDDK players that just aren't tapping with enough care.
Alright, Australia's going with 4 mods. Everyone going with Hard Rock, except for Jay, who also takes Hidden. Ranchi's going Hidden Hard Rock as well, so both of them will be fighting each other.
Though.
Nathan with No Mod, and Yanni trying to keep up with Hungry Turtle and Richie on Hard Rock. Alright, spicy stage.
So the mod advantage for Australia, but there is risk attached to modding this map. Doesn't even matter if it's only one, but Hungry Turtle and Richie have really shown their stuff on HR already. But nerves could play a factor here, maybe for Yanni and Nathan, both finding misses on the first 1-4-1-6 of the map. I don't think it's totally over. I think a minus 100k swing could happen at a couple points in this map for either team. But for now, it's already 50k to the good for Australia.
Yeah, and Jay is currently outbeating Ranchi, but the score is only 2,000 points apart. So,
the miss from Hungry Turtle.
Yeah, they're canceling each other out. The battle of the hour is down below, with Hungry Turtle picking up a miss. Richie looking to try and score some big points in the Hard Rock.
Another break from Hungry Turtle, but it's only keeping the lead neutral rather than letting it grow. It's not really shrinking it.
Yeah.
And about 50k score in it.
And Australia knows they're out in front. Richie's covering Yanni. Jay's covering Ranchi. And Hungry Turtle, with the mod advantage, is covering Nathan. But it all have very thin margins, only about 15,000 each. So it just takes France to flip 2 of those positions, and things can swing in a heartbeat.
All right, here we go. Here's where the map really begins for HDHR.
All right.
The hard stream's coming in. Tricky patterns and just such high SV. Everyone hitting the first one. It's not a super long section. Hungry Turtle's gonna find a break. Bit of a lockup. Not what you want. All right, the finisher's coming in. Gonna get Richie of all people, the DDKK player for Australia. And suddenly it looks like there was some skipping because now France have a big lead. 25k. The cut stream's still to go though. They could get anyone.
Unscathed in an incredible turn of events. Let's see.
All right, here we go.
If France can bring
Time
it
to see what
home.
France are made of. Can they get the cut streams, or do the cut streams get them?
Well, we're about to find out. Australia's holding up well.
All right, they're halfway there. This
All
one's
right.
harder, though. Look at this slowdown. Does it get anybody? No, they're all too good.
Everybody's hitting
And nobody
those notes.
missing on this ending.
Yep. And
Renchi
here we go.
and Jai both FC with the HDHR. That's ridiculous, but it's 5-5.
We
France
are going
just about
to a
survived
tiebreaker
BPM.
again. Wow.
Wow.
And it is unbelievable. Okay, the pick'ems are once again on life support.
shambles. Oh, they are already. Nobody got the score right. There's no way anybody got the score right.
We're going to be two. Are we going to be 2 for 2 in shockers?
Yeah, 2 upsets for 2.
Well, we're going to find out, because, man, Dead Air, you know what? For Dead Air being the name of the tiebreaker, it's sure getting a hell of a lot of airtime in this particular hour. Come on, what the? It's gonna be, it's with how many more tiebreakers are we gonna have, and then we're gonna start calling the song false advertising.
Yeah, this is the liveliest dead thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It sure could be exciting. About
Man.
5 minutes from now.
Tiebreaker's gonna claim a
mod
second
this?
victim.
I can tell you a little bit of inside. Well, not really, because he did do it on Bancho, but Jai he did grind last week's tiebreaker for Hidden. I don't think this one, I think this one is, maybe a mistake. He's modding this. He's modding this. Jai is putting on a mod, there's no way he's not. There's no mistake other than overcommitment. But, sounds like he's committing to something.
Yep. Yeah, this is gonna be a massive turnout of interest here.
This is gonna be intense, is what this is.
100%.
Jai, Hungry Turtle, Richie versus Renchi, Nethan, Yanni. Wow. Oh yeah, Crab Cow hasn't played anything in this match.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize.
Man's busy, what
That's
can
the
I
thing.
say?
That's how good the rest of Australia's players are. Like, you don't think, but Crab Cow should certainly be in for this, because, like, he's good at everything, but so is this team. There's nothing he's a slam dunk over them for, not because he's bad, but because they're so good.
Well, let's find out.
Looks like we're coming in. If everyone would like to post a glorp to celebrate our second straight tiebreaker.
What? Okay, Glorp. It's a little confusing, but whatever, we'll go with it.
Alright, it's glorp in time, and Jai's actually using Hidden. And none of the Australian players have no feel, so if they team feel, they won't. It's all over.
Oopsies.
I don't think they're gonna be feeling, but... I hope Jai has practiced this, because if he has not, this is going to be trouble. Mind you, he's already one of the only SS's left after just a handful of notes. There's so much more where this came from.
Let's see. So, Australia will have the mod advantage, but who really is facing the pressure? Is it France or Australia?
All 6 players. Nobody's exempt from nerves now. A difference of score in the 2 digits as we exit the intro. It's not going to stay that way for long. I'm sure things will happen. Yanni is single tapping 340 for the next 5 minutes. I'm sure that's going to be fun. Jai, the first to break. The Hidden already not looking as confident as it probably was last week. Maybe a little bit of under preparation, knowing that your opponent isn't 1 seed below you, but 11. I mean, I wouldn't have expected France to do this well either, but I'm sure they have shut a lot of people up today.
Yeah, France is doing okay, but Australia's keeping up. It is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're keeping up with it, especially with the extra mod. That's going to help Australia claw back points over time. So France can't afford to keep this close because they will just end up losing points. So.
Oh, and it's real close too. The hard part coming in now, though. Hardest part of the map, if you ask me, Nathan and Yanni both gonna find breaks. And Jai is still not missed in this section.
Yeah, Yanni
It's
absolutely
ridiculous
struggling
if he's
there.
not grinded this. Hungry
And
Turtle,
Hungry
though,
Turtle drops
locks up hard.
completely.
But it only neutralizes the lead. It doesn't completely just swing it over by miles. France do not have room to work with here, especially with the mod disadvantage. But Richie's gonna give them a little bit more. It's gonna need to be so big though to account for the rest of the map and the fact the other team has a hidden player. Oh god, this is so close.
But
Oh!
yeah, all of the
6'1"
Nomad
against two
players are struggling quite a bit here. Jay with a massive combo, the only one in the lobby except Hungry Turtle is about 300. That's gonna help Australia claim back some big points real quick.
I think he practiced this, that or he really is one of the best in the world without question of what he does, which I think it's probably both. I think
A little bit of both. I think it's half,
and is a
half full,
god.
half empty. Oh, never
and
mind.
This is a bit on the slow section, and so does Hungry Turtle. Giving a bit more lead over to France. This is the 8 seed fighting for their lives here in top 24. Unbelievable scenes here.
Yeah.
And
it's
now
just
they get
it's
to
looking
see.
close.
They
It's
can
anyone's
all
game
see
still.
this.
So it is not anyone's to win and it's not anyone's to lose. It's just about fair game. If you think about the remaining points that Jay is going to get from playing with a mod,
I suppose, yeah, but
it's gonna be basically even.
I just realized that spinners look different on hidden compared to Nomad. I just learned that right now.
Yeah.
you don't get to see how much time they have left on them with the inner ring. Anyway, that's like the least important thing right now. It's crunch time. Coming into the last third of the map. So many notes left to go. You can see by the players' scores we're nowhere near a million. Jai gonna find a break. Hungry Turtle as well.
Turtle's gonna get one too.
And France just holding so solid.
But there's still more for France to do.
And now Australia are going to need mistakes.
And Ranchi does get one.
Ooh. Hungry Turtle, though, finds multiple. This tech section really seeming to get to him. It is one of the hardest things in the map. It's going to get Richie as well. And suddenly, this is looking really all France. Even with that break from Yanni, it's 40k.
No There's a massive speed up here. But Hungry Turtle can't hold it. Ranchi can't hold it either.
Ranchi finally loses that big combo. It's only Nathan now on the side of France.
Australia's still swinging points back. They got 30,000 to go.
Jai's gonna find another brick.
And that's all it
still tops in the lobby by miles, but there's only so much one man can ever do. His team has got his back this year, but France just came in with the dagger. And it looks like the air might not be the only thing dead. It's also going to be Australia's TWC run so much earlier than anyone could have anticipated. I don't know why only 2 scores have come up, but it looks like France have won by a margin of about 50k. And Nathan 3 missing that under that much pressure is incredible. Even though Jai's score is higher, that's just something to behold right there. The player that not so many people know about.
Pickham's absolutely destroyed once again.
You guys had Pickham's? Not anymore.
You guys had points?
Some people have gotten a lot of points in the past few hours. If you imagine double dipping on these last 2 matches, both times predicting the upset. Oh, you are rich now. You have like half the points in the channel.
That is crazy. So 2 massive upsets that have gone to tiebreaker. France winning the match against Australia, knocking Australia out of the tournament in a rather unfortunate early exit. France is going to be facing New Zealand tomorrow. That's going to be a spicy time. Wow. Congratulations to France for taking the win. Australia, very tragic to see such an exit, but there is always next year. There's always another opportunity. But alas, fairly unfortunate situation. And yeah, France, the team of the hours, the 2 lowest seeded teams facing each other off tomorrow. that's going to be pretty hype, I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah, because both showed, really strutted their stuff to get here. I think France, though, suddenly looking like one of the scariest teams in the lower bracket. How did they lose their first match? When you see something like that, they beat the 8th seed fair and square. That's incredible from France. Huge props to all their players for pulling that upset off, but that's it for Australia. 17 to 24 from the 8th seed is unusual.
So
but it's happened.
It has happened, and now the tournament goes on with the next matchup, and that is going to be between South Korea and China. That's going to be taking place in about an hour and a bit from now at 13 UTC. So we got a whole slew of matches coming up. South Korea and China, our first winner bracket match, they're going to be playing. Vietnam and Slovakia. We got Singapore, Taiwan, UK, Hong Kong, all within the next 3 hours. So they're all going to be exciting matches. I know you're going to have a fun day taking care of some of those. Well, all I could say is that with those winnings that everyone has had in the pick'ems, the whole 10 people, maybe you could be able to use it on some banners. Unfortunately, it's not possible, but hey, if you guys like banners, feel free to purchase them and support the Taiko World Cup community. And of course, if you pick the favorite team that actually wins the tournament, get to keep it for a full year. Never a bad thing. So, the pick'ems will never be safe again this week.
Yeah, this is, TWC, so boring tournament. Only 2 good matches a week. Oh, was the rest of our weekend going to be boring then? I don't think so. Some of these on the docket look insane. And we've already had 2 bangers, but Korea versus China is coming up next. That's really about an hour and a half from now. At 13 UTC, it's currently 11:30.
Yep. So that's going to be it. But now, everybody take care, because this quarterfinals has been an absolute blast to begin with, and it's only getting started. So take care, and we'll see you soon as the quarterfinals for Taiko World Cup 2025 continues.
Yep, tune in for our next, and we'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025 quarterfinals. Here we have Finland versus Switzerland for today. I'm DryadX and I am joined by Teasel.
Hello. We have a cool, fun matchup here. Finland seed 14, Switzerland seed 25. So of course it does look fairly in favor of Finland, but with how crazy this weekend is with upsets, you just never know.
Yeah, it's been a lot of very varying scores across the board.
Absolutely. I'll take a quick look at both of these teams' journeys so far. If I get the challenge bracket up, let me see. So Finland started off with a win against France in the round of 32, 5-3, before getting swept by the United States and knocked down to where we see them now. Switzerland, on the other hand, started off against Australia, getting swept 5-0, knocked down into the losers bracket where they beat Mexico 5-1. So, very different paths, but they meet here today. Switzerland are going to be banning Hidden 2 to start off with.
Hidden 2 is not a ban you see too often.
Absolutely not. Very strange to see a team ban like Hidden 2 instead of Hidden 1. It'd be like banning Hard Rock 1 and leaving Hard Rock 2 open. Yeah, normally because Hidden 1 and Hard Rock 1 tend to be the ones that are more accessible to the players that aren't consistent in those sorts of mods. So maybe Switzerland are hoping that Finland are going to ban out Hidden 1, thinking, oh, Switzerland are leaving it open, maybe they're actually really good at this. Hopefully just get rid of the whole Hidden pool and maybe Switzerland will be really happy with that. Or perhaps Switzerland actually believe they could take a point off of Finland on it. So we'll see how that develops. But Finland have got to make a ban on their own, and it's going to be double time 1. Once again, I feel like it's not
same argument.
banned. Yeah. So far this is shaping up to be quite an interesting match. Oh, and of course, for any new viewers that we have here, Switzerland does have a player named Taiko World Cup. So we're going to be saying Taiko World Cup at some interesting times that doesn't make sense. But yes, it is the name of one of the players. And yes, they play other World Cups under the name Taiko World Cup.
That's real good. Wasn't it? I'm trying to remember if it was a TWC team or a team for a different tournament that they like all changed their names to variations of My Angel.
Oh, I'm trying to think. Oh, it's not coming to mind.
I couldn't imagine having to cast that. That would have been an adventure.
No, we had a match this TWC where everyone on Poland changed their name to some variation of phallic. And there was, I think it was in Standard, where everyone on like the Philippines or something changed their name. So it was all the variation of like one player and then just a different number that was one different. Yeah, their command is still there. Exclamation Poland. So that was what we
Incredible.
Hyok, that was it. That's the one that I'm meaning with the Standard. But there's probably plenty of other situations where that was the case as well. It's all a bit of fun. And keeps us on our toes. Oh, there's also, the LOL Team China, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so plenty such cases throughout the history of the World Cups.
Does definitely make it a bit difficult for us sometimes.
Absolutely, but for this match, it does look like Finland are going to be first, picking Freemod 1, which seems like a decent pick. Finland are probably the team that can take out more mods, especially on the very accessible free mod. So I'm expecting to... Would I see hidden hard rocks? I feel like I'd probably see hidden hard rocks when we have players like Vodnanen and Anti.
It's quarterfinals. There's
in the
usually at
slot.
least still one or two.
Yeah, like Dusky would absolutely be on that hidden, very proficient hidden player. I know that when it comes to mods, Switzerland do struggle a bit more. We'll definitely be seeing a hard rock from Taiko World Cup. Don't know if we'd throw hidden on top of there as well. I believe Nakarin and Neko Towel are more favoured towards hidden, but I could be wrong. It's kind of difficult to remember every single player specialties.
Yeah. I do want to say, when I was looking through the map diff names, and I thought we escaped it, but no, the Mario references just moved to free mod. They're expanding out of hidden.
Come on, it's perfect. It's green mammals. Of course, it's Yoshi.
I guess you're right, but also
this is probably one of the few times where it's actually an appropriate difficulty name.
I mean, the last week's with Donkey Kong was moderately reasonable, right? Or am I just?
Oh, I mean, it was in the background.
Headcanoning that in because it was the background.
Yeah.
And sorry, we appear to be having a couple of difficulties with some things, but might be back in a moment. All right, I think we're coming back. Had a PC issue on our side.
Alright, looks like our players are getting ready to go for the first map of the match.
Here we go.
I don't know if it's just me, but I have the wrong audio.
Yeah. Alright, here we go.
Oh,
now
okay, we're saved. Okay, mods. Both Vodnanen and Anti are on the hidden hard rock, Dusky on the hidden, Taiko World Cup, and Neko Towel on the hard rock with Nakarin on the hidden. So we're almost 100% right.
Now with 2 mod advantage for Finland, though Vodnanen did find a miss early on.
Yeah, so they have an extra 120,000 score to work with, which is a lot. Of course, it's still definitely possible to lose all that. They do have a more difficult experience playing this map, just due to those mods, but we'll see how that goes. But it is causing them to slowly gain an advantage just due to that, the extra mods.
Oop. Nakarin finding this, as well as Neko Towel. So, a lot of misses across the board, honestly.
Yeah, Anti-Nakarin and Taiko World Cup. Vodnanen and Neko Towel. Dusky being the only player still in the full combo. Being the one player for Finland to take a single mod, but kind of almost tied with the highest score.
It's a fairly short map, only a minute 59, but seeming to be a very dominant pick for Finland so far.
Yeah, even with a couple misses come out here and there from Finland, drops from Switzerland paired with just that huge mod advantage is just something that can't really be beat. Going into the outro, that score lead is still increasing very quickly. With extra misses, it's going to go just over 300,000 in favor of Finland on Switzerland's... Wait, this is Switzerland's pick.
Was it?
It's blue at the bottom, so it must be.
No, it's... The bot is saying Finland picked that.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay, the referee is saying that was Finland's pick. I was going to say that'd be a very strange start for Switzerland to be making.
Yeah. An FC from Dusky to open up. Very, very nice. And still, not bad scores from the other Finnish players too, going 2 mod. I mean, hey, Vodnanen, even with the 5 misses, almost got more points than Dusky.
Yeah, just thanks to the extra mod, but it's all the team game after all. Not sure where Switzerland will go with this one. I know that kind of like when it comes to ranking and that, their players are a bit lower down in that accuracy, in ranking and in PP. So, you know, theoretically, they probably want to avoid kind of your more skill cap maps, such as things like No Mod 6. But other than that, I mean, the board's fairly open to them. I also probably wouldn't go free mod 2 if I were them, just because Finland do have the extra capabilities for those additional mods, especially a more difficult map.
And I would say, looking at Switzerland being a 4-person team, it's practicing the free mods can be a lot more difficult. Because generally free mod, like especially free mod 2, starts to take a lot more time to get good at. And if you only have 4 players, you kind of want to be more focused on other things. But No Mod 5 being our selection from Switzerland.
Alright, interesting. Gonna go for the stream pick, the one that's caused a lot of top players to miss, and perhaps that's what they're relying on just now.
7 stars.
Looks like Nacron rolling 1 million to see what their score will be, and they roll 991,925.
I'd take that.
Crazy if true. Divide by 2, then maybe. No. We believe.
I like that we've moved from roll act to roll score.
Yeah. Shrek
And I'm not gonna lie,
the princess, you can get
if I'm
that
being
score.
real, I was kind of shocked when I found out that like the bot's roll could go above 100, and I found out that you could just like put like a number after it for it to roll from.
Yeah, you can set up to like roll 2, and it just rolls 1 or 2. Quite a useful feature. I've definitely seen across various tournaments that people will literally just roll their picks. They just
Sometimes it's like
just
that.
1, 2, 3, 4, blah blah blah, and yeah, just
Because
they don't really know what to pick.
Or
They
you
don't
just
know what
go with
direction
a
to go.
mental battle of you do that, but you actually already have a pick, so you make them think that you're picking randomly.
Yeah.
The mental battle is insane. Here we go.
Yeah, this map is a lot longer than the one that we have just seen, being almost 4 minutes in length, and featuring some varying streams. It's also noted to have quite a lot of offhand and uncomfortable
skip.
patterns. No skip on the intro either. Yeah, this one is going to be a tough one to call early on.
Neka's already finding a bit of a lock, but early on. And you see all these notes being with so little points, just probably by about 400 combo, it's only going to be about 450, which is incredible.
Yeah, Anti also with some misses, but much cleaner break, keeping the accuracy well above 99.
Ooh.
Another miss though. And after our intro, the score difference is just below 6k.
Yeah. No double S remaining, but still many solid 99s.
Oh, TWC finding a drop. It is clean, but Finland are going to get an advantage off of it.
Well, Anti picks up
Unless
some misses.
Anti does that.
Neka's helping you with a couple more 100s.
And this is what Switzerland are kind of relying on
a lot of drops
here.
on that mono.
They're actually not in the lead. But the fact that it's going back and forth is very volatile and very, very close. Oh.
Nacron figuring out some misses at the very end of the stream.
Switzerland actually in the lead after the first Kiai. I think this is probably going kind of as expected for Switzerland. I mean, sure, they'd probably like a further lead, but the fact that they're in the lead when being so significantly
Another miss from Akron, though.
Lower seed is so huge for them. And we still see one full combo by Gamer's Decision at the top left for Finland, really helping them keep their score very competitive overall. Not letting Switzerland get away with a big lead.
Dusky, for the most part, has been holding steady combo, except for the one break, I think, but their accuracy among the lowest in the lobby. In fact, it is the lowest.
No one breaking,
Ooh.
going into the offhand set. Well, the off-timed section.
These patterns are rough.
Yeah, no one missing on the short spinners either. Alright, we're going to go back into the streams for the final part of the map. 6,000 in favor of Switzerland. Can they hold it? Everyone holding onto that combo. But we're not even halfway through the stream yet.
And Nakarin misses. The
misses,
anti
anti-matches it. Both managed to recover fairly quickly.
Well,
Nakarin finds a huge drop. Does flow back into it, but Switzerland need Finland to find another miss. There it is. More misses. More 100s.
The Nakarin misses.
Not from Switzerland. That's the wrong side.
And unfortunately, it's just a couple too many breaks from the side of Switzerland. Seeing a breakpoint would go over to Finland's side. And an incredible FC from Gamer's Decision.
Yeah. 12-100.
I think that's remarkably close to that roll. I know Gamer's Decision was the one who rolled for it, but
yeah. Dusky only 2 misses as well. That one single break, not quite able to keep up in the accuracy department, but still keeping their score on par with a lot of the other players as well.
Yeah.
So that was a really, really good pick from Switzerland. Just very unfortunate couple of breaks here and there, causing them to lose the point. But the fact that it was so doable for Switzerland shows that this match isn't completely free for Finland. Where Finland gonna go now? In my eyes, free mod 2 makes the most sense. They're able just to kind of take on those extra mods on those more difficult maps as well that Switzerland just simply wouldn't be able to. But it's entirely possible that Switzerland may surprise us. We have, we did see some of their players do very well on the mods on free mod 1. Free mod 2 is a lot more difficult to hit in Hard Rock, so Finland may not be able to get as much of a mod advantage as they would like. So perhaps they'll save it for later. And we will see maybe... Probably not a Hard Rock. Oh, never mind, there's going to be a Hard Rock. I feel like Hard Rock... Finland are good at the Hard Rock, but I feel like when you have to choose between Hidden or Hard Rock for Switzerland, it's got to be Hard Rock. Especially when TWC is on the team.
Yeah.
Dusky switches out for Finland, bringing in Vodnanen instead. I don't think Switzerland is going to be having any changes unless they make some later changes.
I'm concerned by a lot of the stats that I'm seeing on this chart. Booty 6.5 and 5.98 stars for an HR1 is odd to say the least.
Yeah, the map plays a bit more like a speed map than your traditional Hard Rock 1. Like, if you are a very, very fast player, you could probably get away with, like, single tapping a lot of it, and just treating it as that very fast speed map. But I don't think any of our players that we have on the lobby will be doing that. Maybe if you brought in like BFKB for Finland or something, but it's probably a less consistent way to treat the map.
Yeah, looks like we'll be heading in just a moment. Here we go.
Interesting early miss from Vodnanen. But just on the intro, Finland is building up a very strong lead for themselves, mostly through accuracy.
Yeah, this honestly might fall into the category of song is so slow that it becomes hard to hack.
Yeah, you'll see soon. I know the kind of speed.
Yeah. 5.98 stars, by the way, but
It definitely doesn't play like one.
nope. And that seemed to be a pretty solid pick for Finland already. And
Yeah, still a lot of map
missing.
left to go, and it's already well over 250,000 in favor of Finland.
And Nakarin not having the best of times with this map.
Gamer's Decision still on that full combo. And yeah, still a third of the map left to go. Misses from Finland really aren't mattering all that much here because the accuracy and the combos from Switzerland just keep dropping. It's again a double reset. With the misses coming in from Finland, they're keeping their accuracy very high.
And coming into the end of the chart.
It's another short one. A score difference off after the spinners are done. 542,000 in favor of Finland. So
Yeah.
once again, a very strong pick by them. And a full combo from Gamer's Decision. Adds you with incredibly high accuracy, over
Yeah.
99%, despite 4 misses. 11 100s total. That's not so bad for Switzerland. That was Finland's own pick, and we are going to go back to their own. They were very close to taking their Nomad 5, so maybe they'll have a better chance at this one.
Nomad 1 being the next selection. So our nice... Relaxing isn't the right word, but you know, the most consistent of them.
Yes, yeah. Although, honestly, I'd argue that Fremont 1 is the most consistent map in the pool.
I don't know if Switzerland would agree with that.
True. But yeah, Nomad 1, of course, an original by Marmalade Butcher. I believe I've said this in every single match, so I'll try and make it quick. This the second of 5 songs that they'll be producing for the World Cups this year. You can already go and listen to the one produced for the 7-Key World Cup on various platforms. Sorry, I don't have any in mind right now. But they will also be producing songs for the Catch World Cup, the 4-Key World Cup, and the Osu World Cup. I've also been told that the Catch World Cup one is already done, and it's an absolute banger, so you're just going to have to stick around on every single World Cup to catch them. Yeah, Cutting Edge Insane Artifact is the one for 7 Key World Cup. And the great thing, the two that we have heard so far seem very good for every single game mode within Osu. So
Yeah,
definitely expect to see
it's a hard
people
balance to
mapping them
strike.
all across. Yeah, exactly. So that's what makes them really, really good as well. I would expect to start seeing them kind of pop up all around the different game modes and kind of shared around. And it just helps everything feel more connected. It's not just a Taiko World Cup song, it's an original for Osu.
Here we go. 4th map. Why is this map HP 8?
I don't really know. Why not, I guess.
I guess.
Alright, will this be Finland's 2nd breakpoint and 4th point overall, or will Switzerland manage to get one on the board? Slightly rough start with Neko Towel finding an early miss. And after the intro, Finland do have the early lead of 15k.
Yeah. But anyone's game. Very, very long song. 3 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah, there's a lot more difficult sections to come up yet. Score difference isn't changing too much, never mind. 2 players from Switzerland, Nakarin and TWC, do get caught out by the 1-6.
Yeah.
More technical section of the map.
Anti finds a miss, but it's Nakarin picking up a lot of misses there. That's good
Equitable also finds plenty themselves. Once again, the only full combo gamer's decision.
Unlike
Kinda
last
really
time,
coming out
does
this
not
year,
have the
it's
lowest
almost like-
accuracy in the lobby.
Kind of the new MVP for Finland by the looks of it. Going into the slowdown section, we have a score lead of 96,000 in favour of Finland on Switzerland's 2nd pick. We do have some very fast 1-6 streams coming up. So if Finland were to fall apart on them, Switzerland could potentially take the lead back.
But
It's
the first
Switzerland
one.
finding the drops.
And Anti being the only person on the Finnish side to drop, and they barely dropped.
Yeah, Naka dropping on the first one, Neko Towel on the second. Decision still on the full combo though. None of our players getting caught out on the very short spinner. I have seen a couple this week. Find misses on it. In the final Kiai, a score difference of 132,000 is going to be very difficult for Switzerland to come back from. We have to see some big from Finland.
Although Gamer's Decision finds a miss, as well as Anti. Anti's
Oh,
actually blocking.
those are some big drops. But even then, we need to match that once again. But we're on the outro now, with a double miss from Nakarin and Neko Towel. Score difference is going to hover around 90k for Finland.
And it's not enough.
Another break point in favor of Finland. Gamer's Decision finds a miss themselves toward the end. Just one though, with 21 100s, leading to a very strong score, 973k.
Honestly, I really thought I saw more than one
Dusky
miss
not
from
that
them,
far
but I guess
behind with
not.
the 5 miss.
Well, it is Finland's pick once again, I believe.
yeah, Finland kind of back in the driver's seat here and can take this to match point already.
Yeah, and at least from what we've seen so far, they can kind of pick whatever. But perhaps we're wrong. They did ban
Switzerland are going to have to win back
DT1
too. They did. Just kind of looking at their options here. They still have Nomad 2 open, which is kind of like the swingy techie map. I feel like you could probably leave that one for now. I mean, Hard Rock 2 is still open. We've seen that the players in Switzerland struggled a lot with Hard Rock 1. So I think Hard Rock 2 would be your next best kind of map.
Indeed.
And there it is. And then after that, they can probably go with something like No Mod 6 or Free Mod 2 if they dare. Alright, here we go. We're seeing BFKB 113 PPK come in for the first time this match for Finland. Look like Switzerland are going to be making any roster changes. They do have a fourth player, but I've not seen them this match. So perhaps they're not available. Alright, we will not be getting rid of Gamer's Decision after all. It will be Dusky swapping out. And for those that don't know, the player BFKB 113 PBK is also known as Mega Mela. They've been renamed for a long time, but a lot of people still call them their old name, Mega Mela. Yeah. So if you hear that or see people saying that, that's who they're referring to.
They've renamed to the wonderful keyboard. The keyboard I have in front of me right now, as a matter of fact.
This is Taiko's god keyboard.
It's also just a good keyboard, I'm not gonna lie. I really, really like Scissor Switch keyboards. I'd make a sponsor joke, but
we're sponsored by ourselves. And how can you support that? With banners, of course. Going over to the OSU website store, you can purchase a banner for your profile for $2.50 USD. You can display that banner on your profile, and it can be of any of the teams that qualified, all 32 of them, even if they're out. If you so want to support more than one team because you can't decide, maybe you want to support both Finland and Switzerland in this match, you can purchase more than one. There's no limit. I wouldn't recommend testing it for the sake of your bank account, but there is no limit as far as I'm aware. And yeah, all of the money kind of goes towards supporting the World Cup, so if you're interested, you want to see more of this kind of thing, consider it.
I actually saw an early miss, another miss in fact from BFK, but Nekatel trades this one back.
This is not what I expected.
Oh, but TWC picking up a miss. They'll swing the lead back over in favor of Finland.
Yeah. Nekotel, of course, struggling a bit on this one. But BFKB is also struggling. Even more so. And we have Nakarin actually being the highest score player for Switzerland, where normally that would be reserved for TWC, the #1 player in the country. But of course, Gamer's Decision
missing. Lots of misses coming from across the board.
Yeah,
more so from the side of Switzerland.
Having a very high, having a very high 99 full combo. Gamer's Decision finding a drop, but still being very close to that 99 accuracy. TWC finding a couple of misses on the slowdown section. No full combos left for Switzerland. Things were looking good for them at the start, but it seems it's kind of crumbled at the halfway point.
Yeah. They did not seem too confident heading into this map. This was Finland's pick, so...
Yeah. But Switzerland are going to have to start winning back breakpoints sooner or later. well, sooner rather than later, because there's not a whole lot of match left, especially if Finland win this one.
Nakarin locking a bit there. And Nekatao picking up a lot of misses.
Yeah, on the outro to the map, that score lead continues to increase well above 240,000. And there's not going to be a whole lot Switzerland can do about it. Finland winning their 3rd pick and their 5th point, reaching match point status. One more map win and they win the match and advance on through the tournament. Switzerland are going to have to win the next 5 in a row to take it to tiebreaker.
I mean, maybe this is just because, it's quarterfinals, but normally I feel like you don't see this many misses on Hard Rock 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or at the very least, not this spread out.
Yeah, it looks like everyone had a bit of trouble on this one.
Yeah, the patterns are definitely quite difficult for a Hard Rock 2. On top of the speed.
I believe the speed as well, when you pair it with the SV and the Kiais, it goes up to about the scroll of 240 at Hard Rock, which is very fast. Not many players in the game can play that. That's kind of like an end game goal of Hard Rock almost. 240 is like reasonable, but it's still very difficult to get to.
Yeah, back when I played Hard Rock a lot, I'd kind of, even now I still consider like 240 is like the barrier of when you go from like very good at Hard Rock to insane at it. Because reading anything past 240 for extended periods of time is so difficult. And even 220, if you're not very, very used to it, can be very difficult.
Yeah, it looks like Switzerland did receive the script that I sent them, recognizing that we wanted a fun reverse sweep here into tiebreaker.
I mean,
well, I didn't send you the script. I said you should be sleeping an hour ago.
I mean, first, in defense isn't the right word. If Switzerland was looking to take this to tiebreaker, as you mentioned at the start of this, tiebreaker has been favoring the lower seeds.
It has, but we've got to get there.
GT2 being our choice.
Seems like a reasonable pick here from Switzerland. It is fast, but I've been surprised. It tends to end up being more of an accuracy battle than anything.
Interesting.
I've seen misses here and there, but I've seen kind of lower seeded teams playing exceptionally well on this one.
Normally not how it goes for DT2. You normally expect that stuff on DT1.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of interesting for Switzerland to pick it here, but I imagine it's pretty difficult to come up with picks into Finland at this stage of the match. They've already lost their 2 most confident picks. And the remaining maps in the pool are very limited.
This is completely unrelated, but I've just now processed the fact that the names in the chat are color-coded.
You've only just noticed that?
All I'm saying is last tournament I casted, that wasn't a thing.
I'm more concerned at the fact that TWC is not watching Shrek, but listening to the Shrek but I'm screaming every word version of the movie. And would like the match to be over and done with so they can go back to listening to it.
Incredible.
I'm pretty sure this is the player that used to play, like, has played in tournament matches, and I honestly I wouldn't be surprised if they set high record PP plays with doing this method as well, where they played also with no audio, playing other music in the background.
Okay, the other music part is a little crazy, and by little I mean extremely.
Like, they're somehow probably the most, like, visually oriented
this sounds like a bit that I would try
game.
once.
Like, as long as they can see the notes, like, they can time them.
I mean, depending on the type of music, maybe if you get it to be different enough that you can just like completely disassociate it from like being music.
Yeah, like in some ways it might be easier than listening to the song like shifted by like 100 ms.
I don't know. I think that'd be awful.
It would, but
Well, kind of. I'm a visual player too, so
maybe we can get an interview at some point. But for now, Finland have the lead once again. No player has missed. It is once again kind of being an accuracy battle, and Finland are winning on that. All players above 99%.
Ooh. Miss from Gamer Decision. But Nakarin misses just after.
Yeah, so once again, it's just purely accuracy.
Okay.
Anti with a decent miss there, though, all the way down to 98.
Increases the score. Lead by a bit, but Nakarin finds a miss as well.
Yeah, both Nakarin and Nekotowel down at 97. PWC hovering around mid-98s, but of course we still have the FKB over 99, being a very well-known speed player and showcasing that very well. Here we go into the very dense section with streams. Every player hits it.
Wow.
That's what I mean, like, this map has really surprised with how well players are able to do on it.
I guess so.
But it looks like that Finland are still consistently doing better. We don't have very much map left, and it's an 80,000 score lead in favor of them.
Yeah, it would
Looks
take
like
something
Finland
catastrophic to change it.
Yeah, they're just wanting to take this win, a full sweep, and advance on through the losers bracket into the next stage of the quarterfinals, 6-0. Unfortunately for Switzerland, that does mean that their run in TWC is over for this year.
9-9 as a score there is quite impressive, and
Oh wow.
can't really say
Yeah.
anything else because everybody left instantly.
Everyone's ready for bed. But I respect it. It's kind of late in Europe, so time is getting on. And we'll wrap this up quickly ourselves. It's the last match of the day. Huge congratulations to Finland for winning that match, and best of luck in your match tomorrow. And of course, it's sad to see Switzerland go, but it's been nice seeing them return for this year once again, and we hope to see them next year coming back stronger than they ever have before.
Yeah.
But our next match will be tomorrow at 1 UTC between the US and Chile. That's a winner's bracket match, so if you happen to be awake up around that time, probably not very accessible to the Europeans, but for the people in the Americas and Asia, check this one out because it should be a very exciting match.
I'll be casting that one as well, so I'll be back here in just a couple hours.
Yeah, so about 5 hours from now, we'll see that, and then after that, we don't need to be back until 9 UTC for Japan-Malaysia in the winner's bracket. Is TWC 2025 quarterfinals where Japan will finally lose a match? You'll just have to come along and find out. And we'll hope to see you there.
Yeah. Until then, cheers.
Okay, and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025 with the next set of matches. We have Korea versus China here. I'm Yasuho, welcome to the stream. I'm joined by Jay. Hello.
Hi, doing well. Got a
Doing
great
well.
winners bracket encounter match right here. C2 and 7, two strong Asian titans, loaded rosters. I'm sure this is going to be an awesome match.
I'm sure of that. We're going to see quite the intense match here, as you said. Seed very close by. And yeah. Let's see what the players can cook up for this week's pool, as it is becoming more intense by the weekend, of course. And we are now seeing in-game chat, and we can see what teams are going to ban.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see both of these teams, especially on a more difficult map pool this week. Interesting gimmick map banned by South Korea. Interesting. I was actually very interested as to what the bans would be, because they're like two teams with no real discernible weaknesses.
Yes, exactly. We're now awaiting China's ban. Let's see what they are going to choose for this week's pool to be gone.
It's always tricky picking what you have to remove from someone that can play everything. Hard Rock 2, you know what? I think that's quite fair.
That is fair.
Definitely Peaceful is a monster at this sort of chart. Actually, he's a monster at most sorts of charts. But maybe that one versus China in particular.
Yeah, also Peaceful holding on to another double S streak going into this week. We have 3 double S streak as so far. So let's see if we can actually pull more off, or if we can see another break of the streak. Last week it was pretty intense. So let's see how he's going to perform against China, where the pressure is a little higher than last week, I would say.
Yes, thank you, Team China. Thank you. Hidden one pick to start the match. Yes, the most based team in this tournament. They deserve to win the match. Like, it's done. We only need to see Hidden one. After getting entirely ignored last week, Hidden one to open the match for the winner bracket encounter. They did it. Yeah, Glorp. How's this Glorp?
Time.
A Glorp that never stops. Oh, and they're getting straight into it as well. Very quickly into this. South Korea's side, Peaceful, Kompakusario and Rosemary, and China's side, KK Negative, Lies, and Ukura Risona. Actual household names.
100%. Okay, let's get into this slow hidden pick.
Adrian, explain our friend group.
We are fucking chaotic.
Also, what a banger of a song. Like, you really have to fire right. Also, the score seems to be glitched right now. There we go.
KK Negative with the spicy 2 million lead.
It's over for South Korea.
Now, this is only OD 6.2, but trust me, it definitely doesn't feel like it when you're playing this map. It is still very hard to act. This 128 weekend is just so awful.
Yeah, especially after the swing part comes in a little later into the map.
Oh, that's the best part. Ooh, Ukura gonna find the first miss right now. Accuracy dipping a little below 98, the mid to high 99s for South Korea. The swing section kicking in. The SV gets a little bit higher for this one. This part is not too bad, but Ukura is gonna find a second drop.
Lace also finding a drop here, while South Korea still holds on to very high accuracy. I mean, look at Peaceful going. Breaks the double S streak, but still super high.
He is hosting that glop right now.
And he's fire riding right now. Smart. Lace finding another break. Score difference just
This
keeps growing.
section. Some of these doublets are a little tricky. The 1-6 is also like deceptively slow as well. It's just so awkward to do a rhythm change at this lower BPM, even with the OD. KK Negative is gonna find the miss. No FCs left on Team China.
Wow, you didn't even hit me once. You suck.
South Korea, what is this? 25-100 team performance. They're too good? I'm crying, guys, me too. I'm so glad I got to see the glorp.
Glorp has been posted. Let's go.
The nerves is real. You know what? I believe it. That was a very spicy pick number 1. Maybe pick something a bit more comfortable to get the nerves out on the first pick. But you know what? I respect it. China, I hope you take it back 1-6 now. After that.
Let's see. South Korea is the pick now.
Will South Korea pick something equally as based?
There's a few chances in the pool they can do that, yes. I would love to believe so.
I don't know, what are you looking forward to seeing? I already know both teams are gonna kill it on everything. Three mod 2? Okay.
That is pretty based. It's the answer.
Are they gonna 6 mod this? Please, guys.
Go ahead. I would love to see that.
This map is too hard? Wrong. In the last match, both the Hidden Hard Rock players actually FC'd, so clearly it's not hard enough. Also, the difficulty name is saying hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Greetings. What's up?
Howdy.
Surely this map can't be too hard for those teams, being as high
We'll
seed as
see.
them.
Gonna see a double
Surely.
switch from China. Lies and Ukura swapping out for Super Triple S and WLY Minato. We might see a couple of triple S's on this. Actually, maybe not. This is OD. Oh, not quite 10, but it's getting there.
Yeah, let's see
Actually,
the
the OD
overmod.
Actually, it's not as hard on. Oh, it's not even OD9. Oh, okay. The OD on this is less than I thought. It's the other free mod that's OD10. No, I want to see the mods. 6 mods! 6v5!
Oh my god. Oh my
Actually, it's 9 mods. They're that crazy. 9v8 mods. And if you count Score v2, 12v11.
god. This is crazy.
When was the
Super
last time you
Flash.
saw a 23 mod game?
That has to be long ago. God damn. And now they don't only need to show off their mods, but they also have to show off their performance now, which they are able to do so far.
Yeah, anyone playing with Hard Rock, that really, really dense high SV 1-6 section in the intro. All players hit it so comfortably. Things are going to be a little bit tense for China. They're going to be at that roughly 60,000 point deficit. They need all players to go absolutely hard at it, but they also need to rely on South Korea making errors. The first 480-ish combo is pretty chill, for players holding that FC very strong right now. Peaceful, that's only 1/100.
Yep. Entering the second half of the map now. Only one accuracy on below 99 on the South Korean side.
Yeah, we're about to get to arguably the hardest part with Hidden Hard Rock. And to see if these two streams trip up anyone. Double miss from China. That's fair enough. This is the hardest part. SV on this is just so rough. All players doing so incredibly well on the finisher section. Small breather here, but South Korea is looking very strong. 200k lead almost.
Look at Peaceful's accuracy. He's just rolling with it.
Here we go, wavy accuracy. Is anyone gonna collapse? I don't think so, because they're all pretty good and this part is not too uncomfortable. Take a negative super triple S, no.
Oh no. Rosemary finding a break on the South Korean side. However, it's not going to be
Even with
anywhere
the miss,
close to enough.
Even with the miss, they still got 1.1 million score.
What a crazy play from also South Korean players. God damn. Okay.
They're locked in. Oh, wow, China is really on top of their picks right now. No mod 5 straight away, no hesitation. No time to grieve the loss.
Nope. Straight into the stream map. This map really has it in it. Super long streams and 3 minutes 44 seconds long, so talking about consistency, this is it. Epler is joining the lobby for South Korea here. And
Michael also, yep.
There we go.
Time to bake some streams. Wait, star rating 7? Is this 7 stars? What? That can't be right. There's no way. The new star rating. The new star rating is cooked. If that's true, there's no way this is 7. How did I not notice that until now? That's crazy. Well, they're into the long haul here. 3.5 minutes. And some of these streams are actually quite uncomfortable. There's also 2, like, behemoth streams as well.
Yeah, 39-second long streams. You have to really hold on to them. If you miss once, it might be over. No luck and you're gone, basically.
Yeah, OD 7.2 is not high enough to prevent note locks. If you miss, it has to be clean. Look at this very funny 600 point lead. That will probably not last.
Nope, I don't think so.
Well, the thing about streams though is you tend to have good accuracy, because if you don't have good accuracy, you are not comboing, so... You know, I am expecting high 99s from all these players.
The first really long stream right now.
Ooh, Michael's gonna find a little bit of an act drop on the cat mono there, but still holding very close between the two teams right now. I would say combo is probably way more important here.
Absolutely. Both teams... Oh, they hold on. Both teams get through the first long stream here.
Oh, the difference is so small, it's only like 3 100s. Still got 3 double S's on the field right now. Ooh, Appler's gonna find a little bit of shaky accuracy there. Score is going to flicker once again. I have to see if anyone actually ghost taps here to keep rhythm. I can see Liz is doing it. That's fair enough. It's only 2 100s difference based on that score. No lies, no, this is not good.
Oh, this is not the right time to miss on. Oh no.
Right, very weird triplet rhythm here. All players are going to convert over to it pretty well.
There's still another really long stream, so anything still can happen, because if you note lock and you miss a bunch of notes, a bunch of score is essentially gone. Appler's missing in front of the long stream here.
Wait, this is a good opportunity.
This is really great for China here.
Liz is back up at that 400 combo mark if everyone makes it through this stream. We're halfway through. China needs to hold this.
Here's where consistency really comes into play. Are they able to hold?
There's not much longer for them to hold on.
Oh my god.
They're gonna pull it away. South Korea with 2 double S's, but not enough. No lies, the 0-102 miss.
Oh my god, those double S's. Just not enough, sadly, for South Korea.
Yeah, very scary. Appler's a little bit shaky with the accuracy. I think even with the FC, if all players FC'd, China still would have had the AC advantage. Which is crazy to say.
Yeah. Absolutely stunning performance from all players though.
12 100s. Dude, they actually almost got the Super Triple S. I'm gonna pass it right over to South Korea. They're still up a point from that early break point on the hidden 1 funny pick. But South Korea is still yet to match the basedness of the hidden 1 pick. Have to see, it's very interesting. Free mode 1, you know, free mode 2 worked well enough, free mode 1 will work very well.
Free mode 1 here.
Now, last time we saw a 6v5 mod, this one genuinely is a 6v6.
Yeah, it has to be.
I think with Hidden Hard Rock, this one is pretty comfortable, even if it is OD10.
Yeah, it's quite the basic pick. There's little to no SV on this one. So... a little easier with both mods supplied.
Now, I have a fun exercise for everyone at home. If you open up your translating app of choice and you type adopted child in English and translate it to Japanese, there's a special result waiting for you.
God.
To reiterate, that is
I'm not aware.
adopted child, English to Japanese. Have fun with that knowledge.
Clueless. Oh my god. I need to try this after the match, I think.
And I'm only bringing it up because it's relevant to this map. Anyway, pick number 4.
And we have full mods from every team. That's great. Every player.
Oh
Hidden
my
Hard
god,
Rock.
it's happening. It's the 24 mod. That's why I said both teams are absolutely locked in right now. The Hard Rock hidden no fail, score v2. I said some players with a little bit of shaky accuracy at the start here. I guess it is OD10, but this is as calm as it's going to get. I'm a little worrisome for what's going to happen in the 1-3 section, especially when some of those nasty 1-6 kick in later.
Yep.
But South Korea's going to hold... Yeah, they're going to hold that early accuracy lead.
Yeah, well, China finds some more 100s here in this section. Especially Super Triple S with quite the struggle.
Well, Super Triple S, I'm pretty sure for Fremont 2, only played solely hidden, so they might feel they need that hidden hard rock just out of obligation. Definitely could work. We still have some crazy 1-6 coming up. Anything can happen on it.
Alright, and Peaceful
Here they
dropped
come.
his double S now.
There's the first 3. There's a couple more. All players. Everyone gets through it. They're all too good. Everyone is too strong in this lobby. The accuracies on South Korea. I think even if they find a drop now, it's too late. Their accuracy was just too good.
It really would have to be a chain miss here, but that's not gonna happen today.
The double S. But without the double S part. The Super Triple S.
The Super Triple S, exactly. Oh my god.
What a stacked lobby.
Absolutely
South
insane.
Korea, 18 100s combined. What?
40
UR? No, that's not
What?
true.
Nah.
No,
That
that's
can't
not
be
true.
true.
That's false.
Fake news spreading on the internet? What?
Yeah, no,
Not in
I'm
my OS lobby.
Yeah, April Fool's was 5 days ago, guys. I ain't falling for this one. Wow, that was insane.
Quite intense, holy. Okay, well, South Korea wins their pick. That's good.
Right, I'm ready for China's immediate pick. There it is, No Mod 6. China proving once again they are the most base team in the tournament. They're picking all the good ones. Now, we just went from a map that was pretty clean with 1-4, maybe a little bit of spicy 1-3, 1-6, but relatively tame, and now instantly, like, just nonsense snap tech. Love to see the whiplash. We just went from a 12 mod lobby to a no mod lobby.
Yeah, to such a map. They are ready. A plus joining in instead of Rosemary here. And Marco for
see Michael negative Super Triple S in China. Was Kompaku peaceful for South Korea. Oh, I'm so nervous. That is a lie.
Peaceful is nervous.
You're playing so incredibly well. What are you talking about?
Might be the nerves after all.
We go pick number 5.
I mean, you see 163 BPM on the screen, but this is essentially way more than that.
No, one of the Chinese players did not hit every draw roll tick. That's why it's only a 200 score point difference.
Oh, Super Triple is missing though.
Yeah, very, very early miss. This is definitely the chart that's hard to get into. This intro is actually quite difficult to add. But once this picks up, I'm expecting full force from everyone. They're all warmed up now. Higher SV. These doublets, very tricky. All players making them very well. Nobody getting caught out by the doublets as well.
Oh, Super Triple S, unfortunate miss there.
Yeah, you can just see it might be a little bit of a density issue the moment the SV went back down, finding the miss on China's side.
It does not look like that Peaceful is nervous with this accuracy once again.
Rafalge, if you're listening, you're actually a genius for this pick. It is actually like the exact same style of map as No Mod 6 quarterfinals last year. Like, I don't know how you managed to replicate it, but it's so good. Here we go, the SV back low again. Both teams are so strong though. That's 5 FCs in the... What is this team score from South Korea? Almost 3 million.
That's crazy though. Like,
what? 2 scores over 1 million? Even KK negative and Michaels, 15. Even Super Triple S, their accuracy is so good. What am I watching? How is this This is 7th seed.
Yep. This lobby is definitely stacked.
This is crazy. Alright, so another breakpoint actually for South Korea, and it's their pick. It's looking mighty good for them right now. Now this match is super exciting everyone, but if you are also interested on the B stream, we've also got Vietnam and Slovakia is about to kick off for anyone interested in that match.
100%, yep. Both taps open, sound on one.
South Korea really winning the match right now, but not winning the commentators' favor with their picks. Pick DT1.
DT1.
Respectable.
It's respectable. It's Caravan Palace. It's fine.
Haven't had Caravan Palace in TWC since 2020, and then 2017 before that. So definitely scarce usage. So love to see it. no, I think this makes sense. South Korea's accuracy is off the walls right now. So definitely having a very ACK-oriented DT pick, I think is very strong.
Yeah. Considering this is OD 9.63, it's hard to accuracy, but South Korea is on the roll right now.
Who let them cook?
Let them cook, exactly.
They are cooking. That's it, one joke.
The city is cooking.
The samples in this, the source of them are pretty funny as well. There's like some like French chef going off at all his cooks because they're like not doing the right thing.
That's insane. That's hilarious. Also, Super Triple S has OD phobia, which is not that great on this pick. There we go. Peaceful.
Oh.
Interesting break.
Who
Interesting.
let him cook?
But despite the miss, score is still at South Korea's side because of accuracy being just better right now. This very well might be Peaceful's first miss of the tournament, yeah.
Even with the miss, he's still got 99.5 back. Actually just winning on accuracy alone right now. Look, it's already back to 40k lead. Yeah, but like I said, South Korea's accuracy super strong this match. This is a very good pick for them.
100%. Yeah, accuracy just not looking good for China right now. Super Triple S missing, that's also not really helping. Score lead just keeps growing.
No,
But it's
Rosemary.
Rosemary finds a break for South Korea here first.
Yeah, Team China is going to need a little bit more of those, but we have run out of map. Rosemary is not the player that they needed to miss there.
Despite the misses from Rosemary, still 99.34 accuracy.
Yeah, despite
Pretty
the
good.
score gap, still 3 FCs in the lobby. And Peaceful still topping the lobby even with the miss. Like, what? 99.7 with a miss, guys. Inhuman. And just like that, it's already match point.
It is.
Personal worst act, by the way, I feel that. I love getting awesome scores, like, just before the match, and then the match actually starts and I, like, downscore by 80k. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, Peaceful actually lost his 100% FC streak. That's insane.
Oh no.
And we are in
Anyway.
quarterfinals, so...
What are they gonna pick? No Mod 1? Once again. Team China. the most based team in the tournament.
They just know what to pick. Respect.
They just know what to pick. That's it. I'm getting a I support Team China banner. That's it. Might as well plug them while we're here. You guys can pick up country banners for teams. Chuck them on your profile. They look nice. Support your team. Support multiple teams. Support all the teams.
That transition was insane. Good job.
They're opening the store right now. They earned this one. Alright, there you go, Loss. I supported with my $2.50 US.
Respect. They seem to be ready for the map now. Going
Yeah,
into
nice.
this.
Original song here for No Mod 1. Alrighty, here we go. It's match point for South Korea.
Very early break from KK Negative here. Doesn't mean too much yet. Still 2 double S's on the board from each team.
You're getting up to this first 400 combo. All players actually holding pretty well. A bit of a techie section here. But accuracy still high.
Oh, Michael misses in the stream section, fortunately.
I almost don't want to cast. The song is just too good. I'm just jamming.
Yeah, just sit back and relax, listen to the song.
These players are doing so well right now. Peaceful double S. Appler's only 2 100s. Or 3 now. Super Triple S is on 5. We'll make it 6. If I mention someone, oh, Peaceful is gone as well. Oh, it is. I gotta keep mentioning. So this is what the power feels like. I just gotta keep mentioning names.
Oh god. Still
I have a
1/100.
My cursing is only good for 1/100 apparently. Alright, back in chorus. Still full FC from Team South Korea. Looking to close it out. Still one super chokeable section coming up here, the 1/3 and 1/6. It's very awkward, it's offhand. Everyone's gonna hit it. They're all too strong.
They are all way too strong here.
Pool's too easy, guys. Don't know what to say.
But there's not enough map left, and South Korea takes it. 30k
Match
points
is over.
different.
With that 17-100 team score. I can't believe that was a 6-1. That's such an incredible match. Everyone played so well.
Yeah, both stacked rosters. South Korea came out on top though.
Well, they are the second seed. They are strong. No one eliminated though. This is just a very nice friendly. Where South Korea can move on to next weekend where they'll face the winner of the USA match.
Yeah, so China moves down to the losers bracket.
Yes.
Believe
And I
me,
think
believe.
they either face the winner of France and New Zealand or that's their second match. It's one of them.
It's one of them, yeah. I was about to look. That's New Zealand or France. All those two matches. Yeah, but this is it for this match. You can head over to the B stream still to watch this one. Slovakia versus Vietnam. And don't forget to check your pick'em page to fill in pickups for tomorrow, as they close in approximately 10 hours from now. You can still pick those, buy banners, and yes, I think that's it for right now.
Yeah, we'll see you soon, guys, for more quarterfinals action.
少し大きくな
Hello and welcome back to another match of the Taiko World Cup 2025. We are now live with UK versus Hong Kong. And yeah, I'm back, joined by Chili up here. Hi, welcome.
Hello, everybody. We are back with another match here on the A stream today. We are here with Singapore versus Taiwan. Did we end up switching the streams that these matches were on? I'm confused. Double checking. We're here with a match. There are two matches. There are two matches going on at the same time right now, everybody, just for your information. On the A stream and the B stream right now, we have Singapore, Taiwan, and then on the other stream, we have the United Kingdom versus Hong Kong. So there is two absolutely amazing matches ongoing at the same time for you all today. There will be a delay in the B stream for the bottom match, given that Slovakia versus Vietnam is still ongoing. But I believe we are going to take the Singapore versus Taiwan on the A stream as the winner's bracket match for this group, and because it's starting right now. So we'll have the 4th seed versus the 5th seed up here for you all, and then a very exciting match up between the 10th seed and the 20th seeded United Kingdom and Hong Kong down on the B stream in just a little bit for you all. Just a slight switch, I believe, from what we may have had elsewhere, but we want to bring you this very close A stream match up here. So we are going to roll into things. This is going to be a very close match, Yasuo. We've had 2 tiebreakers this weekend already. The first 2 matches of the weekend, in fact. Do we see a third with a 4th, 5th seed?
Really intense matches so far, and I believe with seed 4 versus seed 5, it can happen again very easily. Especially since Singapore versus Taiwan, both teams really strong, as shown us in previous weeks. So yeah, actually I might think it can go to tiebreaker again.
It's possible. It's very possible. Both teams doing exceptional against their opponents last weekend. Indonesia and Turkey both having to take a back seat down to the losers bracket due to the high skill level of these teams. And this is year in and year out for these two teams as well. Singapore, Taiwan, very traditionally strong teams as well. And they're off to show it again this week. We've even had some close matches that didn't end up in close scores this weekend. South Korea versus China just on the A stream previous to this one, ending up in a 6-1, but that is because South Korea looks to be the strongest that we have ever seen them in TWC this year, and China just simply going up against an absolutely demonic team today.
Absolutely. We also have the first pick already from Taiwan here, Nomad 6. We are going to see a speed tech pick here. It's fast and techy, so we will see how those players are going to perform on this pick. You might see 163 BPM on your screen right now, but it's essentially double that. As some bursts are mapped faster than that, so players have to be careful to not like miss on them, because they kind of miss the speed of those bursts. So yeah,
this could be very close. This is first pick for Taiwan as well, so they are starting off with the lower seeded team on their first pick in here, and as it was said in the last match, I'm going to reiterate it. I don't even want to commentate over this song. I just want to sit here and listen to this, to be perfectly honest, because this is such a good song. Crazy map, too, unironically. This is going to be... It's comfortable, though, which is the funny part of that. So I'm expecting some very good scores across the board between these two teams here, especially as two of the stronger teams in the winner's bracket in terms of an overall matchup this weekend. There is plenty of opportunity for this to go either side here. It's Taiwan's first pick. They want to get this one on the board to start off. High Greeks, Harry, Ada, and Monkey D. Luffy going up against Blarg, Zechi, and Odds. We are into map number 1, 5th seed versus 4th seed. The lower seeded team starting us off today. Let's see if they can pick up a point to start this match off strong.
Absolutely. we just saw the previous match, South Korea versus China performing really good in both teams here. Let's see what those two teams can hold for us here.
Strong act out of the beginning from both sides here, actually. Singapore, very good depth across the roster as Harrieta finds the first major break, and High Greeks on that slowdown. They're losing quite a bit of accuracy alongside odds, though, so it's not going to be out of the realm of possibility for Taiwan to turn this act around, but they certainly have an uphill battle with that early miss coming out from their team to start. Not what you want to see on your first pick, but half of the map left to go, a little bit more than halfway through the map. Singapore looking really good right now, though. Blurarg sitting at the highest in the lobby.
Yeah, just 100 off of the double S right now.
27k.
And those doubles, tricky, but still, every player seems to have passed them.
Another big act drop from Taiwan, though. That's all three players sitting just borderline 99% right now. Sechi and Blurarg continuing to make this map look a little bit easier here. Odds coming up towards that 99 as well. That's going to be 3 across the board for them, and that's that consistency we talk about from Singapore here, trying to show through once again. As we come to the pause here, players see the scores, they see where they're standing, they know Singapore is in the lead, and there's not a whole lot of map left, Yasuo. There is definitely time for a slip-up at the ending of this map, but it's going to be close.
Absolutely, and Blurarg just with the insane accuracy on the top here. Not really matched by any of the players from Taiwan.
Even any other player on Singapore for that matter. Nobody in the lobby really matching up to Blurarg here. Some good performances from Taiwan across the board, though, in terms of those accuracies. 99.3 on 2 players. Actually, solid average for the overall team there, but that miss early on in the map and that play from Blurarg, just 100 at the early section of the map there, is absolutely what you want to see for Singapore here, 4th seed, showing their dominance on a map 1 breakpoint to start us off, and it's now their pick to consolidate that, and that puts Taiwan in an awkward position.
Absolutely. We might see a player switch here from Singapore, as one of the players already disconnected. Let's see what they want to pick now. They know what they're strong in, like shown last week and the week before. Are we seeing another hidden 1 pick? That would be
potential.
Crazy.
Hard Rock 2-ban, Fremod 2-ban. Which is insane. Fremod 2-ban is insane. That's very unlucky.
But understandable, considering it's the anti-mod of this pool, so they might not be able to completely... Oh, and we get hidden 2 pick from Singapore.
Okay. I mean, what's our thoughts on Hidden 2 versus Hidden 1 here, Yasuo? I know you sort of were speculating that Hidden 1 pick, again, more techy, a little bit more awkward in terms of a Hidden pick versus going into this Hidden 2, which is pretty fast, all things considered.
It is pretty fast. Compared to Hidden 1 especially, like, we have really slow Hidden on Hidden 1, Classic, compared to Hidden 2, which is like 250 BPM, and like substantially faster, especially at the ending of the map, where it's like almost 275 BPM with some very tricky SV to hit. So it's definitely a hidden pick. They know, Singapore knows that they are good at hidden. But yeah, it's going to be hidden 2 for now. Might see hidden 1 later in the match though, so let's see. There's only Blurarg in the lobby right now for Singapore. Yue Miao joining though. Forced for 1 here.
So a faster map on Hidden. We're thinking just skill cap angle from Singapore right now. I know that that's generally the route that we maybe like to see when some teams go for these high mechanical skill set hidden picks and these kind of mid-stage pools here, but Taiwan should be able to keep up fairly well with Singapore on this one, so that begs the question of whether or not they're really going to have a great time on this relative to how Taiwan is going to fare here. But with the way Blurarg was playing on the first pick, Prehistoria and Odds coming back in as those double, Taiwan just making actually 2 switches now. Yumiao and Polemo both coming in. Harry Ada sticking around. Here's the settings, the good lucks. The good luck have funds in the start, and that's going to get us into map number 2, Singapore's first pick, responding to Taiwan. However, it falls on Taiwan to bring this one back early. Plenty more room to work with. We are first to 6 now, best of 11 in the quarterfinals, giving them a little bit more breathing room on that blue side there, but an early breakpoint is not what you want to see, as the lower-seeded team not usually favored outright. But the first hidden pick could be very telling for Singapore on their ability to capitalize on these moments.
And Yumiao really struggling on accuracy in the beginning of this map, dropping below 90%, but now slowly recovering. However, the score is already looking quite in the favor of Singapore right now. Harry Arthur with the miss too. So this is not looking too good for Taiwan right now.
It's a second miss from Harrieta as well there. That is unfortunate. We saw them find the first break and the only break on that prior pick. And seeing it again, however, Odds with a decent break actually to help Taiwan out there. It certainly wasn't the cleanest in history, dropping that double S off it, I believe. So that's an avenue back in now. Only 20k certainly shrinks it back down to where it was, but the accuracy on Taiwan is really going to start to have to reach to match up to Singapore right now. They are just strong all across the board, and that break is only traded.
Yeah, just Polemo really with the good accuracy on Taiwan's side here. Harriata slowly recovering also from that miss before. Oh, and as I said that, he missed again.
What have you done?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. However, accuracy still looking really good on Singapore.
I mean, to no fault of Taiwan right now, Singapore again just looking so good as an overall roster. The singular break and a clean one at that, and as I say that, finds another one. Prehistoria doubles that miss, though. That's crazy. We are just...
The double curse.
I'm reading the script early today. My apologies, everybody. That's going to make this map actually significantly closer than it ever should have been at the ending, given the fact that Polemo is actually basically matching Blurarg right now, a single 100 difference right now. If Harry Ada and Yue Miao had just slightly better accuracy, this may have been a breakpoint back for Singapore. And the miss from
and it goes back.
Oh my goodness, the last second.
Oh my
break.
god.
Taiwan takes it. They get the breakpoint back on the last 5 hits of the map. What?
That is absolutely insane. Blurarg dropping the double S right at the end of the map. And Otze just... Yeah. What a fucking comeback. Wow.
Never in 1,000 years did I expect to see a miss there at the ending, no less. Just enough of an act drop and the miss from Prehistoria, the double from Singapore at the ending, and they throw the breakpoint directly back to Taiwan, and this match effectively starts even again now. This is no start to the match. Throw the first 2 picks out, 5 maps each, and we are just back to the round of 16 now. What are the chances?
Are we seeing another one of those breakpoints back and forth like last weekend? Possible. Is it one of those times?
I mean, these first 2 picks haven't even been that bad for either of the teams. It's just been a minor slip-up for both sides. Taiwan with a singular early break on their first pick to let it slip away, and Singapore with an absolute blunder on the ending, unfortunately, to give a breakpoint directly back. I mean, this has just been very, very small errors from both sides here, and it shows that both of them are fighting to stay in this match versus each other here. Extremely close.
Absolutely.
I don't want to get too hype at the start of the match here, but if these first two picks are any indicator of what is potentially to come here, then we are in for an absolute ride with these two teams as Taiwan now approaches their second pick a little bit more cautiously. They're going to eat up a bit of this timer here, and it's going to be Hard Rock 1, the band from Singapore, hopefully holding out for them into this Hard Rock 1, but again, not similar maps entirely here. Again, we're looking at a faster Hard Rock 2 compared to maybe a bit of an accuracy test on Hard Rock 1.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Both OD 9.1 after Hard Rock. So still difficult to ag. However, Hard Rock 1 just being a little more on the easier side and slower side. So, yeah, let's see.
Not too much to rein in on the Hard Rock here, however, that OD certainly making all the difference in the world here. And what we've seen thus far is Singapore, a lot of star players putting up the high accuracy on here. We've seen some amazing maybe singles or duo acts from Singapore. Same thing from Taiwan, but more even as a team. They have very seldom had that standout player, you know, like the Blararg putting up a 1-100 in SS into the ending of the map, but they've been very consistent as a team. They've had almost the same accuracy across all three players on a lot of these picks thus far, and that's maybe a potential advantage point for them on a Hard Rock map where it's accuracy-based. If you're able to have a more consistent performance, and maybe with one player having a pretty good time on here, it's gonna give you what you need to match up to Singapore today, especially with some of these star players, but we'll have to wait and see what happens once we get about halfway into this map. That's really the point where you can start to tell who's going to be more comfortable. These early act drops from both sides are going to make this score fluctuate heavily into this first minute.
Absolutely. Also, this map has quite the amount of finishers you have to hit to gain this extra score you need to win the match or the map.
Interesting start to the map here. Still maintaining confidence on Taiwan right now, but it's by a very small margin, and they are going to let it slip away with another act drop there. That is now two players down in the 98s. Monkey D. Luffy holding on pretty strong right now, but that's from an absolute onslaught from Blararg matching up to that score. And it's just a better overall team performance for Singapore right now, barely holding on to that lead. I mean, 8K is the most minuscule of differences for this team right now, and as we come into the second half of the pick, this is where things are going to start to pick up a little bit into the Ki. Holding on strong for Taiwan. They're going to need Yue Miao to start bringing up this accuracy. That 98.3 is not doing them any favors right now, and it's probably the majority of the score difference. Holding confident even on all the other players. Monkey D. Luffy matching Blararg, and Harry Ida matching at least Sechi or odds, but they need that one player to find a break. They need that one slip up, and they're just not finding it, Yasuo.
Oh, it's not happening. The score is still in favor of Singapore. And though accuracies on the lower side of Singapore are a little bit decreasing right now.
Odds finding a couple hundreds here at the ending, but it's really not going to do much to match up against Yue Miao, and the score lead is still going to increase into the ending. And Singapore, despite the Hard Rock 2 ban, despite the confident pick from Taiwan, are going to take a breakpoint, and this match is exactly how you said it would be, Yasuo. Breakpoint back and forth and back and forth. We've seen it today. We've seen it before. It is a six-way full combo on that map. Very clearly comfortable, but that accuracy, that OD 9.1 making all the difference in the world.
Absolutely. Accuracy just looking better on Singapore. Even though the map is quite snapping changes all over the place, start to finish, it's really difficult to not lose accuracy. Really good scores from both teams now. And the pick goes back to Singapore. Let's see what they are doing with it. If the back and forth goes right where it started.
There's really not much you can do for either team. You know, you pick the best you can and you give it your all, which both of these teams have clearly been doing on these maps, and it is just a matter of being able to find that one map where you're confident enough and it works out. And again, you know, it's hard to determine in these middle rounds here, quarterfinals, round of 16, semifinals, because these maps are in basically every World Cup in this round range, kind of at the perfect level of difficulty for these players. They're not too hard, they're not too easy. It's that comfortable range of gameplay where everyone is going to be feeling good on these map pools. And that makes for the closest matches sometimes. It's not about who's the higher seed or who's the lower seed, or even necessarily about who's having the better day. Sometimes it's about who's practiced this, who's more familiar with the skill sets of the opposing team and what their team is able to come into and perform for this match. And we're coming into a free mod, which is probably going to be the most interesting map we've seen today, Yasuo, because of those potential mod combinations. We've seen a lot of teams go significant number of hidden hard rocks, a little bit more conservative in some cases. And in the case of Singapore picking this map out, they've been trying to flex their muscles on that skill cap, and I'm wondering if they're going to want to make that known one more time in this map to try and consolidate the first breakpoint of this match.
Yeah, especially since the map is pretty straightforward with its patterns. I believe this is a pick where hidden hard rock on all the players is very possible, as we've seen before already on previous matches. So yes, I'm expecting 6 hidden hard rocks here.
I would love it. I would love to see that. We've seen this map as one of the favorites of this weekend. I think we've seen this picked a significant number of times. It's very basic. It's got a couple of normal rhythm shifts, and like you said, that kind of makes it really a prime pick for that 6-way HDHR potentially. And it's just about who's feeling more comfortable. We've honestly seen multiple times in past weekends, Yasuo, that the team that ends up overmodding some of these free mods ends up being the one to win the pick. So if one team goes full HDHR and the other side doesn't match, that's an instant major disadvantage unless it's, you know, 3 HDHRs to 2. We've seen teams go 3 HDHRs to, you know, 1 HDHR on the other side, and it actually ended up in a win for the other team despite more misses, just because of that score gain. That multiplier makes such a big difference.
Yeah, especially the players see what mods the other teams or the other players pick in the lobby already, so that puts extra pressure on them if they don't go hidden hard rock themselves. So it's a little nerve-wracking maybe at the beginning of the map when you need to not miss at crucial spots of the map to not lose it by accident. And as you said before, it's really just about the mod multiplayer that can actually save a team really easily, especially if they still missed before. So let's see what mods we are seeing. And yes, it's 6 times hidden hard rock, just as we expected. It had to happen. And I mean, Seed 4 and Seed 5, and I mean, they really know how to play this, so hidden hard rock makes perfect sense on all those players. Let's see what we can get into here.
See, I wish we would see 6-way and 8-way hidden hard rock in more World Cups. I think that would be very exciting. I think that would be absolutely outstanding. But no advantage for either team here today, Yasuo. It's really just going to be down to raw skill and the gameplay of everyone in the lobby. The mod advantage removed. And now it comes down to, unfortunately, Yumiao struggling.
Struggling quite a bit. Only really matched by some accuracy drops by odds in the beginning of the map, which doesn't mean too much, sadly.
Certainly doesn't, but what does mean a lot is Sechi and Blararg holding SS's into about the halfway point of the map now, and that score difference is certainly reflecting it. The early miss and then that act drop from Palemo is really not helping them too much. Harry Ada matching up to odds, and there's a break from Sechi, so despite that high accuracy is going to drop, but it's not going to make a major difference. Blararg dropping as well, however, is going to start to turn things in favor of Taiwan. That's a 3-way break from Singapore. That's going to make a lot of a difference here. That's probably going to cut that score lead in half, but they need to find the accuracies on Taiwan.
It's just the accuracy that's missing right now, yeah. Especially with Yumiao below 97% now. Just scratching for 97%. They really need to find more breaks or accuracy loses from Singapore in order to have a chance on winning this, because not much map is left here. And the score lead just keeps growing. 70k right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's
This
nothing...
does not look good.
Nope, and there it is.
Singapore wins their first pick, so that's not a breakpoint. We don't see a back and forth anymore, so it's good for Singapore. They win their pick.
That's how much that accuracy matters, though. I mean, look at this. That's... If you add up the accuracy differences on both sides here, Taiwan at a 3.5% accuracy deficit down on Singapore. So despite finding a three-way break with an okay number of misses, Taiwan having a player at 97 and one at 98.55 compared to all three in the mid-99s. Very clean misses, very composed, even in the sections that were more difficult. And Singapore... Skill cap maybe showing through a little bit there on the Hidden Hard Rock on the Fremont. I know this map is pretty basic, but that basically just makes it a consistency skill cap test in that case in the quarterfinals here. And that's now Taiwan to need a response to that consolidated breakpoint. So they weren't able to trade it back out, and Singapore now using their ability to play some of these difficult maps to their advantage. 3-1, Taiwan certainly not out of it, but they now need 2 in a row to tie this match up with that consolidated break point. This map, if they win it, is only the start.
Exactly. So they need to be really careful on what they pick now. Really need to be confident on their pick. Otherwise, Singapore is going to run away with the score, which Taiwan surely does not want to see in this matchup.
It wouldn't be optimal, but Singapore is a very good team, and Taiwan is hopefully coming to this match knowing how hard they're going to need to fight for this win. Singapore, likewise, both of these teams, we talked about how strong they are, how good they looked in previous weekends and in previous TWCs, and now it's all coming down to how they are playing today, this evening. Both teams have looked okay so far, but Singapore, I mean, that accuracy difference has just been on their side for almost every map. Despite Taiwan being able to take a breakpoint back, it really was off of a blunder at the end from Singapore here. So they are certainly still fighting the uphill battle, even if they are in it, which means that Singapore, a little bit more of a grasp on this match. Going into this No Mod 1, Taiwan needs to find that comfortable spot. They need to be able to sneak this point in.
Exactly, now they pick No Mod 1, which I believe they can be really comfortable on. Especially since it has a lot of combi patterns, quite a few streams in PI sections. However, it's also quite long, like it's 3 minutes 15 seconds long, so consistency is really important here, especially if you want to get through those KI sections that has those long streams, or rather tricky streams especially. So yes, let's see. Also it's 220 ppm, so a little faster than normal.
Lightly faster, and yet another song in this pool where I kind of just want to sit and listen to the song for 3 minutes, so we've just got a lot of those this weekend. We just have a lot of these this weekend. What do you do about it? What can you do? Never give some props to our map poolers. They deserve it.
Absolutely. Also check out Marmalade Butcher, which is the artist of this song this week. Original song from Marmalade Butcher for the Taiko World Cup.
Everyone, make sure you check out all of Marmalade Butcher's tracks, especially on their featured artist listing as well. They are all extremely good. So if you like this song, please, by all means, go check out Marmalade Butcher.
So true.
Here we go. A little bit of a longer waiting period into this No Mod 1, really trying to get these rosters set up. Taiwan, they know the position that they're in. And they know that they need to force a win on their own pick here. They've been going back and forth with breakpoints at the start. Singapore finally consolidated one, and now it's Taiwan's turn to sort of do the reverse. They need to win their own pick, and then they need to take the breakpoint. So no consolidation here, but this is the first 50% of their comeback on this match right now. Technically a comeback since they are a breakpoint down. Singapore looking to maintain their high accuracy as a roster, have stunned us thus far in this match, and Taiwan is going to do everything they can to maintain it at the start. A little bit more comfortable on this no mod 1 than we've seen, especially on that free mod 1 comparatively. There is a lot more opportunity for high ac across the board here, which means that any slip up is going to matter quite a bit more too.
Yes, exactly. Right now, Taiwan looking a little better on the accuracy side. 2 double S's still on the board from each team. There's only one real difference between Prehistoria and High Greeks. Now, going into this section is a little harder, and you can see that as some players lose quite a bit of accuracy. No more double S's on the board now.
Yeah, that section was extremely difficult. Holding a double S through that would have been one of the more impressive feats that I've seen in this match so far. But Lararg not putting it past them, 99.94, a singular 100 through that section. And good accuracy across the board as well. Yuan Miao and Odds both holding 99.78, and that's actually a miss from Lararg to bring them down to that 99.79% accuracy status quo there. And that means that it's just going to be a very, very slight advantage for Taiwan. The accuracy basically the same on both teams here. Slight accuracy over High Greeks and Prehistoria, and then that miss from Lararg is giving away just a tiny bit.
Exactly. And now Taiwan needs to hold their accuracy, not lose too much. We see Prehistoria with another miss, which is really good for Taiwan here, but Lararg also going back to miss once. Just a clean miss though. Not much score left. But 40k score difference is speaking for itself.
That's a decent score difference with a quarter of the way left to go on the map. It's certainly not impossible, but Taiwan, man, this is just their pick right now. They absolutely own this. And everyone hitting that more difficult section at the ending here, now coming into the final Ki, and this might just be all she wrote for Singapore. A singular full combo still standing, a couple more streams here into the ending, and everyone on Taiwan just absolutely rocking these.
Nothing Singapore can do here, except holding on through those last patterns of the map.
And a final miss to cap it off from Singapore here, if it wasn't already enough. 64k for Taiwan into their third pick of the match, and they make it work in fairly outstanding fashion there. That is not insurmountable, but 65k is not a particularly close score gap, so Taiwan making that one look easy. 3-way full combo and very, very good accuracy. Some pretty decent struggles from Singapore on that map, and Taiwan now has done half the work. They are at the opportunity now to make this match even if they can sneak a breakpoint back away from Singapore. That is the only way that they make this match even. They've got 2 chances to do it, though, is the thing. This is not their only opportunity. Even if they don't get this break point, as long as they continue sneaking away their own picks, they actually have 2 more of Singapore's picks to go through before they need to get a break point off of it. Actually, 3 technically before winning the match. 2 if they want to prevent it from match point.
It's true. Now, pick goes back to Singapore. Let's see what we are going to look now. We have a few picks that they can go for. Free mods being gone. Hard Rocks also being gone, banned and picked. And, I mean, what's left? Hidden 1? As previously mentioned, maybe?
I'd like to give everyone an update on the B stream right now, though. I apologize to literally anyone up here where I said that we would get to see United Kingdom versus Hong Kong on the B stream. Vietnam-Slovakia has somehow pulled its way back to a 3-5 match right now. So Vietnam now 2 points away from getting back to match point. They have won the past 2 consecutive picks, I believe. No, they have not won 2 consecutive. They've won and brought it all the way back from, I believe, being down 2-5. So crazy stuff down on the B stream as well. If you're looking for some extra excitement alongside this match, we are at 2 potential opportunities for tiebreakers, and we are back in now to Hidden in this
weekend
match.
has been crazy all over the place. Like we see
For real.
tiebreakers here and there. Like it's nothing for those players. Matchups this weekend look really good. But yes, we go back to this match. Hidden 1 has been picked by Singapore. We are going to see Das Glorp being posted now. Absolute banger of a song. Absolute banger of a map I say. Yeah, as I said before, Hidden 1 being the slower Hidden. So Singapore knows they are strong. That's kind of skill set. So it's a little more techy than Hidden 2, and it has a swing part which can throw off some players, especially with the Hidden mod. So yes, chain misses are possible. Be aware of those in order to not to lose too much score and too much accuracy, for that matter. Yeah, we're about to go into the match killer.
Almost time. All right.
Here we go.
Hidden
Here we
1
are.
time. Singapore, their opportunity now for a 4-2 position in this match. Taiwan still looking for that prized break point. Singapore kind of flexed their muscles on the previous Hidden pick, and they're looking to do it once again, the second of 2.
Singapore really needs to hold on strong to this one right now in order to not lose breakpoint, considering it's their pick. Accuracy wise, it looks kinda grim on Taiwanese side here. 97% accuracy and below. Just Polymer holding on to a 98%. Which causes Singapore to run away with the score right now. 34k already.
Prehistoria dropping a couple of 100s at the ending of that section as well, going to make things a little bit more accessible, but once again, it's just Blurarg and Odd standing out above the rest of the lobby right now, and that makes a huge difference. Odd's finding a break, though, is going to give some score back. It was not the cleanest break ever, 98.5 now, but with the double 97 on Taiwan and their highest accuracy player being Polemo at 98.7, there's really not much that anyone can do against whatever Blurarg is doing up at the top right now. But it's going to come back as long as Taiwan continues bringing these accuracies up.
Score slowly goes to Taiwan here. We just need another break from Singapore to get the game rolling for them. Blurarg is just... accuracy is just way too good right now. Let any of that happen. Prehistoria with a really hard chain miss, which gives the score over to Taiwan here.
That's huge. That's massive.
That's massive at the end of the map as well, so there's not much left. Prehistoria missing again.
Here we go, Yasuo, the turning point.
The turning point, just like you said. Taiwan winning 2 picks in a row. Breakpoint 1. Now they are 3-3. It has happened.
It's match even now.
The script is real.
And that's an unbelievable team score from Taiwan there. 3-way FC on this map. Extremely impressive. And the accuracy's recovered so well, too. I mean, there was a point in that match where Taiwan was sitting 3-way 97%. So to pull that back to where they're sitting right now is an impressive feat in and of itself. And Blurarg, unfortunately, doing whatever they possibly can. An unbelievable score and the highest in the entire lobby. Really still showing off, but it's simply not enough. Taiwan in it to win it on the comeback. The break point back. And that is going to keep this match even on their own pick now, once again back. That is Taiwan 4-3 potential now. Will they now have the opportunity to win their own pick? Singapore was able to do so. Now can they do it again?
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see now what they are going to pick. What can they possibly pick against Singapore that wins them their pick? We are seeing Nomad 2 from Taiwan. After they hit the swing section on Hidden 1 so well, they are going with the swing song on Nomad 2. Really challenging for both finger control and tapping. So they are planning to really go in on the swing again. They really want that.
Is definitely one of the jams of this pool. I am not one to ever promote VTuber music, but the swing arrangement on this goes.
I have to agree with you. It's true.
So not much to be said right now. I would like to give everyone here an update while we are waiting. It has occurred that United Kingdom Hong Kong has finished before Vietnam Slovakia, which was already ongoing on the B stream before that match even started. So Vietnam Slovakia now at 4-5 in favor of Slovakia. Vietnam 1 point away from pulling tiebreaker out. And United Kingdom versus Hong Kong ending up at a 6-0 for the United Kingdom, really playing well in that match. So an unbelievably quick match from the UK or an unbelievably close match from Vietnam and Slovakia. Who knows? We're here for it. So if y'all want to check out the B stream, make sure if there's no tiebreaker going on down there, we'll keep you all updated. But it's 3-3 here, so don't leave for too long. We might be here for a bit too.
Absolutely. We might see the tiebreaker here commencing soon as well. Let's see what Taiwan is able to do on their own pick. Or we might as well see another breakpoint back and forth, perhaps. Just a guess though. Anything can happen at this point.
Here we go. Man, I'm just jamming out to this pool today. This is just like this is cat jam worthy to the max on this edit right here. And I am here for it. I am prepared for it. I'm also prepared for Taiwan to continue this train, get their own point on the board. Singapore trades it back. We get one more and go to tiebreaker. Thoughts? Let's see it.
I'm ready.
Let's see it. 2 minutes, 5 seconds of Taiwan just strutting their stuff on Nomad 2 here. It's swing mapping time.
Yeah, they really want to keep that momentum from the hidden one just now.
This is an upper bracket match as well, so one of these two teams will be advancing to the semifinals winners bracket. Both will be staying in into next weekend. It's an early lead for Taiwan on their own pick. I'm gonna hold my tongue because it's still early, but this is not looking bad for them. Blurarg once again continuing to be that #1 player in the lobby, but Palermo continuing to match as well. Harry Ada, Monkey D. Luffy not too far behind Sechi. And Prehistoria, Sechi has recovered well, was the lowest accuracy at the start, has brought it back. Prehistoria sitting close to that 99, which is not going to be good, as well as Sechi finding a miss. And there goes Prehistoria and Yasuo. Taiwan's making it work.
They keep it going and run away with the score right now after 2 misses from the Singaporean side. Now, even though Blurarg holding the double S, but it's not enough, as both of their teammates missed.
Low AC on Prehistoria, and Harry Ada and Palermo both being at, what, 2 100s, I think, each? I mean, it's a minuscule amount, if that. And Monkey D. Luffy sitting at almost 99.7, so the top 3 accuracies in the lobby distributed between Blurarg and then 2 players on Taiwan, and then the 4th after that, and that is just going to be all she wrote. 70k. Taiwan 4-3, back in the lead after being down 3-1, 2-1, 3-1 at some point. Yeah.
They really picked up the pace now. They are ready.
Blurarg with the double S into the ending as well. Major props for how they have been playing in this match, despite the fact that Singapore has made this match back to even. Taiwan with the way they've been playing as a team, but I do have to point out Blurarg at some point. This is just unbelievable performance from them across this entire match, and their teammates have been doing a really good job of backing them up, but Taiwan has certainly found a foothold in this match, and Singapore is going to need to put a stop to it. Unfortunately, we have seen tiebreaker avoided down on the B stream. Slovakia defeating Vietnam 6-4 in that losers bracket match. That is going to be a Vietnam elimination from the tournament in a losers bracket match, as the 21st seeded Slovakia defeats the 18th seeded Vietnam to go off to the next round to face against the United Kingdom. We've still got this match ahead of us, so no tiebreaker down on the B stream. We will potentially have our next match on the B stream of Russia versus the Philippines, but that is all based off of how this match is going to go here and whether or not we are continuing it through to the end. It's looking possible.
We still wait for the pick from Singapore. If we have the pick from Singapore, we are going to see Nomad 4. I really hope that the players did download the bird, because this is a pick that you really need to practice in order to not miss on weird patterns that this map holds for the players this week.
This is back to Nomad. Again, Nomad pool going to go almost full picked here today. We are certainly whittling it down quite fast. An absolute jam at that as well. This is an unconventional song compared to what we've seen in this pool, but a beautiful song from one of our featured artists, Aquazine, and an original at that.
Yes, it's not the only song that's really good from Aquazine, so also check out their featured artist listing.
This is close, though. This is going to be very close. Singapore, if they are able to manage their own pick here, that's 1-1 left. That is as close as you can possibly get. Now, we've seen one match just previously warded from tiebreaker at 5-4. The dangerous part here is if Singapore somehow lets up another breakpoint to Taiwan, and that puts them at 5-3, and that's Singapore winning 2 in a row. Which becomes a whole different story, but we'll maintain positivity. We've seen how Singapore has looked in this match thus far. They need to find a comfortable map that all three of their players are going to be able to match up on, as Taiwan has just had that consistency as a trio for the entire match.
Exactly. See.
Just under 3 minutes to decide it.
So we see a lot of tricky SVs on this map here. So practicing this is really, really important. To not find some easy misses. Score is flickering at the beginning right now. We get into the first rather hard section. And we see Harry Ada with the first miss of the map.
This is what you want to see if you're Singapore, and on this more dense section right now, we're not seeing any major slip-ups, so it's just the clean break from Harry Ada. Everyone on Singapore looking strong. Odds the lowest accuracy at 99.44, which is fantastic considering that's higher than any player on Taiwan. Forgetting that the break exists, that's a pretty decent lead for Singapore as we slowly approach the halfway point in this map. 3 minutes, so a little bit longer than usual, but not out of the realm of anything we've seen in this match thus far as we come into the next PI section here, looking for any possibility of a break from Singapore, and we are just not seeing it.
That's not happening so far. Also, accuracy is not really on the Taiwanese side. We have a break from Yumiao. That's not too good. 97% accuracy now.
And that's where that density starts to come into play too. That note lock really gets you, and you're kind of just stuck waiting for the pattern to end. At 98%, not doing any favors to Taiwan now, and that is going to be a very, very big lead for Singapore despite a break from Blarard. An unfortunate miss from both sides. Luckily for Singapore, Blarard's miss was significantly cleaner than Yui Miao's, and that is going to continue being an accuracy lead for them, 99.5 across the board. Yui Miao finding yet another break. Harry Ada recovering exceptionally well from their early miss, but this is a duo that is unstoppable from Singapore right now. Odds and Sechi holding on so strong, and Blarard with an amazing third here. A very clean break yet again. And that is going to be the point to Singapore on their own pick as we approach the last couple of notes here at the ending, assuming Singapore doesn't stop playing.
That would be bad.
That would be bad. That would be unfortunate. And there it is. We're closed. We're done. We're locked back in. 4-4, Singapore, Taiwan, 1 map to go for both teams. And some great scores across the board here, too. Harry Ada, the highest accuracy on Taiwan, an unfortunate set of breaks, and 5 100s from Sechi. What a play.
Yeah, Singapore winning their own pick here is really good for them. As the pick goes back to Taiwan, and they really want to win their own pick as well now. You know, in order to put extra pressure on Singapore, as they are going to have breakpoint or match point. So both teams could get there right now after this one next map. Or we are seeing another tiebreaker this weekend, which would be our 3rd tiebreaker?
Yeah, I think so. We almost got a 4th, but
almost
sadly not meant to be.
But 3 tiebreakers in 1 weekend is still quite impressive, considering we didn't see one in the first week of this tournament. we are getting closer to the seats being closer together, so it's possible to see more tiebreakers.
Unbelievably close right now, and with the way that this match has been going with break points and full picks back and forth, there is really a whole world of possibilities here, but the pool starts to get whittled down now. We've got only 4 maps left to go and 2 picks. That's 1 for each team. DT untouched in the no mod pool, almost entirely picked out here. And it's DT1, so we are going to start to break into speed. And it's a jam, too.
It is a jam.
So, the double time 1 pick on here. This is a classic Caravan Palace song. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen this in a World Cup, but this song, fairly well known overall. And the thing about this that we want to mention, right, Yasuo, we talked earlier about the OD on Hard Rock 1 being a bit of a major point of that map becoming difficult. Well, that's sort of the issue with this map, too, being even higher than that. I believe almost OD 9.7 converted it from 6.2. So this is up there.
It's up there. It's really difficult to act this one. And you really need to be careful to not lose accuracy or chain miss even, because this could really, really go into how the score is going to count for your team. So be careful on double time 1.
High risk, high reward. Kind of what we say. 3 minutes and 15 seconds of this OD in Taiwan. Really relying on their consistency to bring them the win on this. They've looked so good as a team on the accuracy on these prior picks here. And Singapore has been really showing their stuff on more of the skill cap maps, some of the more technically difficult skill sets. Now, this map is actually pretty technically difficult, but that accuracy is going to weigh in pretty heavily, so I think that's why I'm so concerned about how contested some of these picks are at the end.
See a good luck here. So we are about to start into the map. Players seem to be ready. Are we ready?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm not ready.
Okay. Hold.
Time out.
Hold,
Time
please.
out, ref.
Hold, please.
Time out, please. I can't take it. It's Blurarg, Sechi, and Odds going up against Harry, Ada, Palemo, and Yu Miao. These are 2 of the stronger rosters we've seen from these teams in this match so far. And my referee is getting mad at me in the chat. Oh no, Suicune, please. Don't hurt me.
Maybe hurt him a little bit for that.
Whoa. All right, that's it. I hope we go to tiebreaker. That's it.
Hey, I mean, I hope so too. Like, I'm ready.
Well, let's see if the players are ready. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And like we mentioned, technically difficult, hard to act. Taiwan 1 map away from tiebreaker. Singapore 1 map away from tiebreaker. And this is Taiwan's pick. They really want to get this one up on the board. This is their last possible opportunity to use their own pick to force that tiebreaker point. Singapore would absolutely love to sneak a break point away on this one, and it's looking to be possible with the ACK right now. But there's plenty of map left to go.
Absolutely. BPM is not as high as the double time 2, sitting only at around 187, but still, this makes it even harder for the players to act this. So
Yu Miao finds a break at that high SV intro to that next section. That is tragic. And that's going to give a very unnecessary score lead to Singapore, despite what this could have been here. Palemo struggling a little bit with the accuracy, sub 99%. It's just Harry Ada going up against an onslaught from Singapore, 3-way 99, and Blurarg once again strutting their stuff as the highest ACK in the lobby outside of Harry Ada right here. And a miss from Palemo is just absolutely going to do it for Taiwan here. 70k in favor of Singapore. A third of the way left to go in the map, and I think Singapore might just go into DT2 after this one, Yasuo.
Yeah, after winning this one, it could very be possible that we see double time 2. Also, as I just saw it in chat, this is not 4 stars. Obviously, it's 6.3 stars, around that margin. So, yes, it's quite harder than you think, maybe.
Yeah, the non-converted star rating doesn't tell the full story.
Only BPM gets adjusted, apparently.
Well, there it is. The worst nightmare for Taiwan. Singapore getting a break point on match point to force 5-4. And that is one map away now from tiebreaker. An unbelievable team performance from Singapore. 2 misses from Taiwan, and Harry Ada really trying their best to hold that one down with a very impressive score. But that is going to be danger point for Taiwan now. One more map, one more opportunity. Will we get yet another tiebreaker stolen from us this morning after coming all this way?
It's true. And this also puts so much extra pressure on Taiwan now, as they really have to win Singapore's pick now in order to keep this match running and force tiebreaker. So the pressure is on, probably for both teams, but Taiwan really needs to find this now.
Well, last map, last opportunity. I'm thinking DT2 here, Yasuo. Maybe Nomad 3, but DT2, based on that DT1 pick, is absolutely going to be that clinch point for Singapore here. I think Taiwan in a nervous spot now. They made such a good comeback earlier in the match. They forced themselves back up to 4 points. They just need to do it one more time. They just need to think, we've done it once, we've done it before. Let's just do it one more time.
Any real speed pick can work out for them now, as they can take the momentum from double time 1 a little bit. Not as speedy as double time 2 or number 3. But we are seeing double time 2. You were right.
There it is, yeah.
Double time 2 is being picked by Singapore. The last pick available before we can either see a win of Singapore or we see tiebreaker.
This is going to be close. And another short one too, Yasuo. That's 3 minutes 22 seconds before double time.
Yes, also 171 BPM before double time, so we are going to see 257 BPM here.
Mildly adequate BPM. Decent.
That's decent. We see OD 9.5, so also once again, it's difficult to act.
Well, that's going to be scary for Taiwan. Singapore has been very, very good at the higher BPM maps in this match. And now we're throwing in that higher OD alongside it. Waiting. See all the players.
Yeah, let's see if we can actually get any switches from Taiwan.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, Monkey D. Luffy joining in.
Understandable swap.
Expected as such, yeah. Waiting for the third player from Singapore, who's going to join in for double time 2.
Getting that GT sub in for Singapore here as well on the speed map.
I believe the first time we see _GT joining in for this match here.
And it's on match point? Hell yeah.
And it's on match point, he's ready.
Hell yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not. Well, it's odds coming back in. The question is, who do we see for that third on Singapore? And Taiwan has had their roster set for quite some time, Yasuo. Singapore really having to think about this one. Now, I'm hoping that doesn't mean for Singapore's sake that Taiwan just has a way better roster for this map. We saw a little bit of concern on both sides for coming into this last pick, but given the fact that Singapore picked into this map, we gotta give them the benefit of the doubt, especially after winning that double time one. But anything could happen here. Taiwan, they need to step up to the plate right now. This is their opportunity. Force that tiebreaker and avoid relegation to the losers bracket.
Absolutely. The pressure is on for both teams right now. This can very well be the last map of this match.
We'll know pretty quickly. 2 minutes, 14 seconds at this OD with the accuracy drops could be very telling, probably within the first 30 to 45 seconds here. We're looking for any major act drops, any misses at the start here, and we see a very, very clean intro from Singapore here. High confidence on this map, and we're just looking for the response from Taiwan. They hold on well at the beginning. No 98s like we've seen traditionally, and as Singapore starts to drop a couple of hundreds here, it is going to give a little bit of breathing room over to Taiwan.
Oh, but the accuracy just looks so much better on Singapore right now. Still a double S from Odds on the board.
Such
and
a
hitting a double S on this map with this OD is quite impressive.
It would be unbelievable. Lance struggling with this one.
I guess I spoke too early as the double S is now gone. But still,
couple hundreds.
High accuracy is being kept all over the board. Oh my god, Pistoia missing. Or was it a Banshee miss, I guess?
It was a Bancho miss, it looks like, which is good for Singapore, but it's certainly not going to bring them any extra confidence here as this score continues to flip back and forth. Taiwan, can they do it? A third of the map left, looking for act drops to be cleared up, and they're coming out of Prehistoria. We're not seeing any traded act drops from Taiwan. Yasuo, is this the point?
Yes.
Is this the point of no return? Can Taiwan do it? They've gotten the break point before. They just need a little bit more.
The score is so close.
But it's a big act drop from Harrieta.
We already see 10k almost in the lead now for Singapore.
We've seen maps thrown at the last second from the accuracy.
This can be
before.
so close. This can be so close, actually.
Oh, it might not be enough.
It really comes down to the last few seconds and last few patterns of this map now.
We're not
but
seeing
it might not be enough here.
Oh, Prehistoria!
We go back! We go
to tiebreaker! How does it happen twice in the same match?
It happens twice.
What?
This is incredible. We see Taiwan 5-5. We are going to tiebreaker. It happens again.
Oh my gosh. There's no shot. There is absolutely no way this happens twice in the same match. That was like milliseconds left in the map. All you had to do was not breathe, and the map was over. How do we see tiebreaker from that?
One or two of the last few notes that actually decided that now. The entirety of Singapore left the lobby. We are seeing tiebreaker for the third time this weekend. And we are only on Saturday.
There's no way.
I'm speechless. What is happening exactly?
This is the tiebreaker that nobody thought that we would see here. Singapore with the lead for the entire map, barely swinging back to Taiwan for mere seconds at the ending of the map. Not even a full second, and barely sneaks it out. And we, once again, for the third time this weekend, get the original superior tiebreaker. 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Yasuo, this is multi-skill set across the range. We have everything you could possibly imagine in this map, and at a very comfortable BPM too.
Absolutely. Some of those bursts, however, like increase the BPM for quite a bit. So players need to be really careful for those changes in rhythm. in order to not miss on stupid patterns. But yes, we have Superior, Tiebreaker, another original. I believe we saw every single original we have this week in this one match now, which is quite good, quite nice. Mapped by Wolf and Jay's Echo. Taiwan and Singapore are asking for a timeout apparently. They really need that.
Alright, now that I have breathed and regained my composure, we're ready. I think we're ready. Singapore and Taiwan, however, they're going to be taking a little bit of extra time here. Going to be putting the timeout on for both teams here. Taiwan and Singapore both taking their optional timeout right before tiebreaker. Understandable, that's going to be an extra 4 minutes of time for these two teams to gain their composure. Maybe even practicing the map. We're seeing 2 players from Taiwan lobby sitting right now, and we're seeing all players from Singapore disappeared, and this is not the type of map you want to go in and sight read. Now, I know that's sort of like the TWC vibe. Practicing tiebreaker is more of a rarity than anything else, but this is the scenario where you really need to go and take a look. You've got to figure out as much as you can. Get the info, get the practice in, look at the sections that are going to give you some trouble, and really try and piece through this with as much of the time as you possibly can, because it can be the difference between winning and losing a match.
Yes, and we have some really interesting copy pasta going in the chat on right now. And as I read it, I think it mentions someone hidden FCing the tiebreaker. So what are we going to see now?
Okay.
Are we going to see a hidden on this? Are we going to see Shiba Mas from last weekend? Just someone randomly FCing the tiebreaker with hidden?
An unbelievable performance, yeah. That it's possible.
The copy pasta believes in it.
And if chat believes, I believe. And there is the timeout from Taiwan, now stacked on top of the Singapore one. These teams only 2 more minutes left now before we get into tiebreaker. 5 minutes and 48 seconds. That is going to test absolutely everything these players have.
Absolutely. Underscore GT seems to be sitting in the lobby, just not in the first 3 slots.
High Greek's the only player who has not left this lobby at any point. If they play the tiebreaker now, I'm terrified for anyone else.
Yes. This level of confidence may as well pay off now.
He's been here before. They know what's happening. They know what's going on. One of these two teams stands to gain everything from this tiebreaker. Singapore, they started up. Taiwan made a massive comeback and then had to fight their way back in for the last point at literally less than a second left in the pick. And now it comes once again down to Singapore. Can Blurard put up the performance on this tiebreaker that we've seen for the rest of this match? And that's what's going to be scary for Taiwan. They know how Blurard has been playing in this match. And on a tiebreaker that is long and high skill cap and the culmination of everything we've seen thus far in this match, does that make the difference for Singapore? Or does the Taiwan consistency show through? Does this trio with the absolute aura play from High Greeks of sitting in the lobby during 2 consecutive timeouts leading up to this TB pay off? Because if it does, I am avoiding going around them ever again because I'm terrified. That would be the craziest play of all time. To just slam this tiebreaker after waiting for it to start patiently.
Zechi not being very confident in their accuracy, so they want Blurk to hop in the first slot. But apparently High Greeks actually plays this, so this is insane level of confidence.
This is
Here we go. Here we go.
This is the one. Do we see any hiddens come out? We've seen a lot of people calling for a hidden on Blurarg, but does anyone else dare? Harry Ada!
Oh god.
Harry Ada with the hidden. The mod advantage for Taiwan to start the tiebreaker. We've seen Harry with some very, very good scores in this match so far. And to go into this tiebreaker with hidden after you fought your way back into this match twice to give your team that mod advantage, if he's able to put up a decent play on this tiebreaker, will be the savior of his country.
Absolutely. We see no mods from Singapore.
And the no-fail on Taiwan across the board, too. Only Blurarg on the no-fail.
Just to speak about confidence from Zechi and Odds.
Or it's just another aura choice from Taiwan. Who knows?
Another aura choice.
The aura pickup no-fail.
Might be.
Well,
this map is quite long, so we can see how the players are going to react to the first really difficult section coming in right now. A few snapping changes here and there, mostly streams. 1/6 all over the place. Harry Aida having a little rough time with hidden right now on those patterns, dropping a little below 98% accuracy. But pretty much everyone else, except Blurarg, missing a really clean miss like that.
that is not what you want to see from Singapore, but it's just going to be the push that Taiwan need to stay in the lead with that 98% on Harry Ada. My eyes are on Monkey D. Luffy right now. That is the highest stack in the lobby. Sechi also very, very close. 99.6. Odds falls below 99, now 98.5. And Harry with a good recovery on that accuracy despite having the hidden. As long as they don't find a break, that note lock could be deadly with hidden on some of these patterns here. We're not going to have anything crazy happen until we start to approach that halfway point in the map, but Taiwan is certainly putting some room between them and Singapore early as a double break comes out from Singapore. Oh no!
There is no full combo left on Singaporean side right now. Monkey D. Luffy also missing, but it's just 2 FCs against none for Singapore.
If no miss from Monkey D. Luffy there, I would say that Singapore would have been very far down and out of this map. But that miss does give them the opportunity to start making things turn around here, especially with the accuracy on Harry Ada and High Greeks not being the highest ever. It's not bad, though, especially with Odds finding another pretty rough break.
Monkey D. Luffy also not having any really good time with accuracy. However, on Singaporean side, we still see 99% twice. Let's see, just really not having a great time either with the accuracy. They now see their scores. So Singapore sees, oh, Taiwan has 2 full combos still on the board. Especially that hidden full combo just really gives them a decent score advantage over Singapore.
Those misses from Singapore really doing some damage. Now 3-way miss for that team. And we've seen Taiwan make last-second comebacks, but it's going to be Singapore's turn as we come out of the slow section now. A third of the map left to go. Taiwan with a firm grasp on this match, and Harry Ada continues to turn heads with this hidden right now. The accuracy, certainly not, but still holding that full combo above 98%. It's putting the work in for Taiwan right now, and that score gap because of it. An extra 20k from Harry does find a break, but it's traded by Sechi. And odds, too. Bad spot for Singapore. It's just Blurarg, an amazing play, 99.5%, but their teammates continue missing, and High Greeks continues to hold. The only full combo left in the lobby. Monkey D. Luffy with a great recovery. Harry Ada continues to drop 1% down in accuracy, but that hidden is putting him still in line with High Greeks because of that score multiplier. It's giving them the advantage that they need, and it's maintaining this 70k score gap, and Singapore continues to fall further out of the loop, and Yasuo, that might just be it for them. The map long lost, and Blurarg with absolutely nobody to support them. High Greeks up on the top like a king on his throne for Taiwan. 85,000 score.
Yeah. Something really major has to happen from the Taiwanese side, but it's not. So this is the map. We see Taiwan winning the tiebreaker and them advancing to next week semifinals.
An unbelievable display from Taiwan, from being down 3-1 to Singapore forcing match point first and winning the last pick, the 10th map, by the smallest of margins in the final milliseconds of the map into winning tiebreaker off of a full combo from High Greeks, and Harry Ada putting up the highest score on the team with that hidden bonus. That is a serious way to win a match, and the underdog team, even though it's one seed apart, the 5th seed, pushing into the next round of the winners bracket to have the absolute joy of facing off against a decent team next week. Japan making waves as the newest up-and-coming roster in Taiko World Cup this year for Taiwan.
Never before seen Japan.
Unbelievable. Absolutely crazy stuff. But that's not the last that you're going to be seeing of Singapore. They will fall to the losers bracket round 4. They will be facing off next weekend in the semifinals in order to have another opportunity to force their way back up potentially to that winners bracket if they make this run. But we're going to end this match, sign off really quickly. We've got another one coming at you immediately following this, so we're going to switch out casters, we're going to switch out matches. Thank you everyone for watching. You don't have time to buy banners now, but find it in your hearts to buy some banners. I've been Chili Repair, he's been Yasuo. We're going to switch out now for Teasel and Youngin. Welcome to the stream. Enjoy the next match, and we'll see you right now with Russia versus Philippines.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile and Yasuo, for the last very entertaining match. End up in tiebreaker. I like my old match where it went to a sweep, but we are going to be bringing you Russia versus Philippines. How are you doing, Tiso?
I'm doing great. This weekend, I'm lost for words, so I'm going to talk about it. This has just been absolutely insane. These matchups have had some very unexpected results. The matches have been so close, and this is another match that has a lot of potential for being really close. Russia and the Philippines, both teams that very much deserve to be able to move on. Russia has showcased that they are very willing to dedicate themselves towards the practice, taking Chile to the tiebreaker last week, and that's how they've ended up here. The Philippines, on paper, once again, a very strong team. Very recognizable names, and another team that has the potential to advance on through the bracket. So, what does everyone think? Well, where will this one go? Because no one's been able to predict the World Cup so far.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely crazy weekend where all the results has been flipped According to Pick'em statistics, our first match, New Zealand versus Netherlands, New Zealand winning the match by only one person predicting New Zealand will win, and after that, the even crazier match that France actually take the match against Australia, where there's no players believe that France will win the match. So everything is absolutely unpredictable. So Philippines could have win this match because according to Pick'ems, we have another 0% Pick'em rate on Philippines and 100% Pick'em rate on Russia. And these two teams has already decided their bans. HD1 banned from Russia, which you expected, one of the weakest team on Hidden, and No Mod 4 being banned from Philippines, which is kind of surprising because Russia is never known as a gimmicky team, but I guess so does Philippines. First map being set up by Russia, and they're gonna go for some speed tech, No Mod 2, BBDB da.
Another important thing to note, you might notice that Philippines is the lower seed, so that Russia is technically favored to win. However, New Zealand, the lower seeded team. Australia, the lower seeded team. Slovakia, the lower seeded team. Taiwan, the lower seeded team. It's not over for the Philippines just because their number is lower. If anything, it makes them stronger going into this first map.
Our second VTuber song of the tournament, and this No Mod 2, not too far away from last weekend No Mod 2, but there are still a bit more bursts throughout the entire map, also kind of plays similar to No Mod 6, and Russia has been showing some fantastic scores throughout this tournament, especially something that requires speed, but we have never seen the X Factory place any map in this tournament just yet, so it's gonna be his debut in the World Cup because it's his first World Cup even. On the other side, we got this Cryptic Cringe, which is also his first tournament, so we got a debut versus debut. First miss from Philippines, J-Mare find a break very early on.
Yeah, it is an early break, but it is also early in the map. There's still 2/3 of it left to go, and that score difference is only around 30k, so a decent drop from the side of Russia can pass it back over and at least tie things up once again. But the question is, will they? They all look very, very comfortable and strong in this one, because even though J-Mare has also found a miss to script a cringe on that full combo, but down at 98% accuracy, so that's also contributing to Russia's score advantage.
Yeah, so far, Russia really playing it the one of the best No Mod team, best mechanics team, still freeway FC in this map. Philippines is also pretty good mechanics team. Honestly, they're not that far behind. The Cryptic Cringe actually missed very early on in the map that I think most, actually never mind, he did not miss. It's just his accuracy is a lot lower than everyone else in the board. The X Factory is doing a bit better on that drop. Accuracy drop 1% above the Cryptic Cringe.
Yeah, Taiko, Shala, and the Scripted Cringe have both missed now, and the misses are fairly clean, but it seems like the Scripted Cringe is struggling with the accuracy, just that bit more in comparison. And another miss there is going to give Russia a much stronger lead all the way up to 70,000.
Yeah, Danchik with a fantastic accuracy, only 5 100s in this map. Not the best we see in this weekend so far, but definitely one of the best in the lower brackets. A fantastic score from this high mechanics Russian player, and that is a very safe point for Russia first pick, despite having the X Factory, which I think arguably one of the weaker players for the Russian team, but still, he still FC the map, so I mean, first map of the tournament, and you get an FC on a pretty difficult pool. So good job to you. And Taiko Shala with a one miss, unlucky spot because he has 400 combo left, and he misses right in the combo cap situation. But still, moving on a pretty good score, beating out the Cryptic Cringe and actually matching the X Factory.
Yeah, the two full combos from, was it Taiko, Shala, and who's the player at the bottom right? I can't mind. There was one of them. Josh Echo. I don't know how you say it. Josh Echo? Probably. Echo. Yeah.
Echo.
So, great stuff. A good start to the match. The Philippines deciding to go with No Mod 5. A very interesting pick because of its the awkward pattern stream map, and we've seen very high ranking players find breaks on this one, and especially with the style of map that it is, once you start missing, it's very easy to keep missing. And once you pick up the whole chain, you just pass so many points over to the opposing team that sometimes it'd be very difficult to recover unless they do the same.
Honestly, this map is a pretty decent pick from Philippines. They are actually a very good stream team, having players such as Josh Eco and Silicosis, usually one of their better players for stream maps, but seems like we're not going to be seeing Silicosis here today. J-Man as well, a pretty good stream player, and Russia, they don't have Ako9 this year, which is a very competent stream player for Russian team, and instead they will be swapping in Crocodile Coben for their slot. Still a pretty good mechanics player, not too sure about how some of their players will handle these patterns, but I know that Crocodile Coben and Taiko Shala should be completely fine on a weird pattern map like this. Not too sure about rest of the Russian team on this map though, but we'll see.
Yes, for the Mania players in the chat that are getting a bit confused, Silicosis is also the player that you should probably know as Cup.
Yeah, CUB. Yeah, CUB. One of the best Mania player out there. So, also swapping into Taiko as well, a very competent HD player.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap in Mania skill coming into Taiko. Talking about skill, Russia showcasing just that slightly higher amount with a score lead of 1,815 on the intro. That is the weirdest miss I've seen on this map from Taiko Shala.
And you know, you're a hard rock player and then you cannot play the slow part. First couple of misses from Taiko Shala and also a one flat out miss, so it's not gonna hurt that much for the Russian team. The Philippines team moving on with these 3 players so far, which has been doing fantastic in this map. J-Man did not play that many maps in the round of 32 weekend. So does Josh Eco because he overslapped, and I would say that definitely hurts Philippines scores. And now Taiko Shala finding another break there. So Philippines moving on a pretty decent lead, covering around 2 miss, but 1 stream pick, 1 knock lock could have definitely swing it back to Russia's favor. Now halfway through the map.
It is only 15k and we have another huge set of streams to go. It is only halfway through the map, and for every miss that Taiko Shala has found can easily be picked up from the Philippines as well. But there's also the accuracy aspect. Of course, with the style of map it is, accuracy isn't too difficult to maintain, but you never know. A bit more misses from Taiko Shala is going to be very, very good for the Philippines on their own pick here.
Seems like these mono-ish patterning has been giving him quite a bit of trouble. Taiko Shala, Crocodile Coben actually handles all of these patterns very well. I've seen his performance on some of those really difficult patterning maps, such as X7124, and for now he's handling this stream just fine, but there's a mono and that means it's gonna be butchering some of these bongo players, and that mono stream there claims a huge score from Crocodile Coben, and not only Danchik is standing out strong against a fantastic Philippines team with Freeway FC so far, all number 5 apologies, but now here comes our final stream, and the most hype part about the map, it's going to be a 40 seconds long stream into a Kia as well, and the patterns on this part is very difficult.
Yeah, definitely possible for the Philippines to still lose this one if they find a huge chain of misses. But it looks like Taiko Shala is going to be the one to start off with the misses. There is not a whole lot of map left to go, and it is 60,000. There's misses from Descriptor Cringe, but they recover very quickly. We're going to have to see a lot more. Russia want to take a break point, but it's looking like it's going to be a very comfortable win for the Philippines. They seem very confident on this one, making sense why they picked it first. And 2 full combos from the Philippines, very close to a third with 2 misses from Descriptor Cringe. The other full combo coming from Denchik for Russia. Crocodile Coben also not far behind with the 6 miss play.
Yeah, Crocodile Coben was a 1 flat out miss on the mono stream, so it's a pretty great play from him personally. I mean, 1 miss on this map, it's not really that big of a problem because finding misses on this map is so easy due to how weird, how awkward some of these patterns in both KDK and DDKK players. Gonna say perfect scores from Philippines. Having two-way FC on this map is just so difficult, but they just pull it off. Having one of the best stream players and also one of the best config players such as George Eco, these patterns are not difficult at all. But Russia, back with their speed, back with their speed tech maps. No Mod 6, a very similar map to No Mod 2, but the BPM this time is 326, and this BPM is difficult, and it's super difficult for even some of these like speed players. The patterns on this map are very comfortable, so it's completely different compared to what we saw on the last map though.
Yeah, it's just about the speed and whether you're kind of able to comfortably switch between the different snappings, so accuracy will come into it as well. Even if you are managing to hold on to the full combo, accuracy is very, very important in this game mode, so you really don't want to be dropping too much of that either. So, you know, I do think this is probably still Russian favoured. You know, they did very well on No Mod 2, similar style map, but just a bit slower, so adding the speed on as well, I think with the types of players these are, I think it'll be alright with it.
Yeah, the SV of this map is slightly a bit slower, and I definitely do agree that benefits Philippines more, honestly. However, outside of that though, I can see some of their players not being the best at these sort of maps because of how difficult to play some of these bursts in general. And
Yeah,
no
it's
losses
just the
for both teams.
Yeah, going into this one, already seeing 1-6 and 1-8, those doublets as well coming in. Accuracy already in favour of Russia. But miss from Taiko Shala is going to help the Philippines keep it close.
But the accuracies is really night and day. Even a couple of misses from Russia Federations is not going to swing it back, as the players from Philippines, the highest accuracy, Josh Eco, is actually close to losing even to one of the lower accuracies. But as some of their players starting to pick back up accuracy, Philippines is in touch once again. Until I mentioned they were in touch, the Scripted Cringe and J-Man finds a double break on their partner. Russia is slowly running away with some of the free combos so far.
Yeah, Crocodile Koban, Denchik, and Josh Eco doing very well with their full combos and very high accuracies as well. Taiko Shala not too far behind, especially that accuracy approaching 99. It's J-Man and Descriptor Cringe are struggling a bit more on this one, allowing Russia to take a 100,000 score lead with 1/4 of the map left to go. So we'll see how the final Ki goes down, but I don't see the Philippines kind of managing to take this one back.
We're gonna have the slow SV with 1816 burst. This part plays perfectly like a 323 BPM. So basically the entire map, same again. There's some slow SV in the ending with an offhand, and now it's gonna be tripping up Taiko Shala. The Scripting Cringe instantly trades it, so it's not gonna matter, and actually extending the lead as well for Russian Federation. And there goes a second point for Russia. Two-way FC on their own pick, which is actually quite strong on No More 6, especially being a lower bracket team. Josh Eco trying to keep up with Cockatoo Coburn but Danchik, but unfortunately they just have a third player issue on the Philippines team, and that is a second point to Russia.
Interesting, we're seeing a 13100 play from Denchik, well, a 13100 full combo from Denchik, a 14100 full combo from Crocodile Koban, and a 15100 full combo from Josh Eco. So all three of those players incredibly close in their scores. And
Yeah,
Philippines
but
wasting no time, King Speed in 1-3.
Surprising pick from Philippines, honestly. After losing out most of the speedy tag maps, they're gonna go for another speed map. This map is a lot different though. The patterns are also very comfortable and rollable. They have tricky finishers and SV slowdowns, so also similar to the last two maps, but it's not main difficult part of the map. The main difficult part of the map is basically hitting some of those 1-4 bursts. There is some SB changes on some of them, and all giving like a spot attack to players who are not prepared with, especially a DDKKD, that it's easy for a player to drop accuracy in an SB speed up session. Again, another swap from Russian Federation, Taiko Shala, which is known as Crossbar, will be leaving the lobby for the first time in this match, and the X Factory will be swapping back in.
Yeah, this one is... I'm honestly not sure which way this one is going to go. I mean, of course, the Philippines picking it second. They're probably feeling fairly confident on this one, but, like, with this kind of map as well, like, Russia is not going to be playing badly on it. A lot of the players on the side of Russia are fairly high rank, and of course, to be high rank, you've got to be good at speed. It does say 146 BPM, but that's kind of a lie.
Especially some of these players on a Russian team like Crossbot has started playing 8-star speed map when they were 4-digit, even though they were not the best at it, but you know they were building up some of their speed mechanics even since their early playtime in the game. A break from Crocodile Coben and this flipping cringe. For now, trading from one from each team, but the accuracy of this second cringe is a lot lower than the rest of the board, so that is a lead in favor of Russia. A break from the X Factory as well, but the accuracies from this second cringe is not helping Philippines.
Yeah, this map is very, very close, but unexpectedly in favor of Russia on the Philippines' second pick. The Philippines really aren't that far behind, though. They're all looking pretty strong, and a couple of misses from Russia is keeping that score lead very minimal.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually flipping. Almost flipping, but Philippines just doesn't have enough fire to pick his back.
There we go.
From Russia on the slowdown SV session. Speed player moment. Completely a speed player moment in that part. SV slowdown, that means death for their own team. And Philippines saw this right now, and they have a complete combo advantage in the chorus, so they just need to not miss and run away with this combo advantage.
Yeah, like, it's definitely possible to be losing 20k in this final KI. The density is fairly high. They've managed to be holding on pretty well so far. A miss from Descriptor Cringe is gonna make things a bit questionable. It's hovering around 8k. No more misses from the Philippines are needed here. But it looks like they're slightly losing it to the accuracy. It's trying to go over to the side of Russia, but with extra... Oh, wait. Our player stopped. Are they gone?
It's only our clients that Crocodile Cobra leaves a bit earlier, but unfortunately Philippines does take that in that point with the two-way FC from J-Man and Josh Eco once again saving their country on a speed pick. No More Free has won by Philippines by 5,019 points, so Philippines will be taking that second point. Crocodile Cobra probably unhappy about some of their performance from the last map, so now it's a 2 versus 2 in favor of no team, so it's still tied. But all the speed map is almost over. There's still
to worry about.
one.
There's no break points. Everyone's, you know, there's teams have been picking their strongest picks and they've been winning them. All is good so far, and we're going to be back over to Russia for their third pick of the match.
Russia has still have some really good picks on my end in my book. Nomad 1, very high skill cap map that I think can just go up against Philippines, no problem. Some of the 1-6 streams burst is just way too difficult for some of these Philippines player. Not only that, they do have some pretty nice picks as well in the Hard Rock 1 pool and DT2, where Russia has been the best double time 2 team for the entire tournament, with Malaysia that is not your best 2 teams so far in this tournament, but they're gonna go for the quickies. Hard Rock 2, also a really good pick for Russia. Hard Rock speed, it's always the thing that you associate Russia with. And Philippines, I think they only have 2 players on this map.
Yeah, I feel like his is once again probably a bit more Russia favored, but I feel like the Philippines would be very happy to prove us wrong. And, you know, this is probably one of the strongest rosters I've ever seen for the Philippines, so I imagine they've been practicing a lot and are willing to go all out. We're seeing Twin-T come in for the first time this match for Russia. It looks like Denchik and Taiko are going to be staying in. And looks like we're going to be getting a swap in for the Philippines as well.
Yeah, Josh Eco will not play Hard Rock 2. He's a player who completely hates playing speed up SV, and they swap in a player who is also not really a big fan of speed SV. So the closest to more known as an HD player and a slow player, gimmicky player for the Philippines team, but unfortunately, none of their players really likes playing some of those skill sets, especially some of the stronger players. It's more of a mechanics type. So Lily Kotas is usually the lone wolf on a Philippines team, and he is being forced to play some of these high mechanics reading maps. Hard Rock 2, not something he likes to play as well, but it's a bit better than the rest of his teammates, so he'll be in for this map. I'm surprised that Pochaco is not playing this pick, probably because he's not here for the Philippines team, and that might hurt a tiny bit on some of these high SV maps. But after this map, I don't think missing Pochaco would be too big of a problem for the Philippines team.
Yeah, even though this necessarily isn't kind of the strongest skill set for Silicosis 2, the chat is still loving them anyway.
Yeah, he's a very respectful player. For the Philippines community, well, in both Taiko and Mania, I've seen his performance before, and I call him one of the prodigy for Taiko because of how good his accuracies are on a lot of the picks. But I have never associated him with a Hard Rock 2 player, and this is usually his weakness. And we can see that he already found the first break on offhand patterns. Hopefully that's not going to be a big deal, but seems like it's going to be a big deal as he is already struggling in this map. Trinity finds a break as well, but so does his pick and cringe. And honestly, in this first 10 seconds, I would say the map is already over.
It does look like it's well over 100,000 points already, only 2 full combos left on the board. Denchik and Jaime, players that are very much expected to perform well on Hard Rock. But this is a team game after all. And with 160,000 a third of the way into the map, what even needs to happen at this point for the Philippines to be able to take this one back? So it doesn't look like a break point would be happening here, but it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, because...
Oh yeah, really, really struggling on this one.
Yeah,
it happens. I've been there. I
am so surprised that Philippines decided to ban No More 4 out of this map. You know that you may be not the best at No More 4, but it's Russia a team that would pick No More 4. Or you associate Russia with Hard Rock. I would associate Russia with Hard Rock any time of the week. However, there is one lone wolf on the field for Philippines. Jaime actually beating out every player for the Russian team, so it's a solo man shining story for the Philippines. Only 99% on the block. Denchik, Trinity, and Taiko Shara right behind him, but not beating him just yet.
Yeah, approaching 500,000 score lead for Russia. And not too much of the map left to go. We'll need to see a disconnect from any of the players for Philippines to be able to take this, which wouldn't be very good, but you never know what will happen. But yeah, it looks like Russia are going to be winning a third point very comfortably, playing into their own strengths when they needed it, and the fact that they've only just picked something that they're winning so convincingly makes me wonder, is this something that they were saving until they thought maybe we don't really have any picks left, we just want to guarantee one more point? Or do they still have so many points left that, this is our third best pick and we still win by this much?
Oh, I think I'll be honest, I think they're just not thinking that hard. It's more like, oh wait, we like playing speed? Yeah, just go all the speed picks. Okay, to be fair, No More 6 is not that... it's also quite one-sided, but they probably did not expect the other team don't have like 3 players on Hard Rock 2, or even 1 player, or more than 1 player on Hard Rock 2, because technically Philippines still have Pochaco, who is also quite decent in this skill set, but apparently he's not present today, I do believe, for the Philippines team, and that makes it kinda a one-sided situation for Russia, and that opens a new window for them as well. So you can see that Silicosis saying that he is so good. Don't worry about it. You will have maps that you would pop off on. It's just not your playground. And again, I kind of question about Philippines not banning out Hard Rock 2 itself. No mod 4, when Russia would probably pick Hard Rock 2 any time of the week, and Philippines probably and Russia probably will never pick No Mod 4 in a lifetime.
Yeah, I do find it a bit strange, but you know, they've made their choice. They're just gonna have to deal with it now. They're gonna go back to the No Mod pool. They're picking No Mod 1, our Osu original by Marmalade Butcher, the second in a 5-part series for the World Cups this year. They've already produced a song for the 7Key World Cup, which was used in the finals, I believe, and it's a very, very good one. Very much their own style, and one that I love. And they'll of course also be producing songs for the Catch World Cup, the 4Key Mania World Cup, and the Osu World Cup. So you're just gonna have to stay tuned for every single World Cup this year in order to hear what they have coming out next.
Definitely a very good song there. One of my favorites throughout this week's map pool. This week's map pool, people really enjoy the songs. I am not that big fan of it, unfortunately, because I'm more like a vocal guy. But still, I always really enjoyed this composer stuff, because guitar rock definitely up my style, and that means you're gonna hear a lot of guitar snappings. 1-3, 1-4, and also 1-6 streams even. Some of those speed burst streams, they are very rollable, but it's easy to find a break. However, mapped by I9, that means a Philippines mapper. Would that be a benefit for the Philippines team, as they got a home ground advantage? Crocodile Coben, X Factory, Danchik on the Russian team, Josh Eco, J-Man, and the Swekit Cringe for the Philippines, back with the trio of the Philippines that's been taking points so far.
Yeah, perhaps the mapper buff is what they are banking on here, but I think it seems like a decent pick either way. You know, it's all about your consistency, and you know, it's one of the few no mod maps left. So since they've been kind of trusting the process of no mod so far, it seems like a natural pick to go for.
This map is quite stream style, and again, these patterns are very rollable, quite roll friendly, but the readings could be difficult. Especially on some of those like 1-6 bursts. This map is quite hard to play. Probably one of the hardest no mod we have ever seen.
Yeah, kind of at this stage of the tournament, it is probably kind of like one of the hardest no mods I've ever seen, but I feel like that's a good thing. I think it's very easy for no mod maps to just kind of very quickly kind of become speed maps in a way. So this one, while being 220 BPM, that's actually not terribly fast for Taiko. Well, it's on the upper end of comfortability. It's we need speed to produce density and that kind of stuff. So here we are getting to our tech section. There's been a couple of misses, but the Philippines is barely in the lead, but now it's flickering back and forth.
Yeah, Josh Eco with unlucky break, so does the X Factory, but once again the second cringe accuracy is a bit lower than the rest of the board, and that's the reason why Philippines has not taken back the lead just yet. And Dan Chic and Crocodile Coben, these two players are one of the best performing so far player throughout this entire match, especially Dan Chic. There's no hidden involved, and he would just, and when there's no hidden and reading involved, he'll be absolutely be a monster in a pick like this. A bit of a slow down sessions, and we're gonna get a 1-6 burst stream, and that is gonna be a very missable and I would say exchangeable part.
Yeah, I think it's I think the next upcoming bursts are gonna help kind of seal the deal for this map. Here's the first one. Everyone full combos it. We've got another one coming up right for you just now. The script cringe finds the drops. Russia take the advantage with a third of the map left to go. There is still an entire Ki left to go. And it is only a score lead of around 24k.
It's not over just yet for Philippines, but some of these players has been quite confident, but there
An
goes
entire
a
reset for the Philippines.
And
Josh
so does
Nico also dropping on the very short spinner. Denchik, the only
Unfortunate.
person with a significant combo now. And
But
more
that miss from
dodges.
Cockatoo Coben,
More
it's
Josh.
not
More
enough.
misses
It's
from Josh.
It's so
might be over.
tiny. It might be the first map that Philippines has slipped out of their hands. They did not. They probably performed very good in your solo play or right before the match, but unfortunately the match buff is just not here, and with the lower accuracy from this ticket cringe makes the scoring difference, and that goes fourth point for Russia, and the first breakpoint in the match. FCs from Denchik, a really good accuracy play, and one singular miss from Cockatoo Coben.
Yeah, I mean, good plays all overall from every single player there. Just Russia's scores were a bit better, especially Denchik's full combo. And Cockatoo Coben really not far behind on that one miss. The worst being 6 misses overall, so, you know, very strong showing from every single player. But that is a breakpoint in favor of Russia. The Philippines has a bit more work to do. But definitely possible. Depends what Russia picks next. And this would be the time to deny that breakpoint, because it would another win from Russia would take it to match point, a position that the Philippines wants to avoid as much as possible for their opponent.
I think Philippines could have just go for 3 mod 1 now instead. Having Silicosis hidden, Josh Eco hidden, and probably J-Man Hard Rock up against the 3-way Hard Rock against Russia, or possibly hidden from Cockatoo Coben. Going up against flat out accuracy Hard Rock maps, I do believe Philippines has a chance on it, but Hard Rock 1 this time is not a flat out accuracy map. It's actually plays like a speed map, and I do believe Russia can just instantly pick it, because Philippines, they probably kind of overestimate how strong Philippines are on the Hard Rock mod in general, where players such as Silicosis or Josh Eco are not fan of the Hard Rock mod at all, but instead gonna go for DT2. Questionable pick in this situation, but I mean they just want to break points, so might as well be a bit more risky with it. Tokimeki Broker, very risky map because it's one of the easiest map in the pool. It's all about accuracy. Even though Philippines has not been showing the accuracy game because of some of the most difficult maps are inaccessible for the accuracy player. So we might see a roster swap for the Philippines teams for this map.
Yeah, it does seem, I don't know. You would say, I know you were saying it's like kind of an interesting pick, but I mean, speed has been working out well for Russia so far, and this is the speed double time, so theoretically it should work out well for Russia. However, it's definitely not over for the Philippines already, just based on the pick. The patterning is very simple, it is dense, but it's the kind of map that a lot of the players in the Philippines will have encountered plenty of times during their time playing this game. So, you know, I think the accuracy and just kind of keeping that combo will come into it again, and we've seen plenty of players on the Russian side just find random chokes here or there, and that could make all the difference.
Especially, yeah. But the static cringe on this map would be a very questionable choice for Philippines team. He's a really good skill cap player, but accuracy maps, I think Philippines has a slightly better choice for their team. We should see him leaving the lobby after I mentioned his name. I'm sorry, buddy, you're a great player. I mean, a lot better than me on all of the no-mod maps. But DT2 though, I think Philippines has better choice. Airy or Silicosis would have been my choice for Philippines team, for me personally, because of Silicosis extremely high accuracy player, transition from Mania after all, and Mania player usually has a lot of great accuracy players, and there goes Silicosis too. He's back in charge for the third player for Philippines.
It's interesting that we haven't seen either Pochiko or Eri for the Philippines come in yet at all. And I definitely think there's been picks where I personally would have expected to see them, so I don't know maybe if it's unavailable or my judgment on their abilities or like overall Philippine team abilities is just incorrect. Both are very valid ideas, and Jeba has decided to go back to Nomad 1.
He doesn't want to
why
play
wouldn't you?
cha-cha-cha. He doesn't want to play the cha-cha-cha song. There's so many cha-cha-cha.
No,
in
he's
this song.
missing. No. Come
Oh,
on, Jeba,
no.
you've got this.
He is getting invisible score. Look at him go.
He's so good.
A typical quality from
Why
Osu.live.
why is the client doing this?
We need a panic. There we go.
Okay, we should hopefully stabilize. There we go. Apologies, the client likes to be a bit silly sometimes.
Definitely. We're gonna get the cha-cha-cha song. So far, accuracy, J-Man is double Xing the map, which is quite crazy. Any double S any DT is very impressive. 99.46 from Josh Eco, 98.85 from Silicosis, but still beating out Crocodile Coburn, so this might be the weird pick that I mentioned. I question about this pick from the Russian Federation because Philippines is actually really good at DT2.
Yeah, this the Philippines has consistently been in the lead, but it is very close. It's the kind of map where that's just probably going to be the case for the entire thing. It's a very short one. We're already halfway through. It's only 2k points.
Still flat out accuracy difference. Crocodile Coburn again being the DDKK player moment, having slightly bit low egg compared to the rest of the board, but he's trying to keep up because Taco Shala and Danchik doing very well so far compared to Josh Eco and Silicosis. They are touching behind J-Ma's back, but there is just a fantastic accuracy player from Philippines. Throughout all the speeds now, J-Man top score on Hard Rock 2 and seems like going to be top scoring DT2 for Philippines as well, saving Philippines' chance of getting consolidated breakpoint after this. Again,
like, it's not over till it's over, though. There is still more map left to go, and the score difference is only around 12,000. A single miss from the side of the Philippines could spell disaster.
There's no more cha-cha-cha left, and seems like that's going to be it. No breaks from Philippines, and once again, Crocodile Coburn leaving the lobby slightly bit earlier, but it's not enough for Russia to take this. According to our client's end, there are no misses throughout the entire map, and top scoring will be J-Man as Russia losing their map by 21,000 points. J-Man with 10,100 top scoring the lobby, and my suspicions about this pick is correct. Philippines is just slightly bit better in some of these speed, mechanics, accuracy, having players such as like J-Man and Josh Eco, and even Silicosis is not that far behind. And now 3 points in for Philippines. Where they gonna go next? And I think 3 mod 1 should be something they go for. Easiest map in the pool, number 2, and they can just use it. Accuracy with a singular mod to challenge against Russia on that map.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall if Russia have played the free mods last week, because they definitely still have their abilities to throw on the mods as well. You know, we saw them do quite well on Hard Rock 2. Of course, we haven't seen any hidden and not the other Hard Rock yet, but it's definitely still open to Russia as well. But I would be more inclined to lean towards the Philippines in the free mod pick, because they definitely don't want to go for the Hard Rock 1. And Hidden 2 is a bit more questionable as well, because it's like a speed map, it's 250 BPM I believe, and of course speed is something that does play quite well into Russia's hands. So I think you would be correct in saying that going for one of the free mods is probably best. And there it is, free mod 1. It's almost as if they're listening to us.
It's true. No, maybe I just have genius strategy. have been predicting right so far in this pick'em, in all my pick'ems. No, I'm doing horrible.
How many
this weekend
teams are you hired by to...
No. Okay, I don't know scores from both Russian team and Philippines team, but knowing these players personally, I think this is the best pick. Philippines, I mean, going against Russia, you usually would pick HD, but Philippines is a team that is actually good on HD1, but not so good on HD2. Players such as like Josh Eco and Silicosis are not the best player at reading higher scroll speed, and I think they are missing a Pochaco, which is the hidden 2 player for the Philippines team. So that causes a chance of picking that map. That's why 3-1 is the way to go. Russia Federation, they probably have 3 hard rocks, or 2 hard rocks and 1 hidden on their back. Taiko Shala and Dan Chick are definitely going on hard rock. They are not putting on hidden anytime soon. The X Factory is more like an HD player, so I can see him putting an HD on this pick.
J-Med definitely going with a hard rock as well. I feel like if any player would hidden hard rock though, it'd probably be J-Med. Although I can't say in confidence that that is the case. Of course, there is Nomad as an option as well, if anyone wants to play it safe and just kind of try and go for the consistent 1 million, or at least close to it. And there we go, we have 3 hard rocks for Russia, and the full spectrum for the Philippines. Hard rock from J-Ma, hidden from Silicosis 2, and a Nomad from Josh Eco. Very interesting. I thought the hidden would have come out from Josh Eco. But we'll see how this works out.
No. I'm kind of surprised that Josh Eco just going with no mod. I still believe he definitely can play HD on this map. So that is interesting that they actually puts up more disadvantage against Russia on a free mod pick that they choose. Silicosis with a very early break. So that gives Russia a bit of a lead, and so does a mod disadvantage. But the accuracy from Danchik, OD10's giving him quite a bit of a trouble so far. J-Man also matching up against Taiko Shala, 100 right behind him. Josh Eco with the double S, because of 1 less mod, he's the lowest score so far on the board.
Yeah, things are still very close though, but another big miss from Silicosis 2 is going to give Russia a huge advantage, going all the way from 13k to 80,000. I perhaps shouldn't have said anything. Going into
or it could be a
1-3
client's
section.
moment. Actually, there is a very smart comment on the chat that's saying Josh Eco could be putting an extra mod here.
Yeah, sometimes it does not show the mods, but it does seem like we have someone confirming it is no mod.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter either way, especially he finds a miss on that, and that means he's also on the back foot with no mod as well. J-Met, only one matching out the Russian team. Taiko Shala, crossbar, actually surprising everyone with the highest accuracy with Hard Rock so far. OD10 with low S, with not so high SP may not be a big problem for Taiko Shala, and he's a DDKK player, mind you. DDKK player can act still. 99.5, 11 100s on OD 9.8 map, and a freeway FC from Russia Federation to seal back the deal and take back the point 5-3, looking not so well for the Philippines team.
Yeah, putting a lot of effort to win back that initial breakpoint that they lost, only to lose it straight away again. Russia is now match point, only needing 1 more pick to win the match and advance on through the losers' quarterfinals. Philippines is going to have to get another breakpoint back and then win their own once again to take it to a tiebreaker. We have had multiple tiebreakers. We've had 3 tiebreakers so far this weekend, and we've also had a tiebreaker denial. So it's still very possible, but Russia going with Hard Rock 1 does not look good for the Philippines at all.
Yeah, this is a rough pick for Philippines. This week's Hard Rock 1 is not even that slow in SV. And I am kind of worried about some of their players on the Philippines team. Can they handle some of the reading scroll speed in this map? Especially Josh Eco. It's a player that really doesn't like playing quick scroll speed. Silicosis should be able to play this map, but I'm not too sure about the third player on Philippines and Russia. Of course, having 3 fantastic players on Hard Rock. Hard Rock, DT, and Nomad, some of their best skill sets. Danchik, Trinity, and Taiko Shala filling the board, but it seems like Josh Eco is going to be staying in the lobby. Non-Silicosis probably get grabbing Pacific Cringe or Airy showing on the board for Philippines.
It's going to be Descriptor Cringe coming back in.
I'm gonna say no Pochaco hurts quite a bit on Hard Rock.
It does, yeah. Because I especially know in the past for the Philippines, Pochaco was always the player that would take on Hidden Hard Rock in the free mods back when the rule sets were a bit more restrictive, requiring teams to have kind of like specific layouts of your mods to try kind of balance it out between all the options. So it does make a big impact for the team. And of course for Russia, as we've just seen, Hard Rock is great for them.
Yeah, we'll see how Philippines respond to this pick, but like me and Tiso suspect, might not be the best looking map after seeing how Hard Rock 2 went, and especially this map also played like a 320 BPM map on some sessions, so it's kind of like a speed tech again. And Russia has been winning those confidently on both No More 2 and No More 6. Even though the No More 3 was a W for the Philippines, but it's more like the slow session really claims the Russian teams, the slow down SV. And Hard Rock, that means no slow, and it's gonna be all smooth and speed and comfy to read for the Russian players, except this early part.
Yeah, we have some silly doublets going on. Yeah, we have some interesting 1-6 in this one as well, so it's entirely possible that Russia find a couple of drops on this one as long as the Philippines is able to stay consistent. The speed is high, but it's not quite as high as Hard Rock 2, I believe.
Yes.
So we'll just have to see how it goes.
And Russia so far has lower accuracy actually, because the early part is actually too slow for Russian players to act, and they should be getting good accuracy starting from now. And already free ray break from Philippines. Danchik also trading one of these back, but seems like the Hard Rock weakness once again just shines for Philippines. Not looking too well so far is the match point for Russia, and there goes entire board claim for Philippines except J-Mac. J-Mac only one holding something against Russia. It's only halfway through the map. It's slowly looking like uncomebackable for Philippines.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Russia didn't decide to pick this map earlier.
True.
It's very, very clearly cited to them, but perhaps they were just kind of waiting to... it's like they always knew that they had this up their sleeve. They were just kind of waiting for the right time to use it. Or perhaps they kind of maybe wanted to potentially hide information from their future opponents.
But after seeing how DT2 went, you know that accuracy, Philippines might just be slightly bit better in that sense. And with Hard Rock 1 going similar way of how Hard Rock 2 went, where Philippines really just don't have 3 Hard Rock players up their game due to probably some of their players missing, or just the map being too difficult for them. And that is going to be the final map for the match. Russia will be winning this match by 6-3. A solo FC from Taiko Shala, showing that he's just one of the best Hard players in both of these two teams. GG, well played.
Yeah, so that does mean, unfortunately, saying goodbye to the Philippines in this year's Taiko World Cup. And, but I'm looking forward to seeing them next year because, they're always there. They normally have a fairly similar team every year as well, so we'll be seeing plenty of those familiar faces back in 2026. But for Russia, they're going to be advancing on through the losers bracket into the next stage of the quarterfinals. I'm not sure who they will be going up against because this weekend has just been so crazy. I've not been able to keep up with it fully. Let's see. So they'll be going against the winner of Finland, Switzerland, which will be happening later on today, or today, I think.
Today.
So
Yes.
yeah, we'll have to just wait and see what the result of that one is.
I was gonna make that joke that Philippine players saying that they will quit every year and then at the end they will just sign up again the next year.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we do see them come back again because they are a pretty strong team. They got quite unfortunate on the round of 16 weekend. I do believe they can move into top 16 or maybe even higher if they just don't have these like unlucky situation of missing players. But yeah, 6-3, still a decent approach. I mean, beating out Russia on some of these speed maps, I think one of the best speed team throughout the entire tournament. So good job, but still, we'll miss you for now. And Russia will be moving on and go up and probably against speed abusing the opponents next match.
Yeah, we're going to very swiftly move over to Indonesia versus Canada. We've had to delay this one just so we could wait for this other match to finish. But I will be heading out and I will be replaced by the wonderful and Wolf. So I will see you later and I hope you all enjoy.
Hello and Wolf. Yeah! Your mic is repeating myself, but I think you should move away a bit, but we're gonna get this match on our way. Indonesia versus Canada. How are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Pretty good.
I know we have different outcomes for this match. That makes it all the more interesting.
I'll be real. I think everyone in the universe, probably except the Canadian members, team members, has different opinion with me, which I actually think that Canada is going to win the match, and I'm going to look like a fool because I have been wrong throughout the entire pick-in.
To be fair, today, being in the absolute minority when it comes to the match result has proved to be the correct way. Looking at the first two matches we've had today especially, but also ones that followed.
Except the match that I've played where we get sweep and I am the only one who want to put 6-1 and then I get sweep.
That was a dream that didn't happen.
We pretend it did not happen. But yeah, Indonesia versus Canada. We do have an Indonesia team where there is one name really shines through on the Indonesia roster. XK20 2238, 2238, one of the best player, the leading players for the podium team for the Indonesia Taiko World Cup 2021 or 2022. I apologize, I forgot the year, but that was the year that Indonesia grabbed a third place and helped continue the trend that Taiko World Cup. Having a new third place every year, so a veterans this time teaming up with some of the more newer players, Sarah, Ray, and Ropicus, with two returning players, I Am Crow and Camps. Ray did play in last year as well, but I would say this year is his real showtime. In Canada, they do have a completely new roster.
Yeah, and they've been doing really well so far. And they want to get further because they seed 13, they want to also place accordingly. But this week has not been nice to higher seeded teams at all.
Especially this pool where they are very burst heavy maps, and know that some of the Indonesia players are not really friendly to some of these bursty maps. These like speed map, you can kind of play them with a speed map, but if you just struggle in tech in general, some of those speeds would not save you either. So you kind of need to have like a bit level of tech and also a high level of speed. Canada players, they do have two really strong players who can handle some of those perfectly. Players such as like Kombucha and Coconut Human. These two players are really good on some of those like speedier maps and just like bursty in general. Flickaroo's not so much. But we'll see how they will perform. I also expect that Canada also has a pretty decent team throughout this pool, despite given their lower seed.
Yeah, and we can see the bans here. Indonesia continuing the trend of banning Hidden 1. Canada banning Nomad 3, which would have probably been a very nice pick for Indonesia very early on.
Yeah, they don't wanna they don't wanna play speed. Canada players they kind of lack one player when it comes to extremely high flat out speed. We'll see how Canada plays out throughout this match. I think their road of playing this match will be quite a bit different. First pick from Free Mod 2, going for BPM, Strong.
It turns out they can't play high BPM, but they can play shrunk BPM.
And they play with more mods though. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing double mod from XK. Not too sure about some of the other members of the Indonesia team.
They don't need mods. This map isn't really tailored to modding, so they don't need mods. One hidden hard rock is quite a lot.
It works for some team, but I think Zero can put on a hard rock on this map. Kombucha probably with a HD. I don't see I'm not seeing Kombucha putting on 2 mods to just risk for it. Coconut Human, he plays 280 BPM hard rock. This with hard rock is nothing. Flakery as well, also pretty well rounded as a player. Probably prefer HD slightly bit more, so probably an HD from Flakery, hard rock from Coconut Human, and HD from Kombucha. On another team, double mod from XK, probably one single hard rock from both Ropagus and Sarah.
And looks like we're about to start. You will know the answer to the mod soon. Four versus 5 mods. Canada with 1 mod advantage.
That is so interesting from Coconut Human. Oh my god. Double mod on this map. They are just daring to put on the 2 mods following one of the big players for the Canada team, Kombucha. Kombucha known as more like an HD player. So I'm kind of surprised that they put on 2 mods on this map. And I think this map is just too slow for players in Indonesia to put on a double mod. And Flickery, of course, with the hidden.
So far, everyone holding the combo through these SV changes.
But the first one finding drop will be Sarah on the DKK pattern, but the slowdown section gonna trip up Flickery as well.
We have to watch the accuracy. Flacco finds another miss. Kombucha finds a few 100s.
Yeah, what pretty good FC from Ropagus so far. Keeping up with Coconut Humans, a bit of a low hidden hard rock FC. XK also being cancelled by Kombucha, which you probably would not say the same thing 2 years ago, but now XK has not touched the game a bit and Kombucha have just been getting better throughout the entire last few years. The combo, the accuracy difference, and the difference trying to swap it back to Canada, especially a miss from XK would help, but the accuracy from drop by Coconut is saving Indonesia's right now. Here's a finisher session.
Kombucha misses of a final finisher! Now we have the offbeats, which completely destroy the Canada team.
What happened to the Canadian team? Oh no!
No, more offsets are missing Flacker, causing my Flacker to miss and get 100s.
Yeah, Flacker now dropping too many times in this map. I feel like the too many mods staring from Canada could have going for safe mods but this mod strategy just does not work. 2 bricks from Kombucha and Flickery once again, and it's looking like Indonesia is gonna close out this pick. And that's it. Flickery losing his rhythm in the ending, and that's Indonesia on the first point, on the break point.
Alpug is getting the full combo with Hard Rock. Third highest score in the lobby. XK and Kombucha topping with 2 misses each. And Indonesia immediately picks DT2, coming as no surprise to anyone.
Yeah, this is, I would say, the best pick on the board for them. DT2. They are your 1-4 team actually, Indonesia. Not too sure about some of the no-mob picks, how they would play out, but if you man just flat out 1-4 comfy patterns, they are one of the best teams out there. They are kind of like Philippines. Philippines, of course, being slightly bit stronger as well on some of the maps, such as like No Mod 1. Indonesia, more for your No Mod 4, no DT2, No Mod 5 team, No Mod 3 team as well. Just 1-4, then they will be fantastic on them. 250 BPM, not the quickest in scroll speed, but if you want to get accuracy on this BPM, Indonesia is definitely up the A game. Canada, not so much. I know that Kombucha is a really good player when it comes to DT2. Coconut Hillman, not so much in accuracy, and Flickery kind of just avoids DT2 in general.
Starting. This all about Ak. We've seen, I think this has the highest full combo rate of all maps of the pool. It's very comfy, there's just some offbeat doublets basically, and that's majority of the Ak difficulty.
Yeah, especially players like Sarah is super good at these maps. I'm kind of surprised that I Am Pro is not here swapping in, because I do believe that Crow can actually play on this map, and it might replace XK as well, where SK, despite being the leader of the podium team that we mentioned, but he hasn't been playing Ozu that much, and his DT accuracy was not showing that strong throughout the entire tournament, and he's usually replaced by Crow or Rei. But we're gonna keep him for now to see how he performs on this map, and so far, the player I mentioned they would do the best actually has the lowest accuracy in the entire board.
Yeah, but accuracies have been shifting between players. And we're at the point where Camps is, with Flacker, the only person above 99%, at 99% accuracy.
That's
very close.
Surprising about Flicker so far, where they are usually not a DT2 player, but they are holding on as well as some of the players who are known as DT2, but he's gonna be the first one to find a drop there, giving a tiny lead for Indonesia.
Camps trades, but Flacker found another miss, so a tiny bit of a lead for Indonesia on that side.
Kombucha's accuracy is a bit lower than what I expected from him. Sarah as well, so it's kind of matching score for all the full combos. Just XK a bit above. Here comes the 3-part, and Sarah drops a lot of accuracy again, trying to give chance to let Canada come back from this.
There's not much map left, but 20,000 score difference is still something Canada can get. If it were misses.
There's no more hot pot left, there's 2 more cha-cha-cha, and that's basically the end of the song. And no comeback for Canada, the map ends, and Indonesia will be consolidated their breakpoint. And honestly saying, to me, after I'm saying this is a very good Indonesia pick, being how close it is, shows that Canada might actually have a chance in this match, despite the large seed difference. 2-0.
Yeah, the seed difference is basically the same as we had earlier with Australia versus France. Smile. That went to tiebreaker. It would be a shame if we had a 4th tiebreaker this weekend.
Yeah, that's a lot closer than what we expected so far in this map. And again, I feel like Canada should not be afraid going for some of these no-mod picks, where they probably think their score is a bit low, but we know that Indonesia is probably also not the best team on some of those maps. They're going for no-mod 4, which I think is the best pick out of Hidden 1. Which Hidden 1 is banned, so go for no-mod 4. You wouldn't download a bird.
Or would you?
I won't. I don't want virus. That's why none of us FC the map against UK.
You side read the map in fear of a rivals to get it.
Yeah, don't side read this map, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a gimmick map.
3 minutes long, and it has some sections that are impossible to know beforehand. So, assuming Canada practice this a lot, this should be a good pick. What matters most is always the match performance, so if Indonesia also put in their fair share of practice and just gets a better run, it's fair point.
However, knowing these Indonesia players, they don't like playing gimmick.
Hasn't stopped teams from excelling at this map anyway.
Yes, XK is very good about the skill sets. The other two, not so much. Ray has been the kind of feeling player for gimmicky maps. And Canada team, this is what they pay. This is what they play. If anyone has heard of the 4-digit tournament series on Taiko, which is known as TART, they have some very funny maps. And
yes,
Indonesia, despite being some of the 4-digit Indonesian players, which is also playing in Taiko World Cup, despite having probably one of the highest skill sets, skill cap compared to most players in the tournament, they did not do as well as most people thought they would because of how many gimmick map there were. And Canada team has the top 2 players. They got top 2, and Coconut Human and Flickaroo was the 2nd place of that tournament. So you know that they are good at weird maps. But that side's not looking that good for Coconut Human, starting with a fantastic 66% accuracy. He's sure to bring it back up, but for now, Indonesia will be in the lead. Starting the map. It's gonna be the top part soon. There will be snap SVs hyped by snapping, and the first one that dropped from all people than what we expected, it's gonna be XK. Not a good start for Indonesia. That's a very huge drop, and Flicker retrades it back, but so does Warpagoods. So 2 miss on both teams. Coconut Human and Ray missing on the same pattern. So only one holding a combo right now is Kombucha, and already a pretty decent lead to start things off for the Canadian team. Oh, and
XK finding more misses. Huge lead for Canada now.
And this is what I mentioned about when Indonesia doesn't like playing gimmick maps, and it shows. It shows even more as Ray breaks again. There's no combo for the Indonesia team.
Oh, but Kombucha finds a huge miss and the lead shrinks by 20,000. Unfortunately, Indonesia has no one to really capitalize on that miss.
Another slow sessions, and asking Coconut Human, a 280 BPM hard rock player, to play slow is kind of painful, but so does some of the players from the Indonesia team. Warpagoods dropping a lot of accuracy in the slow sections, and Ray finding a break as well. Again, XK is the only meaningful accuracy and combo for the Indonesia team. The scores from Ropicus and Ray is just not enough to beat out the Canadian players. And a hard session over here. Not making any players drop, but the accuracies are showing the difference.
Yeah, and the lead is shrinking. Kombucha finds a couple of misses, but unfortunately XK also did, so Indonesia, once again, can't really capitalize on that.
And Ray is struggling in the slowdown SB sessions, cannot read some of these patterns at all. Even though we see so many misses from the Canada team, all being traded out by both Ray and XK in the last session. Ropicus having a 590 combo, but cancelled out by Flickaroos. Basically same combo, but that better accuracy. And seems like that is going to be it for the Canadian for this map. And first point on the board for Canada.
Canada would download a bird.
They download a bird. And we mentioned that Indonesia doesn't like playing gimmick, and this shows no one above 900k. And Flickaroo actually being the only player above 900k.
Yeah, Kombucha had the combo for the longest, but up falling apart in the second half.
Yeah, no one was holding anything in the first half, except Kombucha.
It's actually interesting, Ray only has 11 misses, but they were just spread out through the entire map.
Unfortunate, buddy. And there were slow sessions, he was kinda struggling quite a bit in both acting and not missing, so not bad map after all.
But it's back to Indonesia being able to pick a map, bring it to the third point.
I would say that's probably the worst map for Indonesia out. Maybe except No More 2 and No More 6, where I also don't think both teams has any player on them. Have that many players on them.
Maybe just wondering where we're going now. Speedy things are kind of gone. Hidden 2 technically exists. Technically.
I actually don't know what they want to go for. I think Hidden 2 is a pretty Canada pick.
Yeah, it just technically exists. Oh, they're going for a timeout.
Yeah, that's not a good start when all your picks is already out after you pick one map.
Yeah. Chat. If you play in a tournament, it helps to plan your picks in advance. And when I say picks, I mean more than one. And potentially more than 2, because I assume one of Indonesia's picks was banned. You need more than that.
They are not giving it so far though. And apparently I Am Crow is sleeping. He is oversleeping.
Oh no! Can you invite him when he's online, please? Hopefully that will happen. I assume that is what's happening, actually. They might just have woken up and shown a signal of life. And now we just need them 2 minutes for them to... I guess you could say warm up?
Yes. Kinda. But...
whatever 2 minutes of warm up do for you.
Yeah, that's why I was very surprised that he did not join when DT2 was selected, because I thought that was a very I Am Pro map. But outside of that though, I think I'm Crow would play No Mod 5 possibly. And Hard Rock 2. I don't see I'm Crow playing that many maps in the pool because of how many 1-6 and 1-Nick throughout the entire pool spread out. But again, that means that Indonesia doesn't have that many picks because they are not really a 1-6 1-Nick team, where Canada has like 2 1-6 1-Nick players. I'm not too sure about Flick Karoo, can he handle some of those high mechanics map? but Coconut Hillman and Kombucha should be fine on them. And there goes Hard Rock 2. Yeah, that's one of the maps that I expect I Am Crow to play.
I've know this has been played a decent bit, but I've never seen this map in a match.
It was played off stream against UK and Hong Kong. And it's actually like one of our few maps that we have a chance to win. And it did not happen.
Played when I was in parallel matches.
True. But yeah. Canada probably has one player on this map. And that's Coconut Human. The rest of the two players...
We already have an Ocam cooked troll.
I think if Kombucha has been putting in the practice of Hard Rock 2 throughout the last year, I can see him playing decently in this pick. Flickaroo though, yeah, maybe not the best for their team. Maybe not the best performance for their team. And Indonesia again, I'm pretty sure they also kind of struggling in this pick. I am very sure that Indonesia just struggles in this pool in general because of how many 1-6 and 1-8 spread out.
Need to pick for maps that have the highest skill cap required for non-1-6 things. Non-1 is kind of bad. Kind of.
There's a lot of 1-6 though.
Yes, but there's also a lot of very stupid 1-4.
True.
But I guess Nomad 5 would be that, but entirely.
Oh, interesting swap there from Indonesia. XK is actually going to be leaving the lobby. Okay.
You kind of called it earlier, when it didn't happen. With Fremont 2.
DT2.
No, DT2. Yes.
I'm just surprised about this pick. I expect he's going to be replacing Warpicus rather than XK. So I guess we'll be seeing Crow here. Wom just wake up and then play 240 BPM Hard Rock.
Yep, good morning.
And it's not a good start. Not a good start. He missed already.
100s. But they're in the map now.
Okay, they're doing fine. Bro is fine. And here comes the 240 BPM session. And the first 1-6, claiming both I Am Crow and Flickaroo. Very good performance from Sarah and Warpicus so far. I Am Crow seems like not waking up so far. Kombucha trading back in, but Crow is struggling. The waking up strategy is not working out for them. Maybe not the best to go for a Hard Rock 2 when you just wake up.
This reminds me, have you also had teachers in school that were like, if I ask you what the 50 states of the United States are at 3 AM in the morning, you will tell me all of them instantly. And it's like, feels like this, where it's just like, if I wake you up at 3 AM in the morning, you are playing Hard Rock 2 immediately. And works as well.
And there goes Warpicus as well. Coconut Human finally finds a break. It's only Sarah left standing alone in the field, but Kombucha has been recovering his combo, so does Flickaroo. So a 2 combo against 1 on Indonesia. Couple of bricks from I Am Crow has been giving a pretty decent lead for Canada, and this might be the comeback time for Canada. 100,000 points difference, and they're still building it. Another chain of misses from I Am Crow, and the morning strategy. And there goes Warpicus. It's looking over for Canada. Kombucha, you expect him to be the best favorite for Canada, but no, the 2 players that got second place in the 4-digit gimmicky tournament, Flickaroo and Coconut, doing the shining here. Still recovering very well with their combos. Even the Flickaroo that he is cooked, holding a house and combo.
Yeah.
And he is not cooked. He is cooking someone else.
Yeah, Sarah and Coconut 2 were kind.
that is going to be it. A B from I Am Crow because for just wake up in the match, but honestly, compared to rest of the scores, it could have been a pretty close match. Coconut Human was slightly bit behind Sarah with an FC, and FC is not enough. Flickaroo is beating a wall picker, so he basically can cancel out these 4 players. So all the scores are between Kombucha and I Am Crow, but again, the waking up nap, the PM with an incident, gives a point to Canada. B for bad time in the chat. That is a very mean meme. Yeah, you're gonna see how you see what Canada picks next. After that, I think they got some pretty nice pick. I think the entire no mod pool is not that bad for them, and they are staying away from them. And they're gonna go for no more 6. No more. You see no more 6 and no more 6 pick from the Canada team. And yes, we finally hear the audio for the stream. We're gonna get back our jams. You know, Sit Care, very similar to last year's No Mod 6. Just a jam after for this song. Yeah, this might be the secret pick for Canada and probably decide how this match is going to go. In my prediction stream, I said that Indonesia is not the best at these type of skill sets, but so could be said about Canada.
So just need to see who is the better.
Yep, they got Coconut Human, which was destroying the maps in Thai, where they are very difficult. We're starting the map. I guess we'll be swapping client for now and look at the stream as everyone, so our commentary might be a bit delayed. So the same roster for the Canada team, probably every map. Cams is swapping in for I Am Crow, and SK swapping in for Ropicus. Not too sure how Sarah will handle this pick.
What's for sure is that XK is so far ahead in accuracy.
Yes, definitely. 2 bricks for the players that we expect to struggle quite a bit. Flicker and Sarah will be the first one to find a drop into the speed up sections. Still decent score for everyone so far.
Coconut Human so close to finding a miss on accuracy, but not doing so. Flacker finds a huge chain miss.
Cams will be trading it, but so does Sarah as well. So it's a 2 FC versus 1 and Canada could have taken it back because of combo advantage. And there goes Indonesia's score. Sarah and Cam just unable to hold on combo some of these SB speed up section. XK with only 200 is trying to save Indonesia from this. Faker finds a miss, but he's solo man against all the titans from Canada. Coconut Human and Kombucha is trying to let Canada take back from this. Faker misses so much, it goes back to Indonesia into the break, and everyone sees.
Yeah, no pressure, but the pressure is on. Everything can still change, but Indonesia has the lead right now. Flecker really struggling on this map. Kombucha finally also finds a miss on Canada's side. That's only one full combo left.
And that might be it. A bit of a score drop from rest of the Canadian members, and bans means there's no coming back on No More 6, and there is a breakpoint again. Flakeroo 800,000 points, but not enough to go up against the players in the Indonesia roster, and XK's FC saves Indonesia from this pick.
Quite a comfortable lead at the end as well, but is it enough to say that Nomo 2 might be a direction Indonesia could go? Because I don't think it is.
I don't think so. I seriously don't think so. I think it's just a lot better picks for Canada, or for Indonesia can go for, rather than go for a speed tech if they want to risk again, which I just don't see it. But again, I don't see many picks on Indonesia either, so maybe I'm also wrong.
Just roll. It might be fine.
I guess Hard Rock 1... Actually, no, Hard Rock is basically No More 2 and 6 again, so...
Yeah.
Dude, I have no idea.
Just said DT1. No one ever expects DT1 to suddenly show up. Not the sensible option, just the banger.
Yeah, Indonesia doesn't have much to think, but they're gonna go for Hard Rock 1, skip and snap. It's your map, and we'll talk about it.
It's very cute. There's just a little doublets, and 1-8 and 1-6, and some absolutely weird rhythms. But other than that, it's just a small tag map. Also, it's very high SV. Like, normally you expect Hard Rock 1 to be kind of readable by everyone, and it's just an act challenge, but also, this time it's a reading challenge.
It's also kind of a speed map. You can play the map as like a speed.
You can, yeah.
You can just single tap all the patterns. It's honestly not a bad way to handle about this map.
And then it just kind of follows No More 6.
True.
High SV, funny rhythms.
You can see Warpicus warping in for this map. I thought it's gonna be Camps again, but seems like Warpicus will be the one handling the speed SV this time.
I think everyone is here.
Yeah, we're probably gonna be seeing these three players on Canada playing every map. Where Indonesia could swap in some of their roster, tiny bit.
Assuming they are well rested.
Finally starting. not so high in terms of accuracy. It's only OD 9.1, so it's not OD 10.
Yeah, but the rhythms are just screwed. OD10 will be... It will be overkill. These players can handle that. But we didn't need to go there.
And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Indonesia go for this map, but I think they don't have any thought to what they should pick. So, seeing that other team is usually kind of a bit weak on Hard Rock, might as well do it again. Flickaroo won the first break on practically nothing. Reset his nerf a bit, so know that you don't need to keep an FC for the entire map, but he needs to watch out at some of these accuracy because it's dropped quite a bit on the SV finishers.
Coconut Human also dropping quite a few 100s.
Coconut Human is more like a speed hard rock player, not the best at acting them. But the players on Indonesia, Warpicus is definitely an accuracy hard rock player. So does XK. Misses from Flicker again, so Indonesia takes a pretty nice lead for now. 60,000 points different, and this map is not that long. And there goes a miss from Kombucha.
Missing at the end of a stream. There's still quite a bit of difficult map left, but 100k is hard to catch up for Canada.
Yeah, Kombucha keeping back up, recovering some of this combo, but Flicker is just not holding together for the Canada team. And seems like this pick worked out quite well because this is probably what we expected on Hard Rock 2, where Coconut Human is the only one standing strong for the Canadian team. And on the other team, everyone is holding a very good FC. And this might be a three-way low FC on Indonesia, except XK. And that's gonna be it! 99% on XK, 98.5 from Sarah, and 97 for Warpicus. It's a three-way FC. A low egg, mind you, but still, three-way FC is a three-way FC, and we should respect that. And that it's going to be a fourth point, break point, consolidated for Indonesia.
300,000 points as well. I think it's the largest one we've had this match. Now, the pool is shrinking. Canada doesn't have a lot of options anymore. Hidden 2 is still there.
I think Hidden 2 is a play here. Pretty sure that Indonesia will just avoid free mod as much as possible, but they also kind of want to avoid no mod. No Mod 5 is also a pretty decent pick for Canada. I think No Mod 5, Hidden 2, and Free Mod 1. It should be what they go for. And they're gonna go for Free Mod 1. Back left the free mods, and they're probably gonna be mod abuse again.
Yeah, but will it go wrong like last time? Like, remember, Indonesia schwankt Canada on BPM.
True.
Are they the green mammals? Maybe Indonesia's the green mammals.
Green mammals. What are the green mammals?
That's one of humankind's greatest mysteries. We need a supercomputer to answer that question.
I was gonna ask, are they even green mammals?
Yes, there's green mammals, but we don't talk about them. We never talk about them.
Or maybe Indonesia is the green mammals, and that's why they're ready to defend this pick. Or Canada are the green mammals, and that's why they pick this map.
Whoever wins is the green mammal. That's for sure.
Just like the background of Taiko World Cup 2025, where you can have this background as well with buying a banner for your favorite teams to win. And if you bought a team that actually wins the entire tournament, Japan, you will be able to store that banner until the next Taiko World Cup starts. And you can also buy as much as you want. It's only $2.50. $2.50. Very cheap.
Yeah. I have to buy a new banner. My team is gone. Sad. I killed them twice. Not only did I kill Australia last week, they lost on No More 2, and I accidentally ended up betting against them on the pick'ems. My tiebreaker, my Jay Seiko's tiebreaker ended them finally.
And
earlier
you butchered
today.
them. You
Yeah.
butchered them. But maybe
My bad.
you're bad. Maybe Canada wants your help and butcher Indonesia. Hidden Hard Rock from Kombucha, Coconut Human, XK, Hard Rock on Ropicus, Sarah, and Flaker. So OD10 with Hard Rock on this map, but outside of the OD10, this map actually has no SP, so it's not that hard to read with Hard Rock. So same could be said about Hidden, but there's one third streams and one sudden 1/6 burst, and my trip of players. SK will be the first one finding a drop.
Yeah, but the lead has been on Indonesia's side for the beginning of the map, which is interesting. Which gives me the information. They have a huge accuracy lead. But it's slowly going back to Canada now.
Yeah, Ropicus is a very good SS player with Hard Rock. So you can see his accuracy is quite high, and Sarah as well, and there's no 1/6 involved. Sarah's accuracy just up on the A game. But that also 1/6 later on. First stream with the first one finding drop being Flaker, and the accuracy dips from Coconut Human as well is giving back the lead to Indonesia, and that might be the worst time possible as XK has built up back up to the combo camp. Kombucha missing as well. Map is slowly running away for running out of hands for Canada as Indonesia has built back up their combo lead. First sign of weakness shown by Sarah, but Kombucha instantly trades it back. Coconut Human trying to stop Indonesia. Cracker also recovering, but there's not enough respawn from Indonesia's. They need more miss. Last part.
But there's nothing left. The 1/6 is gone.
They need one miss right now for Canada to come back, but seems like Indonesia are the Green Mammals. FC from Ropicus, one miss from XK, and a Hidden Hard Rock FC from Coconut Human. When Kombucha missing 6 times in the map gives a pretty good score lead to Indonesia.
Now, this could be the final pick of the match. Indonesia has the chance to close it out. Close it. Bring it home. Get top 16. But what will they pick? Everything is dangerous. The pool is lava.
Who is lava? No more 5. How to make some love.
It does
Please.
seem like the best option. It's definitely the one with the least rhythm complexity.
And Indonesia kind of vibes on that, but so could be said about Canada. I think both teams are actually not that far off.
Alright then, I'm reiterating, pick DT1 because no one ever sees that coming. Let them cook. Let them city cook.
Yeah, Indonesia is the only loss on their worst map, No More 4, and oversleeping incidents on Hard Rock 2. So,
They're picking No More 2.
And there are no maps that are similar to those 2 maps. And seeing how No More 6 went, I hope this goes well for Canada, because it's not going out well for Canada.
Yeah, on No More 6, it kind of seemed in Canada's favor until both Kombucha and Coconut Human basically got one miss and it just fell apart. This map's also easy.
Yeah, and Flicker also said he is cook again. But remember what he said what happened when he said he was cook last time.
I lied!
He lied.
Yeah.
We do have
Up to
Cam's
it.
back, which I think is a lot more expected. I think Cam's is definitely the second best player when it comes to these type of maps. Not too sure about Warpicus, but XK should be completely fine on this map.
Alright, we're starting the potential final map of the match. Unless Canada gets a breakpoint.
Very hard for them to come back, honestly, after seeing how No More 6-1 and they banning out speed maps in general.
It's an uphill fight for sure.
We'll see. Again, when Flicker said he was cooked last time, he chose a pop off. It might be the case.
Yep, Indonesia immediately dropped all double S's. Canada still has 2 going.
It's far from the hot part though.
And yet, Walpurgis already missed.
And there goes Flicker as well. His
Huge
breaks is a lot. And the chain miss respawn from Warpicus, and so does Flicker, and it seems like they're just 2 players completely uncomfortable in this map at all. And again, like we mentioned, Coconut Hill and Kombucha should be completely fine in this map. There's a 3rd player issue versus a 3rd player issue so far in this map.
Yeah, and there's a
It's a slowdown
50,000 lead.
And slowdown SV has been the nightmare for Indonesia in No Mod 4. They're doing a lot better this time.
Flacker found another miss. Lead is down to 25,000. 20,000. Don't fight so many 100s! The lead is shrinking fast.
And
Kombucha.
tournament life on the line for Canada. And he finds another break! There's still one more chorus left, but now we see the red. Indonesia is in the lead once again. XK is carrying the team, but even this time, Camps is backing up him with the FC as well. It has only been mistake from Warpicus. Canada needs a miss from Indonesia's, from any player now. They might need a team miss right now to come back from this, or it's gonna be over. And saying goodbye for the Canada team. Last part of the map, that's going to be it. And seems like Indonesia will be the one takes the final point and say goodbye to the Canadian team. 6 points is in. 13 and 16 100s from XK and Camps respectively. 8 and 24 from Coconut Hillman and Kombucha. But seems like Flaker just a bit further behind compared to the rest of the board. That's going to be it.
Indonesia takes it, moves on. They are facing the winner of Turkey versus Poland. Happening in 1 hour.
Yeah, Turkey versus Poland. My pick'ems is not looking out too well. Where I predict Turkey will win this match, but apparently almost everyone in the world disagrees with me.
No, on that match? This match,
Poland.
people very much predicted, you predicted Canada, and people
Yeah,
didn't
I
predict
know.
that. But Turkey is the one people predict win the next match.
Okay, okay, I see.
I'm the one who's screwed because I have Poland.
Maybe, but we'll see. This weekend
see.
has been quite eventful so far. And it's
Certainly
gonna change a lot of people's pick'ems result.
Yeah. Certainly did not have 3 tiebreakers in my bingo sheet, pick'ems, whatever, for this weekend.
Yeah, in the prediction stream, we said there's no tiebreaker, and they instantly give us 2 at the start of the weekend.
No, actually, I got my tiebreaker with a wrong winner between Singapore and Taiwan. That one I got.
True.
I have 1 point. I lose
got 1
2, but I got 1.
Yeah, well, the next match also be a tiebreaker where Turkey, a very hard rock team, speed team, against Poland, your HD PVT team. See you guys in 52 minutes when it comes up. My name has been Yongin. Thanks for joining with me and Wolf.
Thank you, and we'll see you then. 50 minutes. It's a big match.
And yeah, don't go anywhere and watch your 12 seed versus 15 seed match. Be sure to be here in twitch.tv/OceanLive.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025 Quarterfinals. We have our match between Turkey and Poland. Decently close in seeding, and pretty decent, kind of well-known players on both sides. Yep, 12 and 15. So, yeah, both of these countries have been kind of improving over the past couple of years. Turkey kind of rising up as a newer country, kind of slowly gathering players over time, with Poland being a country that in the past was very, very well known, and kind of their old players phase out and their new players are coming in, getting up to speed and slowly making their way up the ladder. So I will not be casting this alone. I also have DrownX with me. Hello.
Hello. Excited to cast a match today, after the unfortunate circumstances of the first one.
Yeah,
but absolutely.
We're here now.
And for the record, unfortunate circumstances is just a match took a long time. Nothing bad.
Yeah. Our earlier schedule was a bit insane, to say the least. Yeah, just matches taking a bit longer than expected, paired with a very tight schedule, resulted in just everything having to kind of get postponed a wee bit, and an entire match couldn't get streamed because other matches were over the top of it. We only have the resources realistically for 2 streams at a time, so we can only do so much. But yeah, I believe we are waiting for a couple of Polish players to make their way into the lobby. So we're just gonna kind of entertain you as we go. Kind of, I guess, maybe talk a bit more about what's happened in the World Cup so far, and maybe what's going to potentially happen later on this weekend, and maybe further afield.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
since you're saying you haven't managed to cast a match yet, have you at least kept up with what we've been seeing so far this weekend?
Oh, only a little bit.
Only a little.
There were a lot of matches that took place like before I woke up, so. You know.
Do you know?
It's 2 p.m. for me right now. I woke up at like 9:30.
Well, we started off with Netherlands, New Zealand, which very unexpectedly, to all but one person on Pick'ems, went to a tiebreaker with New Zealand winning.
About like 15 minutes ago, I did look at the information sheet, and I was surprised to actually see getting a lot of close matches. I mean, I guess it is quarterfinals, so of course the matches are starting to get closer. But
and of course it didn't stop there with Australia, France also going to tiebreaker, with France winning that one. So very unexpected results. We're having like the lower seeded team win. We also saw that with Slovakia versus Vietnam.
Yeah,
Slovakia being the lower seeded team winning that one as well.
Like Discord, that one was wild to see the scores for.
Yeah, that one was like a tiebreaker denial as well. If Vietnam had won that point, we would have gone to another tiebreaker.
Yeah.
But speaking of tiebreakers, we also saw another one this weekend so far, our third one between Singapore and Taiwan, which once again the lower seeded Taiwan took the win.
Tiebreaker just weighted towards them, I guess.
You would never think that a very, very technically demanding tiebreaker, especially at this stage of the tournament, would end up favoring the lower seeded team 3 times in a row.
Or maybe it's the reverse. Maybe just the qualifiers didn't suit them.
Entirely possible. I have a spreadsheet where I'll not go into it too much, but I've been keeping track of where teams seed versus where they end up, and kind of assigning score to that, to kind of maybe try to figure out where has, what has the results kind of been, how kind of close to perfect are they? Of course, you can't really account for every single variable that does take place, but I'm hoping that maybe over a couple of years I'll potentially find some interesting results, and maybe it can help create like a better qualifiers that can best and most accurately seed the teams.
I really like the one spreadsheet that someone made where they took countries' performances across all World Cups and just ranked them according to their respective placings.
Yes,
and Japan was like second or third place purely off the back of winning TWC almost every single time.
Yeah, every single official World Cup has had a Japan win, and there was the first 3 Taiko World Cups weren't officially run by staff, they were technically like community tournaments, and on the second one, Japan only got second place. But they made up for it by getting first and third the next year.
Yeah,
because back then the game was small enough that B teams were kind of required to make up enough teams in order to run a proper tournament. But yeah, seems like we're still waiting to see if we can get some more Polish players into the lobby.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, due to the rules of the tournament, we cannot advance with a match if there are less than 3 players for a team.
Yeah. It may be a little redundant to say, but you can't really play a 3v3 tournament with 2 people on your team.
Yeah, I mean, in standard, because it's combo based, you could potentially get away with it, although I also believe it is against the rules just for consistency. But in Taiko, it's just impossible. Especially kind of at the level that we're playing at. If
Yeah.
it was like a bunch of 2 digits and then like some 4 digits, like on a difficult pool, then the 2 digits would probably still be able to win 2 versus 3. But in cases like we have here in the World Cup at the quarterfinals, it just wouldn't be possible.
You know, you just made me think of like the stupidest possible tournament format. We just put like 2-digit players against like 3-4-digit players and make them play really hard maps and see if the 2-digit can win.
I feel like you see this, like, you'll end up seeing it's like YouTube videos or something,
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, can
It's a speedrunner
like a
versus
bunch of like
hunters.
bronze players take down like 2 grandmasters in whatever game,
Yeah.
whatever ranking system, yeah. So I'm sure you could probably like create that kind of situation for Taiko as well.
I'm just trying to think of like what would be a rank bracket where this is even remotely fair.
Well, I don't even know, because you'd
'Cause,
also
like,
have to take the difficulty of the
there's
maps into consideration as well.
there's so many most of the configurations I can think of are very heavily weighted towards one side or the other.
Yeah.
Because like, if it's more than 3 people, like it has to be 4-digit players. Because like, and for the record, I'm saying this as like a 3/4-digit player myself. We're good enough that 3 of us could probably beat a 2-digit on a chart just because of score.
Yeah. Because it's like, even if you... Yeah, because I know from personal
Surely
experience
we could get
that
300k each.
Yeah, it's like, even if you basically cannot play the map, and you're getting like 80% accuracy, you're still probably going to get around like 400,000 score.
Yeah.
Just with the way that our scoring system works. So, yeah, when the maximum score is only 1 million, each player only needs to get 333,000 if it's like 3 players.
Yeah.
So you'd have to make the map very difficult to bounce out. So, I mean, I'm sure there's possibility with like something in the future if people are willing to experiment with that kind of thing.
I think we could get three to work if it's like if we get like lower ranked 4-digit players.
Yeah, if you went like really like grand finals kind of grand finals kind of level as well, that would probably have something. And okay, looks like our yapping caused time to pass really fast, and the ruling is if a team cannot produce 3 players within kind of 10 minutes after the starting time of their match, they automatically lose. Poland has not been able to produce at least 3 players at this time, therefore Turkey wins by default. And they will advance on through the bracket, and they will be playing tomorrow. Fortunately, I don't have the bracket up, so I can't see who they'll be playing and when.
I think it was Indonesia. I also closed
Indonesia Sunday 14 UTC. So if you're a Turkey fan and really want to see them to play, make sure you come back to the World Cup stream then, 14 UTC Sunday. And unfortunately for Poland, this is a really sad way to say goodbye to them, because they definitely had a lot of potential. I think this would have been a very, very fun match to watch and cast.
Yeah. With having a lot of good matches already, and I think this would have just been another one to put on the list.
Absolutely, but sometimes life gets in the way, and you can't predict everything that'll happen. So we hope to see you return next year, stronger than ever. But with that, we'll probably end up kind of pausing the stream for a while as we have our next and I believe last match of the day at 19 UTC, so about 45 or so minutes from now.
I will be back for that. I think
I will also be back for that. Yeah. So if you also just wanted to come here and see us cast, be back here in about 45 minutes. But until then, we will see you later.
See ya. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Taiko World Cup 2025 quarterfinals. I'm Dryad X, joined by Bronzecrank for United States versus Chile.
Woo! This is a really, really exciting matchup. I am so excited to see how these quarterfinals winners bracket matches go off here. See the US in the 3 seed, Chile in the 6 seed, and these two teams have quite a bit of history with each other. This is, I believe, their 8th time overall meeting each other in the Taiko World Cup, and they have had quite a history in those meetings. The US has won 6 of the last 7 meetings against Chile. However, I think they've been, relatively closer lately, especially as Chile has really started to come into their own as a Taiko World Cup team. If you watched last year's Taiko World Cup, you know the US was actually the team that knocked Chile out of the tournament in the round 5 of the losers bracket. US beat Chile 6-2. So Chile might have a bit of a chip on their shoulder here. They want to get revenge for that and take a win in this match. But we'll see if the US will let them do that.
Yeah, out of all the teams in TWC to have a vengeance against, the US is certainly one of the last ones I would want it to be.
Absolutely.
They've been a monster of a team for a long time.
Yeah, and that is not looking to change this year. This US team has a lot of depth to it. I think all 5 of these players are really scary to face. I think, they have just this huge versatility that makes it so difficult to try to find maps that you can really beat them on.
Yeah.
We do see the bans coming out here real quick. Chile banning out Hard Rock 1, US banning out Fremod 1. Both, I think, pretty solid bans there.
I would say Fremod 1 is a bit of an interesting one, just because, I mean, it's been a fairly consistent chart for a lot of players.
Yeah.
So, I can understand the theoretical standpoint of maybe they're afraid of how even it is, but even still, it's not a very common ban to see.
Yeah. The US did ban out Nomad 1 last week, so maybe they just want to avoid maps they view as sort of accuracy battles.
Yeah.
Chile though is a really, really strong Fremod team though, which I think is a bit interesting that Fremod 1 was the ban, if that's the case, rather than Fremod 2. Chile last weekend, I think notably, was the only team who was able to put up 3 hidden Hard Rocks on that Fremod 2, and blew pretty much every other score out of the water in that regard. But we are on to this first pick here from the US, the Nomad 6. I think the most standard tech map we have in the Nomad pool. Interested to see how this one goes. Both these teams, I think, are pretty competent when it comes to tech. But I do think the US does have an advantage here. They are a really, really strong tech team. We see Minilamp, Silver Tyrant, and Pet in for the US here. And Oko, Chiba, and Muchi in for Chile.
I've not been able to see this map yet. Just has not been picked in any of the other matches I've really seen.
It's I think pretty standard tech stuff. You just got a lot of dense mix snappings. It's nothing too crazy. We have a few kind of techie-ish maps in the Nomad pool, but I think this one does stand out to me as the most traditional of them. At least the one that my brain can comprehend the most. As a certified non-swing enjoyer.
That swing is so good.
My fingers disagree, unfortunately. We do see an early accuracy lead here for the US. There's a bit of accuracy drops here, especially on Muchi there, dropping below 99 a little bit here. On the US, on the other hand, Silver Tyrant still holding an SS about halfway through the map, and Minilamp and Pet not too far behind. And Ulko actually going to find a break here for Chile as well, so that lead is going to solidify for the US here.
really, really rough spot to find a break as well. And now...
Yuchi picking up a couple 100s.
Yeah. Chiba, I think the only one really holding super solid for Chile here. Ulko's Ack is really good here, but unfortunately that miss is going to hurt. Pet has dropped down to the low 99 accuracy range for the US, but I mean, Silver Tyrant is still holding an SS right now, which is just crazy to me. I know the US pulled off a 1 SS score last weekend on the Nomad 2. I wonder... Oh!
So close.
I jinxed it, I jinxed it. Chiba actually going to find a break there, though. Kind of trading that off there.
These are all insane scores to see put up by teams. When your worst score in a here is... I guess it's still a 972. I thought it was Holko for a moment, but...
Yeah.
2 miss being the lowest score across the board is absolutely insane to see.
Yeah, that's... I mean, both these teams were putting up really solid scores on Tech all tourney, but to see that they can still keep it up now that the difficulty's ramped up a bit, really impressive to see. And immediately going into the free mod 2 here for Chile. I was talking them up earlier. Their free mod 2 score last weekend, one of the most impressive team scores I think we saw all last week. And I'm really curious to see if they're going to try to replicate that here. If we're going to see 6 mods coming out from Chile or something close. The US, I do think, has a little bit of trouble going full mod on these tougher free mods. We saw them, I think in qualifiers, they tried 6 modding and ended up only putting on 5 mods to submit. So I'm curious to see if, you know, they'll try to step up to Chile here. We're going to see Teruyama come in for Chile. You see RJ.
Aurora coming in the US.
This is a pretty tricky map here to put Hidden Hard Rock on. You know, the SV constantly wildly changing here, goes all the way down.
And that is 6 mod.
That is the 6th mod for Chile, not for the US. Mini Lamp just hidden. That is quite ridiculous, though. That is just hidden for Mini Lamp. So, Chile has a little bit of advantage. I believe 60,000 score overall. About, I think, 2% overall accuracy is the difference.
Correct. If it is an FC. With misses, the number starts to change a little bit, but not very much.
Yeah.
But Teruyama already finding a miss.
Oh, that is pretty rough. This map is just brutal to put Hidden Hard Rock on, though. Like I was saying, gets down basically as slow as Hidden 1, gets up, I believe, faster than Hard Rock 2. And you have that really nasty death stream at the end with the cut SVs that can be so tricky to read. And so far, it's just that one slip up from Teruyama. Everyone else still holding on to their FCs with varying degrees of accuracy here. I was looking askance at Ulko in the corner there, but finally dropping that SS, still holding 99.8 though.
Even with the drop from Teruyama, the Chile is still holding quite strong with the accuracy lead and the mod advantage.
Yeah. Mini Lamp is doing their job on that hidden super high accuracy FC, but Aurora and RJ. Yeah, Aurora and RJ on that hidden Hard Rock are having a little bit of trouble holding super high accuracy here, despite Teruyama's miss. Still higher accuracy than them both. Teruyama does find another break though, but it's not going to be enough to flip it over quite yet. Teruyama finding another batch of misses. That could make it a bit closer. Still about 15,000 points in the lead here for Chile. That's going to decrease a bit as the combo advantage fully sets in here. It's down below 10,000 points. This slow
it's
section
getting
not
really
going to throw
close.
off Mini Lamp. Oh, it is getting so close. But once
The mod advantage cancels out the combo advantage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, once Teddyama starts getting that combo back, the mod advantage is gonna reassert itself back up to 10,000 points here, but we are into the final Ki. This brutal death stream here. All 6 players handling it quite well. Aurora Phasmata! Oh, that might just do it for the US. We see the mod advantage really asserting itself now after that break. 40,000 points in the favor of Chile. Basically mirroring the US's win on that No Mod 6.
3 100s.
Ulko, what is your problem? Oh, that is ridiculous.
A lot of 3s on the side of the US.
Oh my goodness. You are correct. What the?
And hey, that's 69 100s in total. Just want to throw that one out there.
That's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. If you're gonna lose a pick, let it be with 69 100s. I'm always saying this. But
No Mod
Chile
2 in the next selection instantly.
Yeah, Chile looking like a pretty fierce competitor here. Some people might have been worried if you missed their match last week and you just checked the bracket. You know, Chile was taken to tiebreaker by the 11 seed Russia. However, Ulko was absent last weekend. Ulko is, I believe, Chile's strongest player, is their captain. And I mean, we just saw it right there, that almost SSing hidden hard rock on Fremont 2 really showing off.
We're back in the US's wheelhouse though with another tech map. Silver Tyrant, an absolutely insane tech player, and Pet and Aurora are certainly nothing to scoff at either.
Yep. Looks like Chile might be keeping the same lineup here. This is a little bit of a different tech map than we saw in the No Mod 6. This one is a lot more swing focused, so pretty much very focused on these like kind of tight 1-6 patterns, moving between those and the 1/4 snappings. It is really tricky. However, you do have Suisse backing you up and encouraging you, which I think does help for a lot of these players. Here we go, 1-1. Both teams looking really strong on their own picks. Will that continue to be the case? So far, all 6 players looking pretty comfortable in this intro here. We still see a few SS's left on the board. Everyone else pretty much on 1 or 2 100s. Gonna get into this first Ki here. Chile holding this slight accuracy lead though. I think 1 100 overall on their team. Now 2 as Ulko drops the SS. Chiba still holding it though, matched by Silver Tyrant, but Aurora Phasmata dropping down to the low 99s. Going to give the US a little bit of trouble here, but still less than 10,000 points is the difference between these two teams.
Anyone's game.
Yeah. You know, especially, I think, swing maps, I feel like I just dropped so many random misses on them, like Pet just did there! Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
Especially with doublet heavy patterns like this, it's very easy to just misread something and get off.
Yeah. And a pretty decent accuracy drop to go alongside it. So Chile's less than 10,000 point lead now growing to over 30,000 points here as Chiba and Ulko continue to hold ridiculous accuracy and Teriyama not too far behind. The US can absolutely come back here, but I think that would require a miss from one of these Chileans, and they do not seem inclined to give that to them. So Silver Tyrant gonna do it, or? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Indeed they do.
That is, I mean, tragedy if you're Silver Tyrant. Putting up a 1 million, putting up an SS on the No Mod 2, only to get beaten by just the absolute powerhouse consistency of Chile here.
9 100s across the board for the side of Chile is insane to see. Ulco with only
ridiculous. 1. Yeah, Ulco with another insane score. Silver Tyrant absolutely give them their flowers, though. That's crazy. And now Chile.
It is a break point for Chile, which is huge against an opponent like this.
The US now needs to find a pick of Chile's to break back if they want to get this match back to even. Lots of I mean, there's a lot on the line here for both these teams to stay in the winner's bracket, move on to the semifinals. If Chile wins this match, they will guarantee themselves a spot in the winner's semifinals and their highest ever Taiko World Cup placement. And the US wants to avoid being sent down to the loser's bracket early. They want to, you know, honor that 3 seed they have. They want to go as far as they can in this winner's bracket.
Fortunately, getting a bit of a... Chile is using their timeout here, so we got a bit of extra time to sit here and talk.
Yep. So, we've taken out basically the 2 no-mod tech picks here, and that Hard Rock 1 has also been removed. So I think most of the techiest maps in this pool are gone, although with how no-mod 2 just went, I'm not sure if the US would want to stay with that. However, Chile's also kind of lost that free mod advantage I think that they feel really strong in. I think Chile is a pretty strong hidden team as well, but that I think is going to be scarier for them to go into. I think there's more stuff the US can still kind of assert themselves on.
Yeah, at least from my experience, going up against really high-seeded teams can get really difficult just because you don't... It's not a question of what you're good at all the time. It starts being, what are you bad at? Like, what are they bad at? What do you think they will do worse than you on?
Yeah. And the US is kind of one of those teams that just doesn't have much of a
it's
weakness.
really hard. It's really hard to tell. Like, you can't look at the US or Chile for that matter and just go, what are they bad at? You kind of just have to guess what maps individually they are bad at, which can be an absolutely impossible guessing game.
But we are seeing the guess here. Hidden 2 for Chile. This is the fast hidden or speed hidden map, I think, depending on how you want to define it here. And I think pretty much this is a very standard like 250 BPM speed map that you just have to read with hidden on.
Yeah, 250 is a pretty comfortable BPM for hidden, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think all of these players up at this seeding should be comfortable with this speed here. Chile's put up some pretty solid scores on hidden 2s so far this tourney, although I will say not infallible scores. They haven't, been like the #1 scoring hidden 2 team in the tournament, though they've been up there. So I think if the US is really bringing their A game with hidden today, I think they could take a breakpoint back here, but we will just have to see.
Well, early 100s, but they're early, so doesn't really matter.
And Chiba's gonna trade him right back. Now we are flickering between these 2 teams here, as I believe the accuracies are probably tied up between the teams, just from a glance.
I believe RJ has gotten 1 extra.
Yes. But 3 SS's also still on the board here. This is also one of the shorter maps in the pool, just over 2 minutes long, so all the mistakes are going to feel that much more extreme! Oh my goodness! Chiba and Muchi both finding a break their huge lead now for the US, over 30,000 points, less than halfway through the map. Ulco still holding on to that SS. Aurora Phasmata has dropped it, but the US has cleaned up their accuracies. They are holding on to their combos, and they are looking really solid to get this break point.
Still have about 40% of the chart left, though.
Yeah. Lots of stuff left to break on. Lots of these tricky speed patterns, I think, to get through and read, but like the reading I don't think is necessarily the hard part here. It should be pretty comfortable for all these players. It's gonna have to come down to, you know, like
there are some new patterns here.
Yeah, just a random misread or something of one of these patterns. Still 40,000 points for the US here. It's gonna take probably multiple breaks to swing it back over, or a break and a huge accuracy drop.
Yeah, I mean, with the chart being this fast, 40,000 points can disappear in the blink of an eye if you completely mess up a pattern.
But it doesn't look like that's going to happen here. The map finishes out, and the US strikes back immediately. A trade of break points, and we are back to even.
Indeed, we are. An SS from Olko coming out of it, but
Goodness.
this is the second SS we've seen this match so far, in which the SS is on the losing team.
I mean, sometimes it just shakes out that way. Unfortunate too. Chile beat the US's 100 count. If Chiba and Muchi didn't find that pair of misses, Chile would have been able to consolidate their breakpoint. Instead, they now have to look for another place to find advantage, which gets harder and harder as the map pool winds down. Is their pick, though? Or no, it is the US's pick, I'm sorry.
It's actually just a best of 7 now.
Yep. First to 4 points here. Possibly giving these teams, you know, a little bit of deja vu. I think prior to their last matchup, almost all of their matchups beforehand have been in the group stages of Taiko World Cups. Most of those were first to 4, so now, you know, really, really pumping up the history. Curious here.
It'll be interesting to see what they go for next.
Yeah,
The
Nomad 3. So going for the speed pick here. The double BPM map.
I do feel like I see this a lot whenever I watch the US play. They end up just picking a whole bunch of nomads, even though they can put up absolutely insane modded scores.
Possibly just feeling Nomad is a bit safer for them, a little bit less like possibility of just misreading something.
Yeah.
I think this is a very funny speed map because it is double BPM. It plays a bit different, I think. This is a essentially 292 BPM speed map, although you can choose to, I guess, think of it as 146 instead if you're like, I don't know, crazy. We're seeing Muchi come back. Oh no, not Muchi come back. We're seeing subs on the United States. I'm losing my mind currently.
I do always love to see some Umaboshi Chazuke.
We do love to see it. Get right into it. This first Ki coming in so quickly after the start, but all 6 players not really having any trouble with it. I think Muchi was the only one to find drops there.
Yeah, Lamp found one just a little bit after, but...
Yeah, and these Ki's, I think it really is sort of this like inhale, exhale motion almost. Like, you have these nice kind of slower, calmer sections, mostly just, you know, 146 BPM streams, some 1.6 coming in, and then all of a sudden the Ki's hit and you just have these like dense 1/8 patterns you have to get through.
Yeah.
Oh, Pet actually going to find a break there. That is going to be very interesting here for the US now. Chile going to take the lead here, still holding on to 2 SSs as well. Silver Tyrant matching it, but Chile looks so strong right now. Very few drops of any kind on their side, and this combo advantage is going to continue to do wonders for them here. Chiba does drop the SS. Ooh. So it is traded here. Chiba dropping quite a bit of accuracy, actually, going down to high pet for the lowest in the lobby. Although, when the lowest in the lobby is still 99.6.
About 30% of the chart left. 15,000 points the lead for Chile.
Get a little bit of a break here into this Ki. And maps this fast, things can change just in an instant on any of these bursts, but players looking a bit more comfortable now. Combos all
Accuracy
holding.
lead slowly dropping, it seems.
Yeah, but not quick enough if you're the US. The lead's still above 10,000 points here. Ulko still holding on to that SS in the last seconds of the match. The lead now just below 10,000. It's flickering around that spot, but unless Chile finds a big accuracy drop in the last seconds here, it's not going to flip over.
Not. It was really close, but 9,165 points being the final difference, and yet another SS from Ulko.
Oh my goodness.
That one miss really just being the big issue for the United States there. Once again, ending with similar to last map. A lower 100 count on one side, but the miss just being too much to compete with the accuracy of the other team.
Yeah, that is just brutal there for the US. So a third breakpoint in the row. Chile now finding themselves back in the driver's seat here, and possibly a pick I think maybe they were expected to be a little bit weaker at. I don't think Chile is a good speed team, but not necessarily the best in the tourney. And now going immediately into the slow hidden. So not being afraid of how hidden 2 went. They are going back into the real hidden tester here. The Daria core hidden. I'm really excited to see how this one goes. I think neither of these teams have had the opportunity to play a slow hidden map yet this tourney, and if you don't count qualifiers. But Chile looks really scary on hidden.
They're out here getting the glorps.
Yeah, this is such a tough hidden one as well. It is so slow. Like, the fastest part of this map are still like 144 BPM equivalent, which is still like kind of tricky to read if you aren't a slow hidden player.
Yeah, forgive my commentary on this one because I'm not exactly the best slow hidden reader.
No, I cannot read hidden this slow either. I like played through this map and I was like, no, I can't do this. I think I got like 70k.
Barely played the game in the past 3 years, let me tell you. The times I have played the game have not been slow hidden.
Yeah, no. But the actual mechanics of this map aren't too bad. It's pretty much just like standard kind of low 5-star like semi-tech. You know, you have some like 1618s in there. It's at 128 BPM, so none of them are too straining or stressful. You have like a funny little swing section in the middle to deal with. But I think mechanically, it really shouldn't pose any kind of a problem to these players. It's just going to be, can you read like 120 to 130 BPM equivalent, which is where most of this map resides. We do see some accuracy drops early on here, especially from Teriyama on Chile's side, dropping below 96. But Aurora and RJ also having a little bit of trouble here, preventing the US's lead from growing too big. And Minilamp still holding on to an SS as well, does drop it though.
First Ki.
Now that the kind of tech sections have come in here, we are seeing...
finding a miss.
Oh, boy. Yeah, we are seeing Chile's accuracy lead very much assert itself. Teriyama's accuracy has recovered quite a bit since that intro. Chiba still above mid-99. Ulko climbing above 99, but Teriyama does find a miss there. So, at lead's not going to be too big here for Chile.
Yeah. And another miss from Mini Lamp makes that lead even bigger.
Yeah, Mini Lamp having some trouble here on this swing section. Now 40,000 points almost is the lead for Chile. Terayama still the only break there. Oko and Chiba holding pretty solid accuracy FCs. And RJ and Aurora is holding on to combo, but Mini Lamp finds another break, and RJ and Aurora aren't holding on to the kinds of accuracies that Oko and Chiba are.
Indeed.
Oh, this section's so slow.
And even if Chile were to drop a miss in that section, this
Yeah,
kind of score lead is not one miss is not enough. You need an act drop to go with it.
Yeah, an act drop, and it's probably going to happen to multiple players at once as well. 80,000 points is the lead for Chile now, and they show no signs of slowing down, although the map may beg to differ. Is Ki not giving these players too much trouble here? I think this Ki is a little bit faster.
Oko
Oko
finding a lot of misses. A lot of misses.
Big chain miss there, but still 50,000 points. It wiped out about 30,000 points from Chile's lead, but it's not going to be enough. Chile takes that pick and now has consolidated the break point and is looking to move forward here.
Shibamasu with only 3 100s is absolutely insane score to put up on this hidden.
Nasty, nasty score from Chiba there. Yeah, Oko was holding really solid accuracy, the best in the lobby until, or second best in the lobby until those misses.
Yeah, luckily for Terayama, both of their misses were pretty early in the chart as opposed to Mini, who was missing throughout. So the combo was really able to get back up for them.
Yeah. Now, US really on the back foot here. They really need to find a breakpoint. They don't want to let Chile run away with this match, send them to the losers bracket early. And Chile feeling pretty confident here. They've got a really nice amount of momentum behind them. I think the US still has some picks they can go to, though. I think it's tough now, though, because, like, I would say I think the US has, you know, a decent advantage on speed, but after the breakpoint on Nomad 3, it's tough to say. Nomad 5 is a skill set we have not touched on yet, though. The pure stream map.
I mean, on one hand, at least it's better to get this out of the way before match point, if you're thinking of that mindset. Because this with nerves is bad.
Yeah. And both teams, I think, shouldn't have too much of a problem stamina-wise here. I was a little worried for Chile, because Chile has had a tendency at times to just kind of have like a really strong top 3 they put in for most picks, but I think Chile's been subbing around enough that the stamina should be fine on all their players. Same for the US. This is almost 4 minutes long here. I believe the longest map in the pool, not counting tiebreaker. This is a very, very interesting 7-star, 205 BPM stream map. Awkward patterns throughout for these players to deal with and almost no breaks. I believe this is also like the first stream map these teams have played this tourney, so this is a bit of a risky pick for the US. You know, you don't really know how good Chile is at this kind of pick. You just know the kind of scores you've been putting in your own sheet.
But here we go. Buckle up, everyone, because we're in for the long haul.
I mean, at least it's like, I wouldn't say a banger, but it's like a jammer, you know?
Oh! You're finding a lot of misses there.
Yeah,
ooh, that was a big lock.
Really nasty there. I mean, that's just the kind of thing that can happen to you on stream maps like this. You miss one note and that's like, well, I don't know where the pattern is anymore.
Yeah. And 30,000 points is a huge lead for this early in the map.
Yeah, especially with how long this map is, like the combos these players are going to be able to reach. Oh boy. But I think not all hope is lost. This map, I think, only gets tougher. The patterns only get longer as it goes on. All Chile needs is for someone on the US to find a chain miss, and this is the exact kind of map that you would expect that on. So far, accuracies across the board, aside from Muchi with those misses, and even then, I think Muchi's 100 count is probably really solid right now. Accuracies across the board look so strong. First big stream here.
Another miss from Muchi, but gets back on quickly.
Yeah, still an accuracy drop to go alongside it though, which is unfortunate. First big stream is done here.
Already halfway through.
And we still see 3 SSs on the board here, as well as really high accuracies from Pet and Teriyama.
And RJ, of course, dropping the SS in the slow section.
It's still a bit of a nail biter here. The long streams
Muchi.
towards the Muchi
And Teriyama dropping.
Teriyama. Oh, that might be tougher to recover from. That lead's going to get up to around 100,000, I think, before the combos get back up to cap here. Ulko also dropping the SS. Silver Tyrant, the only one remaining perfect in the lobby. As we approach the final big death stream of the map here.
These triplets can be very difficult depending on your playstyle.
Yeah. As a KDDK player, I don't like these triplets.
Me neither.
I don't like them at all. And here we go. 501 notes. Can these players hold all the way through? The US has a lot of cushion to work with here. They can afford a chain miss. They might even be able to afford 2. But
yeah, but you don't want to risk it.
Yeah, you really don't want to risk it, especially with how long this stream is. If you have trouble getting back on, there is nothing coming to save you. But these players all look so confident right now. Just zero instability from anyone but Muchi. Oh no. Silver Tyrant. SS. Oh my goodness.
An incredible score to come out. And 4 100s from RJ, 3 from Pet, and 1 from Ulko as well. I'm not gonna lie, when it got to the end there, I was mostly just looking at Ulko's act to see if it would hit 99.99.
Oh, I think we would have... Oh, what... I'm not doing the math in my head right
Me
now.
neither.
What combo.
It might be 2,500.
It might be. But, oh my goodness. The US, pretty big statement on that pick there.
Yeah, and it's a very important pick for them to get to.
Silver Train Toxic Stream so much, I feel proud. I mean, Nanahita said it best. No mod 4, so Chile staying with the no mod pool. And now, Gimmick is the next pick. The first custom song in the match this late. But this should be really interesting here.
I will say, Gimmick is not exactly a skill set I would want to pick against the United States.
Yeah.
They have always had incredible Gimmick performances for many years.
Yeah, I think this could be coming off of last week's performance. I think the US underperformed a bit on the No Mod 4, and Chile might be looking to see if that happens again. Chile did outscore the US on No Mod 4, although only by about 1,000 points.
Getting our timeout from the US.
Timeout for the US, they're gonna just quickly scroll through the map again. Listen, sometimes that's what you gotta do.
I have seen people use their timeout to go play the map.
But you gotta do what you gotta do.
You gotta do what you gotta do. So, after this, where do we think the teams go?
Oh,
This
that's
is Chile's
tough.
pick, so at the very
what if-
least, the United States will get to pick their final map.
Yeah.
But if it goes past that, I wonder what Chile would pick last. I mean, we only have one no mod chart after this.
Yeah, No Mod 1, Hard Rock 2, and the free mods, I believe, are all that's left after this.
The DTs.
The
the free
DTs,
mods.
thank you. I mean, before this match started, I would have said the US has an advantage on speed. I think it's a little bit trickier now after the way No Mod 3 went, but I think they could still certainly look towards DT2 as a possible pick here.
DT2 has turned out to be pretty much an accuracy battle for a lot of teams.
Yeah,
I'd say
it's-
even teams that haven't looked the best on speed have been putting up like consistent 98, 99s on DT2.
Yeah, it's not that fast of a DT, I think is the main issue there if you want to try to speed abuse. It's only 257. Then, other than that, it's like, I guess you have the fast Hard Rock reading, which I guess that depends on how these teams feel with fast Hard Rock. I think the US is a better Hard Rock team overall, but Chile is definitely not a slouch on the fast Hard Rocks.
Yeah.
It's every pick left feels like a toss-up, and that's such a scary position to be in, especially if you're the US and you end up like having an opponent on match point after this pick.
Mm-hmm. I guess the only real benefit that you have coming out of this match is that this is not the end of the road for either of these teams. Whether they win or lose, they will still be playing next week.
Yeah. But,
Here we go.
You know, the team that loses has to fight out of the losers bracket, and that is always so scary.
Yeah.
Here we go. I mean, we can talk about this map a little bit as well. It's an SV gimmick map, not the trickiest in terms of SV gimmicks, I'd say, but definitely enough to throw you off. Especially, I think, with the sort of mixed snapping you get throughout the map, it can be really tricky kind of just to figure out exactly what rhythm you're meant to be hitting. At the same time, it's like just reading through these patterns. We're already seeing a few accuracy drops here, but still favoring the US overall, but only by a couple 100s.
Yeah, a lead that we can see switch at any time.
Yeah, get into the first of our kind of low SV sections here. These mixed snappings on low SV can be so brutal to read through. The accuracy lead does flip back over to Chile, but still, it's flickering. It is flickering.
Olko misses.
Oh, that's huge. Olko was holding huge accuracy for Chile before that section. Now that Olko has dropped the FC, the US can breathe a little bit easier. About 25,000 points in the lead, but over half of the map remaining. This is not a short gimmick map at all.
No, one of the longest I've seen ever, pretty much. 30,000 points now the lead as we head into the next slow section.
I think these like slow sections, even just the ones that are like just 1/2 snaps, can be so misleadingly difficult because like the notes are just not where you think they are on the beat. Back into these sort of more wavy sections, these kind of like misalignment sections, I'd say. Though this is more just standard cut streams. Here they are. You see like a couple accuracy drops here and there for some of these players, but the US still holding strong, 25,000 points.
Lead has shrunk just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the accuracy is overall still a little bit more solid for Chile, but the US, I think if the US doesn't find a miss, they can take this breakpoint here. And they just have one more slow section to get through. You can see it's slowing down over time. The lead is shrinking just a bit down to 20,000 points, but Ulko finds another break. I think that is going to do it. I believe the US is going to take the breakpoint back.
Tense ending.
Oh! The ghost tapping, it was like my heartbeat.
Yeah. But 3 FCs coming from the side of the United States, 2 from Chile, but Ulko with those misses, even though they had the best 100 count on their side. It means we go into the final picks at a tied game.
Yep. Both teams will have one more pick to make here. And tiebreaker hype could be coming up. I feel it. I feel it a little bit in my belly. This is by far the closest match these two teams have ever had. And, you know, the stress really starting to compound now.
And what will the US's final pick be? Will we finally see them head into the mod pool, or will they just pick no mod 1?
There's no way they use all 5 of their picks on the no mod pool.
I would believe it, I'm not gonna lie.
They banned out no mod 1 last weekend. They might be scared of going into it.
They're breaking away and heading into DT1 for their final choice.
The accuracy focused DT here. 188 BPM, so not necessarily, you know, the fastest of double time picks, but certainly one of the trickiest. OD 6.2 before DT. I believe that goes out to like, what, 9.5-ish, I want to say?
Somewhere around there. I think it might be a little higher, but it's around there.
And this is some pretty nasty stuff to hit at that timing window. You know, you have some pretty dense bursts along with these like mixed 1.6, 1.8s that come around and just really mess you up. And this is, I believe, the first time the US is playing a DT map at all this tournament outside of qualifiers.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, they missed out on both of the DT maps last weekend, and we're not able to play their match in the round of 32 on account of a forfeit. Now, RJ Silva Tyrant and Pet in for the US, Ulko, Chiba, and Tereyama in for Chile. Shout out to Caravan Palace, banger song, banger song. We are seeing an early accuracy lead for him here just in the intro for the US, though.
Yeah,
that
those patterns are very weird to hit. Not exactly hard, but they're certainly odd.
Yeah, and especially like just coming in right at the beginning of the map, you have no
with
metronome.
no lead in. You're not used to the BPM yet, you just have to play it.
Yeah, it's like, just hit these groups of 6. Screw you. So far, that accuracy lead for the US is holding here. Chiba and Tereyama both still kind of in the mid-98. Oh boy. That is going to erase the accuracy
We'll switch
lead.
over we'll lead over, but it's a matter of can Chile hold that accuracy?
Yeah. Chiba and Tereyama recovering just a little bit here, although now that we're out of the Ki.
A lot of 100s dropped by a lot of players.
Oh, it is flickering between these two teams. The lead is only a couple thousand points back into the Ki. And RJ's still the only break. We're more than halfway through the map already, and it's so close. The lead flickers back over to the US. RJ is almost at combo cap here.
Hitting it right now.
Oh my goodness. So, the combo advantage is no more here. It is down to accuracy once again. 100s dropped by both sides here. The score continues to flicker between these two teams.
It's really close. Only a quarter of the chart left.
And both teams forced to look at how close it is as well. The nerves are insane. insane. Into this final course here. And that's
Lead
huge.
is growing for the US.
Yeah, huge crops of 100s being dropped by Chiba and Terayama here. The US now back to that 15,000 point lead they had from the intro. We're in the outro here. If there's no big breaks, the US will take it.
RJ with that one missed section, but still being able to hold on outside of that.
Yep.
And just all around really good scores from so many players.
And Chile now onto their final pick, the final pick of the match.
Yeah.
They need to win this to force tiebreaker. Oh my goodness. What do they go to here? Nomad 1, Hard Rock 2, or DT2?
Oh, it's a very, very hard choice to make.
My gut says go for the Nomad 1 coin flip. I think DT2 is a bit too scary, especially considering how DT1 went. Although DT2 is more of just a straightforward, like, speed accuracy challenge. And I don't know, I'm getting bad vibes from Hard Rock 2.
Chile banned Hard Rock 1, which doesn't necessarily mean that they're not confident. It doesn't mean that they're not confident on Hard Rock 2, but it is very rare you see a team ban one map of a mod and then pick the other. The only one you really see that is banning Hidden 1 and picking Hidden 2.
Yeah. However, I think the US had like a ridiculous performance on Hard Rock 1 last weekend. They might just be scared
But
of
they
that.
are going for it.
Yep, and I was gonna say, Chile last weekend also put up a much better performance on Hard Rock 2 than Hard Rock 1. So here we go.
Both of these teams are very, very strong in the Hard Rock pool.
Yeah. And this is a very fun, I think, Hard Rock 2 song. Like I think it's like very chill and very cute for like a Hard Rock 2 song. It's like just kind of like the cutesy breakcore instead of, I feel like I'm used to Hard Rock 2 being like very J-core. Open OD 9.1. I believe this is 7.2 stars now in the new Taiko star rating system.
I do love the new star rating system, except for the fact that it put a 93 Hard Rock plays by second best play. That's kind of messed up.
I have like such nonsensical low accuracy plays in my top plays now. It's so funny.
All my tops make sense except for that one specific chart. Everything else is completely fine. But enough about us.
Well, we'll get back to that on a match that isn't 5-4 in the winner's bracket. This is going to be a nail biter. 220 BPM. The fast parts of this map get up to 242 BPM equivalent slider velocity, and that is before Hard Rock is applied. These teams are going to have to be really solid with their fast Hard Rock reading. I think patterning-wise, this map is...
It finds a miss really early.
Oh, that's good for Chile.
Another miss.
Could the US be struggling just a bit here?
Aurora
Aurora
as well.
Phasmata! That's huge for Chile. Actually, Silver Tyrant still holding on to a really high accuracy FC here, but 3 FCs to 1 means Chile has a huge lead early on.
Yeah. So this map gets very, very difficult.
Oh my goodness. And Aurora finding another break there. You see 100s being dropped all around here, but Chile still looking pretty comfortable here at Silver. No FCs
It is
remaining.
not looking good for the fans of the United States.
However, for fans of the tiebreaker, it is looking excellent. Chile 60,000 point lead just over halfway through this map here. Could still flip over. Chile could still find a bunch of breaks, but...
Yeah, this map has the potential to just absolutely drain your score in one section.
Well, will that happen here? Chile has a pretty good record on these fast hard rocks in this tourney so far, and it looks like they want to keep that going here. Silver Tyrant finding another break.
Chibasu breaks once,
but no accuracy drop alongside it. Muchi and Teruyama still holding on to their full combos. 75,000 points is the lead as we head into the outro here. I believe we are going to see it. I believe chat already knows. We are in for a tiebreaker in the winner's bracket. Please get hype in the chat.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Really strong FCs there from Muchi and Teruyama. At 7 100s also.
Just those
really,
two misses
really
at the
strong.
beginning. But wow, here we go.
Oh boy.
Tiebreaker number 4.
This has been a weekend for them, hasn't it?
And we still have another day ahead of us.
Love.
Alright, everyone get hyped up. This is the custom song by Supire. You've heard it 3 times already this weekend. The Ulco's trying to call timeout here. I don't remember if they get an extra timeout in case of tiebreaker.
I feel like they might. I feel like I remember something like that. But I could just be straight making that up. I'm not gonna lie.
Timeout's already been used. Alright, we... There's no time to shake off nerves to these teams. This is a quite interesting map as well for tiebreaker. It is 172 BPM, and I think a lot of the map really comes down to like just 172 BPM streams that have some 1.6 mixed in them, and then you just have like a couple odd, like techier sections to throw you off. I think this is a tiebreaker that if you have practiced it, if you have played it before, which I'm not sure if any of these 6 players have, I think it is reasonable to throw mods onto.
That's just a question of will we see them?
Yeah.
Playing it with mods when you're practicing is a completely different ballgame than doing it with tiebreaker nerves on hand.
Yeah.
But here we go. Into
No Chile has
dead
been
air.
a scary free mod team. We are.
I see.
We are going to see it.
See 2 on each side.
4 mods. Oh my goodness. Mini Lamp and Aurora with hidden. Ulco and Chiba with hidden. No mod advantage for these teams. We are seeing 4 mods on this tiebreaker.
4 is a very wild number to be seeing in a quarterfinals tiebreaker. And Aurora already finding an early miss.
Oh boy. This first intro section is a bit slow though. I can see this being definitely tricky on hidden, although Chiba and Ulco probably would disagree here. Look at those accuracies. Okay, well look at Chiba's accuracy.
Man, 1/100 in that section with hidden is still pretty good. And Chiba mistiming all of those cats.
As can happen.
As can happen.
Shot love.
Here we go.
Into the streams. This is such like a nerve-wracking song too. This kind of just ominous dubstep. Chile, pretty decent lead so far early on here, mostly off the back of that early break by Aurora.
Aurora's accuracy is doing the best either.
Yeah, still trying to climb back up here, and it's tough.
Also
Ulko,
finds a miss.
but no corresponding accuracy drop. So I believe advantage should still be in Chile's favor here.
Aurora finds
Aurora.
a miss.
Ooh. Kind of a hefty one
And
as well.
3 misses.
Whoa! Mini Lamp and Teriyama trading there as Aurora finds a second break. So, still 1 FC to 1 FC now. Teriyama finds another break, but the end result here is a huge lead for Chile, over 40,000 points.
Yeah.
It's the accuracy advantage that's doing it. All 3 players on Chile holding
As well as the fact
solid
that
action.
the FC on Chile's side is with a mod, while Silver Tyrant is no mod.
Absolutely.
But Chiba finds a miss at the very start of the slow section.
It happens. It
It happens.
Oh my goodness. Silver Tyrant now the only one holding an FC in the lobby on the no mod 99.5 accuracy play. But I think it's going to take a little bit more than that to flip this lead back over from Chile's side.
For sure.
It is shrinking, but I think it's going to stop somewhere around the 20 to 25,000 point mark here. Actually, might be a bit bigger than that if the accuracy continues to go in Chile's favor.
Aurora and Mini not having the greatest time with this section.
There's so
And Mini missing on
much.
the mono.
Oh my goodness, there's so much on the line here as we enter this break, as these players see
2
the
minutes
gap
left.
between the teams. Chile looking for their first winners semifinals match. They are looking for their best ever placement at the Taiko World Cup. The US looking to keep this number 3 seed alive, to keep this winners bracket run alive, to stay out of losers. It is so tight right now. Anything can happen in these last couple of minutes.
Another stream section.
SV is a little bit faster here. Should be a little bit comfier for these players on Hidden. No one on Hard Rock to suffer. The lead stays pretty much in place here as the map gets a little bit techier once again. The US needs to see Chiba finding another break there. The accuracy is eroding just a little bit for Chile, but not quick enough. The lead is staying pretty much in place.
It's Silver Tyrant finally drops.
That might just do it. That might just do it. Mini Lamp and Aurora continuing to find accuracy drops as well. Silver Tyrant dropping the FC. No full combos remaining, but some huge combos on Teriyama and Aurora right now.
It's not over till it's over. There could still be some huge drop in these long streams.
Yeah, these patterns are pretty tricky, especially with nerves here, as these players are all going to find out. Aurora still holding really good combo right here, but it's not going to be enough on its own. There needs to be more misses out of Chile for this score to flip over. But Chiba and Ulko now holding really strong despite Teriyama's drop. The accuracies look so strong for Chile, just like they've been all match long, and that's going to do it.
And the tiebreaker staying true to its nature of the lower seed. 4 for 4 now against higher seeded teams on tiebreaker.
Oh my goodness. Chile, with the upset, locks in their first ever top 6 finish in the Taiko World Cup. The US does unfortunately drop down to the losers bracket as a result, but no skin off their backs. This has been one heck of a match.
Yeah. Seeing 4 mods come in for a tiebreaker is insane.
These teams are so good. These teams are just so
it's
good.
Insane. But someone had to emerge victorious. And in this case, it was Chile.
Their first victory against the United States since 2014.
Oof.
It has been over a decade, but in the time it mattered the most, they came through. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Well, I believe that means that Chile will be going up against the winner of Japan versus Malaysia. While
They
US
are going up against the winner of South Korea versus China.
Okay,
which
there's
is
still
South
more women's
Korea.
brackets. I wasn't sure.
US is going down. They will face the winner of Indonesia and the winner of Turkey, Poland.
Which was Turkey.
So it's Turkey versus Indonesia. That match is happening tomorrow, I believe. Winner of that will face the United States with a chip on their shoulder as well. So do not envy that winner, but should be an exciting match.
Wait, sorry, you said Turkey and Indonesia. Sorry. Yeah, we do not know the result of that yet. It was a stressful match. Out of sorts. But
goodness.
We'll see who wins that match to go against the United States. That match will be tomorrow. I'm blanking on the time. 11 hours from now, 14 UTC.
And now that we have finished in really, really exciting day of matches here, we got 6 hours until the next one, so everyone can go, get some water, get a nap, get some sleep, because we have a lot more Taiko World Cup coming up and a lot more excitement.
Yeah. We'll see what these last couple matches have in store for us. But until then, we'll be going dark.
Yep.
So until then, cheers.
We'll see you next time. Adiosu.
Hello and welcome back to the OS Taiko World Cup 2025. It's the quarterfinals! And we have a match between Vietnam and Slovakia in the lower bracket. Joining me is Teasel. How are you, Teasel?
We're off to a strong start, forgetting what weekend this even is. That's just how insane and crazy this weekend has been so far.
You'd think with
the fact we've had 2 tiebreakers already, that this would not be the quarterfinals, but here we are. And we're here in the losers bracket, seed 18 versus 21.
Yeah, not only did we have tiebreakers, I think everyone expected those matches to be won by the losing team.
Yes,
comfortably.
Absolutely.
So people, I think the predictions were quite strongly in favor of Australia, very much beating France, and New Zealand losing at the hands of Netherlands, and tiebreakers decided the opposite should happen. And I'm very excited about this match now, because
maybe we should take a look at what the predictions are for this match, because if they're very one-sided...
I'm scared. I can't take it another time. Actually, I'm lying. It's my tiebreaker, so I can... I'm very happy for every tiebreaker that happens, but my heart can't take it. It's been too much.
Yeah, both of these teams have had an interesting journey through the World Cup so far. Let me just double check my facts. So Vietnam has gotten into the losers by first upsetting Poland in the round of 32 and then losing to South Korea in the round of 16, very understandably, to match up here against Slovakia. Slovakia, on the other hand, lost to Turkey in the round of 32, but then very convincingly won against Peru in the losers round of 16. So, different journeys to get here, but here they are matched up. I'm not 100% sure which way this will go, because Vietnam has a team that doesn't look like they would be strong, but they are quite strong. I think people were not expecting Vietnam to get as high as seed 18.
Indeed.
but Slovakia is a team with very, very high rank players, two digits, and a couple of high rank 3 digits as well. And they're the kind of team that will get stronger as the pool difficulty increases. And now that we're in the quarterfinals, I wonder if Vietnam will still be as powerful as they have been in the previous rounds to kind of take advantage of really good accuracy and full combos to take out Slovakia, or if the difficulty is enough that Vietnam are going to struggle and Slovakia are going to just power up even more.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think accuracy is probably going to be on Vietnam's side still, but combos are going to matter a lot now, with Slovakia potentially having a higher combo potential. This might be a match similar to the France one, where I think generally Slovakia's team got stronger in round of 16 compared to round of 32. I think generally their scores in round of 32 were quite underperforming, and then they got much stronger last week on a harder pool, and I can imagine that happening again with this one. Kind of like how France just incredibly powered up for this weekend, which people did not expect.
Absolutely. So looking at our bans, Vietnam has decided to ban No Mod 3, which is very understandable, Slovakia being a team made up of players that are very, very good at speed. And Slovakia have responded to that by banning out Hidden 1. Unless you have 3 very proficient hidden players, Hidden 1 is not the kind of map that you want to be gambling into a team like Vietnam. Because I'm pretty sure they do have 3 pretty strong hidden players, and even if they don't, I can pretty much guarantee that they will have stronger hidden players than Slovakia does.
Indeed. I think Hidden 2 will be a different story, which is why they're very much not going to ban that. Since that is 250 BPM, kind of comfortable in a way. More comfortable than Hot 128 BPM to read at least. And interestingly, we're not going to start with speed, outright speed. I think people generally call this kind of speed techie in a way anyway, since it's a 155 BPM swing.
Yeah, so I think this seems like a decent pick for Slovakia. I feel like they're gonna be better at the harder maps in the pool, and I feel like this is one of them overall.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, I think Vietnam will definitely kind of lean more towards mods in some categories. I think free mod will favor Vietnam quite a bit, just due to more players with kind of mod proficiency, and overall both of the free mods are decently accessible to mods, especially free mod 1.
Yes.
They'll probably still avoid things such as double time 2, but even like things like double time 1, maybe Vietnam could probably take a point on that. It's still all a bit up in the air, and of course we still have No Mod 4 open. That's our gimmick map. So
and
plenty can happen. A lot of different ways that this match could go, and it can be kind of hard to predict because there is so many options. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how things unfold.
I think there's going to be some really strong options for both teams at the very start, and unless breakpoints happen after like 4 maps, everything is open. And that's going to be a scary situation. And we're going to see there's a No Mod 6 from Slovakia, probably double time 2. Vietnam's probably going to go with 3 Mod 1 as you mentioned. And No Mod 4. And after that we have to see.
Alright. We should hopefully be getting all readied up soon. So we're going to start this one off with David Min, Buttermilk, and random name IDK for Vietnam, against Never, Spinison, and Alajar for Slovakia.
Yeah, the Slovakian team is going to be something we see. Actually, both teams won't see a lot of variation. Probably some NJ shift on Vietnam.
Yeah. But of course, we'll see Golden for Slovakia
Yes.
as well. Yeah, the fun thing about this map is even though it is a swing map, it isn't just nothing but doublets. It is still kind of like the more technical map, so we do see a lot of snapping changes as well, just to keep things interesting. And David is going to have some early misses, giving Slovakia an unearly lead because Spinison gets way more misses and passes the lead over to Vietnam this early on their own pick.
That was quite a harsh chain miss they got there. Lots of 100s as well.
Yeah, that accuracy all the way down at 92% compared to David, the other player, with a miss at 98%. Although, as I say that, Buttermilk finds their own misses. Still hovering around 96% though, but that does only give Vietnam a lead of around 3,000 points.
It's shrinky because Slovakia has never, with 99.7 accuracy, net random lane also missed, so that is going to be even larger now. Like, accuracy is now back on Slovakia's side. Spinison is recovering from that chain miss.
Yeah, Buttermilk dropping down in the accuracy below 96 now. Random name IDK just getting up into the high 96s. No, you can stop missing now. Yeah,
now this is looking like a very good pick for Slovakia.
Yeah, things were looking a bit shaky towards the start, but that could just be early match nerves setting in. Another miss from Spinison though. But we're definitely going to have to see misses from both Never and Alajar to get things to swap back over to Vietnam, but that's not what we want to be seeing on Slovakia's first pick, so they got to keep holding strong on this outro.
David Min is trying their best, but their reverse full combo is not going to be enough.
Yeah,
Alajar is at the end!
No! So did Buttermilk and Random Name as well.
Literally 2 misses in the last 3 nodes.
But Never with the 8100 full combo. Showing that Slovakia are definitely not out of this one yet.
Yep, and now, oh, Buttermilk also got a nice 100 count, obviously going to have to point that one out. Isn't it funny that Slovakia has everything from S to B ranks, and Vietnam's just A. But Slovakia has a win. That S rank is really strong.
Looks like consistency isn't the key. You just want to get carried with a very, very high score from one player. And then the other players are, you know, as long as they're not too far behind, all is good.
There we have it. No mod 4.
Yeah, you can't really leave No Mod 4 open and have it not get picked. I don't think I've ever really seen that before. If both teams leave it open, they've both probably practiced it to some level. So they're both probably going to be okay with it getting picked.
I think we're entering the stage where that is true. Like the last 2 weeks, I've been surprised how often No Mod 4 has been ignored. Same with Hidden One. Hidden One, by the Hidden One fans, it has been played this weekend. It's not going to be at 0. It might stay at 1, but it won't be 0.
Yeah, I think like there's also a lot of like psychology around No Mod 4, because it's like, oh, we practiced it, but did we practice it more than them?
Yeah.
And you know, you don't want to end up accidentally wasting your pick on allowing the opposite team to get a break point. That's the worst possible outcome. So ideally you want the other team to pick it, but someone's got to pick it at some point if you put in all that time and effort to practice it.
The good thing maybe with this No Mod 4 is that it has gotten harder to read. So practice pays off even more. Whereas the last few weeks it was relatively comfortable after you played it 2-3 times and are used to these kind of maps.
Yeah, that's something I've genuinely found quite surprising. I think the balance and difficulty scaling of these No Mod 4s has been exceptional so far. Even if it doesn't necessarily look it, like I've seen, you know, in my own personal experience of practicing these maps, not to FC ability, but I've played all of them. And yeah, it's every week my kind of sight read and first couple scores are kind of getting worse as the difficulty theoretically increases. Even if sometimes, thinking back to Elevator looks really difficult to read, but the map is still overall easier to get a higher score on than you would download a bird a couple of weeks later. So in some ways it can be like it can look deceptively difficult or deceptively easy. And I think I'm very surprised that the pullers have managed to strike such a good balance. But I praise them for it because I know I wouldn't be able to do it, and you will see a lot of problems with these sorts of gimmick maps in tournaments from time to time, so keep it up.
And we're starting with the intro that is impossible to hack. Soon TM.
So I have 2 double S's. And they're on the side of Vietnam. There goes one of them.
All eyes on David.
I think that like counts as double S. Yeah, I'd say that's the intro. We're in the next part. And does finally drop that double S. And with misses from Buttermilk and NJ Shift, Slovakia takes the early lead on Vietnam's first pick of the match.
But
Alajar.
Yeah, and the lead is going to go back to Vietnam's side. A lot of maps still left.
We did see Vietnam take an early lead on Slovakia's first pick. So Slovakia taking a bit of a lead on this one shouldn't be too much to worry about. NJ Shift has found another miss of their own. Oh, a triple reset for Vietnam there. And a couple more misses from David and Buttermilk as well.
Never traded, but so does NJ Shift, and Spinnison still with you for combo.
54,000 score lead for Slovakia on Vietnam's first pick. Just a bit over a third of the map left to go. There's more gimmick, there's more SV. But it's Vietnam that keep finding the breaks.
Slovakia has a huge combo lead now.
Yeah, as part of some minor memorization, and it's catching at Vietnam way more than Slovakia. Breaks over and over again. That score lead has gone from 50k to 140k. Climbing as well. Heavy decreasing SV. Bit of Capkama.
Yep.
And now at 200,000 points for the outro. Looks like Slovakia to be taking a lovely break point away from Vietnam.
Surprisingly massive one. This is a very large score difference.
Yeah, it's very rare to see such a significant score difference in the World Cup in Taiko, but here we are. No player managed to achieve a full combo, unfortunately, but if we take a look over for Slovakia, Never and Spinnison, 2 and 3 misses respectively. Very, very strong indeed.
I think accuracy is still on Vietnam's side, but the combo potential, as mentioned, it's from Slovakia. And that made all the difference this time.
Yeah, Vietnam off to a shaky start overall this match, losing their break point. Losing their initial point, rather, to a break point. Slovakia looking great, though. 2-0 up, and back to their pick. Looking to make it 3.
Wherever they go, I'm just going to assume something fast. Work with Nomad 2. Oh boy, looks like the other match between Team South Korea and China ended in 6-1 for South Korea.
Oh, where
Lower
did China
bracket
get
is-
their point?
China got their point, yes.
Oh, on the stream map.
Yeah.
Applers found a 6-miss drop with a bunch of 100s paired with it, giving China a win by 7,600. That's the thing. Even these hyper-consistent stream maps can catch out even the best players. And that's what makes them so terrifying. China's scores are so strong.
Yep, lower bracket's about to get very interesting this next week.
Absolutely. We'll have to see which team has a chance of making it there out of Vietnam and Slovakia, though. And I'm gonna go with Nomad 6 to try and get their 3rd point on. This seems like a sensible pick from them. This map is kind of labeled as Speed Tech, but I think if we start seeing Never and Golden coming into this lobby, it's going to be turning into just a regular old speed map for them.
Indeed. And we've seen the tech part also worked out very nice for Slovakia Nomad too.
Yes, it did. So it seems like a very, very sensible pick. They've taken a map that they won on and added their own skill set on top of it.
Yep. Also shout out to Nomad Sucks. It doesn't suck. Nomad 6. 6. The number. Nomad 6. Always a banger song slot.
Nomad, get out of here.
Yeah, mods only. Boo, boo, no mod.
We're here to have fun. We're here to see things get crazy. We need the mods to help with that.
Yeah, add hard work on
so
this.
So far, we've not seen them.
We'll see them soon. It's guaranteed we'll see at least some kind of mod, even if it's double time. Because we're in best of 11 now, and one of the no mods is banned.
It's true. Alright, looks like we're getting ready to go. Interestingly, still no Golden in the lobby for Slovakia, but still looks like a great lineup. And we have Hyder Osu coming in for Vietnam on this one.
And Engine Shift is gone. Because they're trying to get Buttermilk in.
Oh, I see.
It's a hidden hard work map according to chat. Now I want to see scores.
I mean, I'm sure we could get away with just bringing back this map as a free mod in a couple of weeks' time. You know, like finals free mod, maybe?
Wouldn't be the first time Taiko World Cup does that.
Exactly.
Shoutouts to that Tuscan map, like 2016.
I can't remember the name of it, but I know I know exactly the one. It's got like the chess background or whatever.
Suddenly double time.
Here we go. Get spamming on those sliders. And it looks... Oh no! Hyder Osu drops the entire stream. Buttermilk finds misses off their own. Slovakia off to a very strong start once again.
On their own pick again. Alright, in the map now. Everyone is recovering. Everyone who has missed is recovering. Not anymore.
Another miss from Hyderosu. It's a very, very difficult map. Throwing in the 1-6 and the 1-8. Bunch of doublets as well. But everyone on Slovakia still with the full combo. Will they hold it through this slower down section though? Spinison finds their first miss. Oh, and pretty much an entire reset for Vietnam. This does not look like their map. The score difference is now higher than Nomad 4. Spinison with another drop, but still 2 full combos from Never and Alajar.
This is an even more comfortable lead than they had on Nomad 2, which was their opening pick. Never holding an incredible full combo right now with 99.6% accuracy, Alajar 1% behind.
You can see Never single tapping pretty much all of this.
It's just 320 BPM, smile.
And a beautiful full combo from both Never and Alajar, holding it right to the end. 7 100s from Never is crazy. And Spinison, 2 misses just at 2 different points in the map, I believe. Very, very strong indeed from them. Vietnam didn't really seem like their map, but that's alright, it was Slovakia's pick, and there's going to be a couple of other opportunities for Vietnam to win back that break point. But they really cannot afford to give up another one here.
This has to be a good pick now, otherwise it's looking almost like a sweep. Nah, Czechia did not have enough players this year.
Yeah, you need each country needs 4 players to form a team minimum, and maximum of 6.
That's a pick we didn't expect from Vietnam, at least.
Yeah,
But
why have
it's
they decided to
sensible.
go for double time too?
It's accuracy based.
Yeah, but it's still fast.
It is fast.
It's playing right into Slovakia's hands. They probably would have picked it themselves.
Maybe VOD for 3-1 is too high. Because I would have expected that sooner. Or at all.
Alright, we have 4 players for Vietnam in the lobby. Who's getting out of here?
I believe that they can figure out the situation so Slovakia can get their slot back.
Looks like Hyderosu is going to be getting kicked. Bye there, Osu. Welcome, Matthew Kurisu, to Team Vietnam. Playing here in the quarterfinals on Double Time 2.
Who's coming for Slovakia? No one has entered the lobby yet.
It seems very interesting that we still haven't seen Golden yet, being one of their best players as well. It looks like they're not going to swap them in either. Are they actually here for the match? Either way, I mean, Slovakia look like they're doing very well without their other player, but it's always nice to ensure that you have that extra fallback in case something happens.
Yep, but with how dominant Slovakia's scores have been this match, they might just have the 3 players they need.
Quite possibly. These all are very high-ranking players in their own right.
Hopefully this is a point for Vietnam though, so we don't have a sweep.
Yeah,
Never
Vietnam can absolutely not afford to give up another breakpoint here. And Vietnam showing their accuracy strength, all still holding the double S in the intro. Looking over to Slovakia, everyone has dropped it. Smithson struggling with the accuracy. We have seen them struggle with the accuracy in other maps. However, their miss count is normally very low, so they still achieve a pretty decent score. And they're able to help take advantage of misses from Mafia Kurisu and NJ Shift. The lead is going back and forth a bit, but it does seem to stabilize in favor of Slovakia.
But accuracy, there's still a lot of map left. Accuracy might push it back on Vietnam's side. Just barely.
It does look like it is going to, but they can't afford to pick up any more misses. Because Slovakia will take it right back from them.
Spinnerset is quite a bit behind with 95% accuracy, which is pushing the lead back to Vietnam despite the 2 misses. But if they, as I said, if they find more misses now, could be over.
Here's the streams. No one misses on them. Back to the final Kiai. It's 40,000 in favor of Vietnam. They need to hold on to it. And that score lead is growing thanks to accuracy advantage as well. Just the outro now.
Yep. It looks like we're going to have 4 full combos in the lobby. Only one from Vietnam, with Random Name ADK getting the highest score in the lobby. And all of Slovakia also finding a full combo. But that's a point for Vietnam. We have not a sweep on our hands. Vietnam actually secured a second pick for them, so if the next one goes wrong, they still have one more. Oh, we picked the tiebreaker. Nice.
We're picking tiebreaker. Let's go.
Oh. Slovakia also magically gained a point. We ignore that.
Yeah, point being silly. It is 1-3. I believe. Yeah, the ref says 1-3. We'll trust the ref. Let's see. Our schedule is a bit all over the place. I think we have 2 other matches going on as well. As you can see in our pinned comment, Singapore and Taiwan has just started over on the main channel.
Yeah, they have bans. They banned Hard Rock 2 and 3 Mod 2. No one's getting tranked by BPM. And interestingly, in this match we're going to see Hard Rock 1, which is the accuracy pick.
Why don't you tell us about it?
It's a silly little tech map. It's also high SV, so it's not actually as easy, nowhere near as easy as last week's Hard Rock 1. There's quite a bit of reading challenge required for this one at least. Oh yeah. Not just an accuracy pick.
We're getting to see a mod that isn't just make the game faster. It's make the notes faster and harder to hit. Looks like we're having some roster changes once again. David will be staying in. We also have random name IDK coming back in for Vietnam. And they can't figure out who they want their third to be.
Side reading, okay, cool. I do think this map is side readable, but it might not be side read hackable. There's some very funny 1-8s and 1-6.
This is the quarterfinals after all. You really don't want to be sight reading anything.
And we see Never coming back for Slovakia again. I wonder why we are always disappearing. I'm wishing all side readers good luck on this one.
They'll need it. Alright, we're going to be sticking with David, Min, random name IDK, and a shift for Vietnam, with Never, Spinison, and Alajar once again for Slovakia.
Alright, early accuracy drops throughout the lobby except from Never.
Yeah, that hard rock is going to make the accuracy demands a wee bit higher. It says OD 6.5, but that asterisk is telling us that it's closer to about 9.24, something like that off the top of my head. 9.1, okay, okay.
And the proper map is starting, and immediately we see 2 drops from Vietnam and a massive lead for Slovakia.
Slovakia have picked very well. Spinison finds a miss of their own, but it's not going to make much of a dent in the 180,000 score lead.
Halfway through the map. That's insane. And the stream has removed Vietnam again. Slovakia holding 2 full combos. 1 full combo.
Even when they're over 300,000 points in the lead, they're still not immune to the caster curses.
Spinison almost getting back to 400 combo cap.
Never about to double it at approaching 800 now. Not much of the map left to go. I don't think we're going to be able to make up over 500k.
Nah. Vietnam definitely didn't want to see this picked. Never getting for full combo. No.
There it is.
No, we didn't. They didn't.
No. They must have dropped somewhere, but I didn't notice a single miss as long with Spinison. Aladar getting 6, but I believe it was all in the same pattern. Giving Slovakia a lead of 621,000. It was brutal for Vietnam.
I wish we had a full combo. Then we would have had basically every reasonable letter on the scoreboard. I'm not counting double S's or D ranks as reasonable. D ranks are only reasonable if you have hidden one.
Here it is, something I said earlier on in this match. I think Vietnam is a team that could have good advantage on the free mod picks. This map is very, very accessible to mods, and potentially even hidden hard rock.
Yeah, there's no slider velocity changes on this map, I think.
I
Very,
don't believe
very
there is.
minimal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just consistent 199 throughout the map. And as you say, if there is any, it's so minimal that even I didn't notice it when I practiced it and sight read full comboed with hidden, so...
This is a friendly free mod map. The patterns aren't, but when it comes to reading, it's friendly.
The difficulty needs to come from somewhere, and we have made use of free mod maps where, you know, the reading is relatively easy, but the patterning is what makes it difficult. And even the patterning make it more difficult to read. It's less about kind of high and low SV to mess with hidden and hard rock. And we've seen maps like that all the way up into like sort of finals before. So of course this one making its way into the quarterfinals. It's not over the top. And we've seen plenty of teams have triple hidden hard rock FCs on it, so I'm very intrigued to see what our lower seeded teams here will go for. Of course, no mod also being an option if players wish to play it safe and just try kind of get a very high sort of 990k.
Just hoping Vietnam has the mods ready and prepared for this one, since it's their own pick. We're about to start the map. Quick score update from the other matches. Singapore got a breakpoint as their opening pick. Opening point. It's 1-0 for Singapore against Taiwan. UK 1 Hard Rock 2 against Hong Kong. It's 1-0 against Hong Kong. They also banned Hidden 1. Boo!
No one loves Hidden 1. Has it got 100% ban rate so far?
No, it has been played in the South Korea versus China match.
Ah, the one match I haven't laid eyes on.
Yes, because it started while we were... Oh, it happened while we were in this match.
Yes, yeah. The schedule is very terrible at the moment, but everything will recover very shortly. Here we go. What mods do we have? Hard Rock from David, Hidden from Buttermilk, Hidden Hard Rock from NJ Shift, and Hard Rock from Never, Aljar, and a Hidden from Spinnison. So Vietnam actually has the mod advantage by 1. An extra 60,000 score to work with, but at the trade-off the map is a bit more difficult. If any player here can Hidden Hard Rock this one though, it is going to be NJ Shift. And this is giving Vietnam the early lead over 20k, a quarter into the map.
And it looks like everyone's going to reach the first combo cap. But the map never gets easier, it's just offbeat rhythms throughout, funny patterns throughout, and in the end, also funny 1-6.
NJ Shift finds a break. And another. Relatively keeping the accuracy high though. And of course, since they have the extra mod, it's gonna help. Spinnison trades one of those misses as we go into the 1-3 section. But NJ Shift finds another one. That score lead is not looking anywhere near as comfortable as it was at the beginning. It is fluctuating a lot. There's only a quarter of the map left to go. We have some of the funny 1-6 coming in now. A double break, and NJ Shift finding their own 17k lead for Vietnam. They've consistently held the lead throughout this map. They only have a slither left to go.
I think it might be enough.
The outro. Spinnison finds a drop. Unless something cataclysmic happens for Vietnam here. They're going to be taking their second point.
Yep, there we go. 9 100s for Buttermilk.
very,
hidden
very
score.
strong. And Aljar with the hard rock full combo as well. Very consistent plays all round, but I think NJ Shift taking on the hidden hard rock really, really helped Vietnam there.
And with this map ending, 2 more maps ended. UK would download a bird, getting 2-0 against Hong Kong. And Taiwan got a breakpoint of Singapore by 2,000 points on Hidden 2.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, that match is very interesting. Taiwan being a team that both historically and even kind of in the present day, like this year, last year, an incredibly strong team with a lot of potential and very big name players. Singapore being a team that has never had as much of a spotlight. A couple years ago, sent the world into storm with some crazy plays and knocking out some incredible teams. Taken a break for a couple of years and now come back seeded 4th.
Yes, above Team Taiwan at 5, which is insane.
I would have said, before this weekend started, easily the most exciting match of this weekend, but we've seen 2 tiebreakers so far.
Still might be the most exciting match of the weekend. We have a 2k difference on Hidden 2. It could be a
you're seeing such,
of a match from last week.
You're seeing such an incredibly close matchup between very high seeded teams and very strong players. But here we go. Interestingly, after losing on Free Mod 1, Slovakia picks Free Mod 2. This is BPM by Schwank, mapped by Hirok. Difficulty EA, meaning it's going to be an interesting one.
Definitely. Way more reading challenges on this one, and I think Slovakia might be trying to go for the harder mod map, kind of like how on Hard Rock 1, Slovakia absolutely dominated the lobby. They might be hoping for the same result on this now.
Absolutely. No, potentially maybe hoping as well that Vietnam will feel a bit of desperation and needing to win back that breakpoint and may overmod. An attempt to get that breakpoint back because they still need to do it. And doing it now would be great to deny Slovakia the match point. Of course, Slovakia going to do everything they can to get there, guarantee that they at least will have to go through the tiebreaker before they can lose.
Keep the lower bracket streak of tiebreakers alive.
It's all just scripted. And we have David Min, Buttermilk, and NJ Shift for Vietnam, with Never, Spinison, and Alajar once again for Slovakia.
Wait, these no Slovakia's mods? It's the same as before.
Interesting. Even though this is the harder pick. Buttermilk's point of view not showing up, but it's probably there. Just ignore the point difference. Although I don't like that it's not popping up yet. I know that the players on the side of Vietnam have been having PC issues, so I really hope that this hasn't happened now. Especially such a crucial moment for Vietnam.
Maybe we could hope they're at least playing, and we would assume that they're playing Hidden because they have to.
Possibly getting a... Oh, there we go. We are not missing a player. It's gonna take a second to readjust everything. There are some very interesting things on the screen that I'm qualified to point out, but really shouldn't. And it's good for Vietnam. Almost halfway into the map.
But what I can point out is that Spinnerson and David Min have found misses. And thanks to the extra mod, Slovakia has a lead right now.
Yeah, it's not a strong lead though, it is 16k.
Yeah, I wonder why it's not a strong lead. I wonder what the person without a mod on Vietnam side is doing.
Here we go, streams are going to be pretty tricky for Hard Rock. Everyone's holding on.
The accuracy
finishers. We've seen like high-level players miss on those, but everyone here full combos them. Some full comboing them better than others. The score difference is 5k, 4k. Every 100 that Slovakia is picking up isn't being picked up by Vietnam, and the lead is in their favor. It's going back. Vietnam cannot afford to make a single mistake. No.
But multiple players decided to make a mistake, and it was in favor of Slovakia at the end.
Slovakia does win their pick, but it's in the last second NJ shift. 103 misses. Double S-ing the vast majority of the map with no mod.
And if they had double S, it would have been their point, I think.
Yeah, 2 full combos from Slovakia, Never and Alajar with the Hard Rock. Taking Slovakia to match point. Vietnam are now going to have to win the next 3 picks in a row. 2 of them will be their own, of course involving a break point. Slovakia needs to win one of those to take this home and advance through to the next stage of the quarterfinals.
Yep, and I don't like the selection that is left for Vietnam.
They're going to go with Hidden too, which I think seems fairly reasonable with their options here. I feel like No Mod 1 wouldn't have been a terrible option either, since Vietnam do have very, very strong accuracy, but the difficulty of the map might just stretch it a bit too far. But you could also always go with No Mod 5 and just hope that your opponent chokes more than you, because that's the kind of map it is.
Yep, happened a few times already this weekend. So the strat still works. It's also 3 minutes long, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Lots of choke potential.
We're ready to go with the 250 BPM hidden pick. Something that will, I would say, probably favor Slovakia, but you never know. Their players have shown themselves to be very, very good at speed and higher SV things, but we've not really seen a whole lot of that with hidden slapped on top. Maybe that'll make all the difference, and Vietnam will be able to get their first point of 3 needed for tiebreaker.
It's gonna be tough for Vietnam to get there, but not impossible. What is impossible, apparently, is for Singapore and Taiwan to win their own picks, because it's the 3rd pick and the 3rd breakpoint in a row. Singapore leading 2-1 after Hard Rock 1. And United Kingdom is continuing their dominant sweep over Hong Kong. Sorry, Yongun.
Singapore getting another breakpoint off of Taiwan.
Yep, and they're going into 3 mod 1 now, which is somehow the same thing we did in this match.
Oh, the matches have just been crazy so far. Alright, we're getting a 2-minute timeout. By...
Interesting, it's from Slovakia.
Yeah, Slovakia's request. Perhaps this is the last map left in the pool that they feel confident on, and you know that they're really needing to psych themselves up to ensure that they don't lose this. Even if they are in the better position, we kind of don't know the internal knowledge of the team. And of course, with them being the lower seeded team as well, there is still that pressure on.
Yeah,
we have seen the lower seeded teams pull out some exceptional feats so far this weekend, and I'm sure that Slovakia wants to join them as well. But it's obviously never going to be free.
Yeah, maybe this is a spot where Slovakia doesn't have any good maps left, and makes the comeback for Vietnam more realistic. We don't know!
Who knows? Not us.
There's some things happening on the Singapore versus Taiwan match though. Everyone's playing Hidden Hard Rock in 3.1.
I think that's to be expected from the two higher seeded teams, especially in such a critical match for them both. Because I can definitely see either team advancing on through the winners bracket. And getting into winner semis is such a crucial stage. Guarantees you so much, because going through semi-finals in the losers bracket is brutal.
Yeah, 2 high-stake matches to get to the top 6 spot. Oh, we're starting! Hidden 2, the speed hidden. Comfortable to read, but there's rhythm snap changes. 1/3 notes especially.
Oh, we got baited. We're not actually going to play the video game. We're going to play the Roll World Cup. Exclamation roll. Whoever gets higher wins.
Our rolling specialist team is going to play later today at 18 UTC, which is obviously Team Poland.
Yes, they are quite good at that, aren't they?
Trying to get, what is it, 989898?
Yeah, I believe it's for Navi 98. Much to the dismay of whatever referee has to put up with it. Off to an interesting start. Of course, it's just accuracy so far, but it's on the side of Vietnam. Very, very close, though. And it's probably going to keep slightly edging towards the side of Vietnam until we start seeing some misses coming. There's the first one, Alajar for Slovakia. You'd think this map would be very, very heavily favored towards Slovakia with the speed. But Vietnam have a lead of 80,000 right now, before halfway.
Yeah, they show a level of comfort they also showed on DT2 earlier.
Yeah, looks like Vietnam are able to keep up with the speed against Slovakia. 120k, we've not seen Vietnam had such a strong lead this match yet. They're really, really proving to us that they are not willing to give up. Slovakia might have the upper hand, but they're not going to let that tear them down.
Yep, this match is not over until it's over. Buttermilk finding a miss for Vietnam finally, but Slovakia is so far behind on this one. I think they can't take it back. Especially with Alajar finding more and more misses. Don't think they quite like playing hidden here.
Yeah, definitely a mixture of Alajar kind of consistently picking up a couple misses here and there, and Spinnison's accuracy not being the highest either. Still in that full combo. Is that 4 of them on the board?
Yeah.
3 of them.
Good job.
Oh, I love my job. There you go. 3 silver S's. Never from Slovakia being the MVP of the lobby, despite the team losing.
Yeah, but Vietnam just having the team performance. Random IDK Buttermilk almost getting the same score despite vastly different 100 and miscounts.
Yeah. And there we go, Alger saying, and that's why I don't play Hidden. It did seem like a very strange pick for Vietnam, but it ended up probably being the absolute best thing they could have gone for. So very well deducted and very well played. But we're now at quite possibly the scariest part of the match. We're on Slovakia's pick. They are at match point. If they win their own pick, that's it. They win. They take everything and advance through the bracket. But if Vietnam get that break point that they've so desperately been needing to recover since the very beginning of the match, they have to go through one more of their own pick to take this to a tiebreaker.
There's not much left to pick.
It may seem unlikely, but it's not impossible. But we have some very strange maps left. We have Nomad 1, which is your classic Nomad 1. We have Nomad 5, the notorious stream pick. Hard Rock 2. I feel like that's probably the one Slovakia will go for because Vietnam seem to be Slovakia seem to be doing pretty well in the Hard Rock so far, as we have seen on the free mods. And Double Time 1. A very difficult map indeed, pattern-wise and accuracy-wise, but Slovakia decide to try their chances on at Nomad 1. Our Osu original by Marmalade Butcher, the second of 5 this year.
Yeah,
so you can of course check out.
Song.
Yeah, so of course you can go check out the song that they made for the 7 Key Mania World Cup. And you'll have to stick around for all the other remaining World Cups, Catch, 4 Key, and Osu, to hear all of the other incredible tracks that they have made for us. I've been told that the Catch one is already finished and ready to be mapped, and it is a banger.
Yep, the 7 Key one's also really, really good. I'm actually... I think it can appear in this tournament. I think it's very taiko mappable. And it has a funny name, like, doesn't equal virtual, futural, whatever that is supposed to mean. Also interesting name, but their 7 Key song, it's like Insane Edge Artifact or some weird thing like that. Yeah, cutting Edge
I don't remember.
Insane Artifact.
That's
all written together, it's one word. They think they're German.
And Vietnam decides to use their 2-minute timeout.
UK and Hong Kong in shambles now. Speaking of which, United Kingdom barely won Hidden 2 as well over Hong Kong by 36k. 5-0 in that match. Could have almost been not a sweep.
Yeah, it's like... It did look like that could very much be the case at the beginning of this after we saw the first couple of maps played, but yeah, Vietnam showcasing, yep, we're gonna do this, we're fighting until the very end. And of course this map being consistency based, but as we just heard in the song, there's a bit of a speed up part near the end of that breakdown section. It's a big 1.5 stream. I think it's 1.5. I think 1.6 is too fast. I think it might be 1.5. But correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it's 150 BPM 1.6, so it's basically the same BPM as the rest. But I'm also not sure. I know that section has a lot of 1.6 streams like that. Don't know about that last one you're mentioning.
It's a BPM change. Thank you, Megu.
Yeah. There's a 150 BPM section.
Yeah, but there is... Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, 1.6, so it can't, you know, when I played the map, it caught me out. I've not seen it catch out anyone else, but maybe I'm just bad. But will it catch out these other people? I don't know. Maybe it will. It could spell the end of either team. That's the excitement that we need.
The shorter streams have caught out a few players. And of course the funny glitch tech song section before the first chorus. My absolute favorite section of the song.
Yeah, Marmalade Butcher went all out. When I did the showcase and heard that section, I was like, oh, this is new. This is not something I've kind of heard from Marmalade Butcher before. Although apparently there's a very old song that was used as reference for kind of asking Marmalade Butcher to make the song for the Taiko World Cup that has that kind of section in it, and they're just like, see this? Do this again. It's great. And they delivered.
It is great. It's my absolute favorite. Like, the entire song is great, but that section, chef's kiss. Also, in the Singapore versus Taiwan match that is cloning what we're doing, they also just finished playing that map, and Taiwan got their second point on it. The match is 3-2 in favor of Singapore.
Very, very close.
Like this match, heading towards a tiebreaker, which would be a rarity on this weekend.
How many tiebreakers will we have this weekend?
I think the most tiebreakers I've ever seen in a weekend was like semi-finals in 2021, where there were 3 or 4.
Let's see if we can beat that. We've already got 2.
Right now, Vietnam has the lead.
Get the tiebreaker hype spammed. See, even Nightbot knows.
Absolutely. Like, we see what we've seen so often this match. Vietnam has the accuracy lead, but will that be enough? This map is incredibly difficult to get a full combo on with some very, very difficult patterns throughout.
Yeah, we've not seen them yet. Spinnison being the first player to find a miss. And yet another is these more difficult 1-6 patterns come in. Random Name and Alajar trade. David finds misses of their own. 2 full combos left, Never and Buttermilk. Getting to the more technical section. Has some SV. Everyone holding on. Oh, a double miss from Vietnam. That's going to be huge for Slovakia. They take the lead. It's not going to be a huge lead, but it's a lead. Even if they win by 1 point, they still win the match.
Yeah. Halfway through, not much of a lead though, because the combo is still...
Alajar misses though, going to the slow section. Vietnam will be able to shrink that score lead.
Yes, especially with their 100 count just being slightly... No,
Buttermilk!
But Alajar trades.
Buttermilk trades it back!
And that was the final for combo.
And David misses as well. Never still in the full combo. Here's the 1-6. Gashes out Buttermilk towards the end. There is more though. Here it is. Everyone hits it. 21k in favor of Slovakia. And there is a third of the map left to go. There is still yet another Ki and some more awkward patterning to catch the players out. But Vietnam absolutely... Neither team can afford any more mistakes. Vietnam absolutely want to win this one. And Buttermilk gets caught out by the spinner. Going into the final Ki, resetting that really crucial combo. 30k in favor of Slovakia. As long as they hold on, they can take the point and win.
Stream time!
Go, the streams. Not the comfiest patterns in the world. Anyone can miss on them. Never drops the full combo.
Is there enough time for Vietnam to take this back?
I think there'd have to be more drops from Slovakia now. There it is!
It is! Is it possible?
There's still a couple
point.
notes. Yes.
Vietnam finally gets the breakpoint they've been looking for the entire match.
It couldn't have come at a better time. Oh my gosh. Right. Well, what a situation we have ourselves in. Slovakia still have the break point, but Vietnam have won back the match point rather for Slovakia. Vietnam have won back the break point that they lost on their very first pick of this match. We're back over to them for their last final pick. It's gonna be either No Mod 5, Hard Rock 2, or Double Time 1. If Slovakia win once again, they just win the match and advance on through the bracket. Vietnam wins. We go to another tiebreaker. What will it be?
This is going to be a hard choice. They don't have timeout to make the choice easier.
No, they've got their 2-minute timer and that's it. I don't know how strict of a ref Yaz is. But the fact that we've got another match coming up in 20 minutes and I'm casting that one, I'm hoping she'll be kinda strict.
Yep, that match will be over by then. Promise.
And does highlight that there are no timeouts.
Will we get a roll? Oh no, it's number 5!
Oh ho ho ho! Yeah, I believe Hard Rock 2 would be a mistake from Vietnam.
Yes.
Double Time 1? Possible. That's so up in the air, but it's not. Nothing could be more up in the air than the potential tiebreaker point on the Mod 5. This is, of course, our stream map. We've alluded to it before. And this map is so chokeable. Even some of the top players that have ever graced this game have been missing on this one. The patterns are very awkward and the streams are 40 seconds long. So getting a huge set of chain misses is highly likely.
Yeah, it's very rude of a map to get harder as it progresses while your stamina's running out. And then the final key eye hits with all these weird patterns. There's maximum choke potential. Hopefully we see the map soon. We will hear this chorus we will hear a lot.
We will, yeah.
Also,
where are the players?
They're just
come
off.
back. You have a match to play.
Oh, suddenly they reappear. Magic. Speaking of a potential tiebreaker, Singapore versus Taiwan is tied up again, 3-3. Singapore lost hidden one.
There are so many break points in that match.
Yeah, that match is.
Why is it always a coin flip? Both teams are just that insane.
Yeah. Some of the high-tier winner bracket matches we had last week were the same.
Okay, looks like we have it. David Buttermilk and random name IDK for Vietnam with Never Spinnerson and Alajar once again for Slovakia. Here we go. It's a long one. Almost 4 minutes, over 2,000 combo, and some very long streams and awkward patterns. One of our players isn't properly loaded in, but I believe all should be fine. We're gonna slam the panic button. Here we go. I would ignore all misses temporarily until everything sorts itself out, because Bancho likes to be silly. Does look like the miss from random name IDK was legitimate though, and perhaps Alajar as well.
It's traded back immediately. But V100 count again. This is going to be a continuing theme of this match. 100 count in favor of Vietnam, but will they choke?
Yes. Yes, they will. And they are not happy about it.
I imagine so, but there's 3 minutes left.
Yeah, unless we have a score lead of like 6 digits. Like, you basically can't call this one until the very end. Because look at this, Spinison. Huge drops going into the intro of the stream. Cutting the score lead almost in half.
Finds a lot of 100s, but stays stable enough not to find an accuracy miss. Unless he does. Never misses as well does do randomly IMDK.
And there we go. Vietnam is back in the lead with 20k. Bar Milk drops on their own, recovers very swiftly though. That we don't want to see players tempting with fate like that. We have a tiebreaker or a win on the line. The nerves of these players must be crazy high. And I believe David is the only player still on the full combo.
Also, we only play at 99% accuracy. Alajar is slowly recovering, but... Oh no, random no IDK!
Oh.
Shifts the lead back to Slovakia slowly.
Buttermilk finding their own misses on this section as well. Slovakia takes the lead once again. This really isn't the kind of map where you want to be relying on your opponent finding misses. But Slovakia are looking good. They just need this breakpoint once again. And more misses from Vietnam are going to give them a stronger lead. Balajar finds a huge drop of their own. It's less than 3k. We have the offbeat section. And it's going to be neck and neck going into the final stream. Here we go.
Everything can happen now.
It is anyone's point. Random name IDK finding a miss. It's very clean. But it does reset the combo. David drops. No, that is huge.
That's a full combo gone, but there's the KI section. The weirdest patterns of a map incoming.
Slovakia just need to hold on here. No misses. And they take the point. They win. Huge miss. David can't find the stream again. It's over 50k. We're going to the outro. Slovakia deny the tiebreaker from Vietnam. Taking their final point. 6-4. And winning the match. It was
just
a very,
barely.
very close one. But that's the fear of these stream picks. Because you never know who is going to be winning it until the very end.
Yeah. Insane, very good try from Vietnam, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get to tiebreaker and clutch out the win. It's Slovakia that advances to face United Kingdom tomorrow.
Yeah, that should be an exciting match.
Yep, it will happen at the same time, basically.
Hopefully not at the same time as any other matches.
I have bad news for you.
Oh. I can only do so much.
Well, it's not guaranteed yet, but no. Yeah, it's not guaranteed yet. There might be a match. Depending on if Indonesia or Canada wins. If Indonesia wins, good news. There's 2 matches at the same time.
Hooray. Double the action for everyone involved. What's better than 1 World Cup match? 2 World Cup matches.
Speaking of multiple World Cup matches, there is still one going on.
Yeah, go over and watch Singapore, Taiwan. That match is looking very, very close, and you'll get to see some of the highest level gameplay that you will encounter in the Taiko World Cup, especially at this stage of the tournament. Everything to play for, and such a crucial match for both of these teams. And yeah, so yeah, instead of hosting it ourselves, we'll just go follow the link. It'll take you to where you need to go. Yeah. But that'll be it from us. Thank you very much to Team Vietnam once again for playing in this year's Taiko World Cup. You've done very well, and we're looking forward to seeing you next year. You have so much strong potential, and hopefully we see you get a bit further as well. Keep practicing, you'll do great. And to Slovakia, good luck against the UK tomorrow, because it's not going to be easy, because they really want this as well. So we'll see you tomorrow then. But go over and watch Singapore, Taiwan before it ends. See you soon.